Part 5. The Hospital. Chapter 67.
The Hospital. Dr. Ethan Kane was humming the Eagles' golden oldie, Hotel California, and doing a lot of heavy thinking about resurrection. It was almost here. His reverie was interrupted by an important phone call. It was long distance from Los Angeles, and Kane had been expecting it for most of the day. The California folk were attempting to play with his head, which was a very bad idea. The voice on the other end was clipped and businesslike, probably a transplanted New Yorker. "Dr. Kane, this is Anthony DePino calling." Dr. Kane's tone of voice was the opposite of DePino's. It sounded jovial and unconcerned. "Anthony, so good to hear from you. I'm afraid you caught me working late in my office. It's after 9. How are my friends, the Stevensons?" "They're old," said the lawyer, and left it at that. DePino wasn't having any of this idle chit-chat. Well, fine. He was one of the most powerful attorneys in Los Angeles and had handled the Stevensons' private affairs for the past few years. Also, he seemed to believe that his shit didn't stink. "Well, since they're not getting any younger, let's get down to business, Anthony," said Ethan Kane. "Splendid, Dr. Kane. I might as well start by informing you that the price you quoted for the procedures is totally unacceptable to us," said the lawyer. "The price for resurrection is just too much, even for Roger Stevenson. You'll have to do better." "I understand perfectly," said Ethan Kane. Then he hung up the phone on the snot-nosed lawyer. He grinned, then scooped out a handful of peanut M&Ms, one of his few serious vices. He put 3 different colored candies in his mouth, and then the phone rang again. "Some fucking negotiator," Kane mumbled, and smiled thinly. He let it ring a few times before he picked up, put the receiver to his mouth, and bit down into the crunchy M&Ms. "Take that, Mr. DePino, from the City of the Angels, that second-rate dumping ground for second-raters. Let me ask you a simple but somewhat profound question." Dr. Kane spoke before being spoken to. "What is one more day on Earth worth to Roger Stevenson? Do you have a final number in mind? Does he? Have you actually consulted him on a number?" "It's certainly not $100 million, said DePino. "Goodbye, sir. I have many others in line for the final spot in resurrection." "Wait. Roger is just being cautious," said the lawyer. "So am I, on his behalf." "Mr. DePino, I have other worthy candidates, but I happen to like Roger a great deal, and Roger was a great leader once, after all. The price is firm, at $100 million. To be perfectly honest, I could get double or triple that for the final spot in resurrection. Now give me an answer, no more dilly-dallying. Is Roger Stevenson in or out?" "We will pay your price," said the lawyer. "You won't regret it. Roger Stevenson will outlive you, Anthony. $100 million is a pittance for this scientific miracle. We're going to make history. We're going to make the world a better place, and maybe even save it."
Chapter 68. The kids had decided, voted actually, to entrust their fate to us. I just hoped we were worthy of the task, and of their trust. We certainly started out badly. We had made a small deal with the FBI. Kit hitched a ride for us to Washington, which just happens to be very close to Maryland. Exactly what we had to give back to the FBI wasn't clear yet, but I was sure they wanted something. We all hung on to our armrests as the Beach King slammed down at Dulles International and bounced along the runway. The brake squealed, the plane slewed to the left, and then stopped a little hard, jerking us in our seatbelts. We discovered that the wind was blowing fiercely as we disembarked, and clung to the railing of the metal staircase that had been rolled up to the side of the plane. Feathers ruffled, hair whipped across our faces, and dust scurried across the moonlit airfield. First stop, Washington, D.C. Second stop, hell. My arms prickled with goosebumps, and not just because of the chill wind. 3 men in dark suits waited for us as Peter proceeded to get sick on the tarmac. Then they escorted us toward a freestanding aluminum utility shed that stood alongside the terminal building. I didn't like this. They had no right. But we'd made a deal. The oldest of the three men, a lanky guy with a beakish nose, small dark eyes, and a receding hairline, introduced himself as Senior Agent Eric Bream. He nodded at the children and me, then swept Kit aside and engaged him in an intense conversation. Man to man, of course, very private. I was left to watch from the sidelines. They were soon arguing about something, and Kit was clearly furious with Bream. I heard Kit exclaim, "In a pig's ass, you will. That's not gonna happen." Moments later, we were assembled in the shed, and the door was shut and locked with a loud metallic clang. I guessed the shed was used to detain illegal aliens or inspect contraband because the furnishings were sparse. A long table and a stack of folding chairs leaned against one wall. Now what? A dark-haired, broad-shouldered agent with huge hands opened the metal chairs, and the wary children sat down in a fidgety row, except for Max, who stood. "Just a formality," he said. "Me no likey," commented Peter, and his little joke seemed dead on. None of us was very comfortable with this. The FBI can be really weird. They need a makeover, trust me on this. Another agent, blond and slight, wearing a bright yellow tie to enliven his charcoal gray suit, addressed Kit. He introduced himself as Adam Warshaw. "We'd like to question the children one at a time. It won't take very long. It's important, essential." Kit shook his head. "Sorry, that's not happening. It's past midnight and they've had a long day." "Okay, Brennan, it is going to happen, but we'll make it brief," said Agent Warshaw. He turned his gaze toward Max, who was standing watchfully on the sidelines, as she tended to do. "Max? Are you Max?" Warshaw said. He had a pen and notepad in hand. Max stared at him, but didn't answer. She looked a little pale and shaky, but she stuck out her chin in a defiant gesture I thought of as Max's brave front. "Of course I'm Max," she finally said. "What of it?" "Well, the way I understand it, some men broke into your parents' house with guns, is that right?" "Yes, except for the parents part. Frannie and Kit are our parents. We chose them as our parents. Write that down in your little notepad." "Max, do you have any idea why these men were trying to harm you or your brother? What did they want? What do they want?" I read the distress on Max's face. "No idea at all." "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't believe that," said Warshaw. Kit spoke up. "Bream, this has to stop. You have no legal right to question these kids, so don't. I'll come into the office tomorrow. I'll tell you everything I know and everything the kids know. If that's not good enough, I'm instructing them not to speak to anyone without their parents and attorneys present at all times. Am I clear?" Kit looked over at me. "Was that clear, Frannie?" "I think that was amazingly clear and also concise. Only a complete moron couldn't follow it. Right, Agents Bream and Warshaw?" There was a tense silence as Kit faced off with Bream and Warshaw. Meanwhile, the wind rattled the aluminum walls, making a drumming sound like spoons beating on tin pie plates. At last, Bream nodded. What else could he do? Then he showed some teeth. His idea of a smile, I guess. "It has been a long day. Tomorrow morning, then, Brennan. Let's get you all someplace comfortable. We've made temporary arrangements in—" "They're staying with me," Kit said. "We've taken good care of them before. We'll do it tonight. Let's go, kids. Frannie, it's been a long day." Little Peter stood up tall and straight. "Me likey," he said. "Let's get out of here." I grabbed onto Kit's arm and whispered, "Your place?" Kit's answer was chilling. "If they wanted to kill us, we'd be dead already. Let's go, Francis Jane. Vamonos, kids." "Vamonos," they chorused. Chapter 69. Two anonymous-looking black town cars sped down a wide-open avenue in our nation's capital late at night. I was so overtired that I distrusted everything, even my own feelings about staying in Kit's apartment. I wasn't so sure it was such a good place for us to go right now. On the other hand, I didn't have any better ideas, and I definitely distrusted the Federal Bureau of Investigation so far, especially Agents Bream and Warshaw. There was a sudden, infectious burst of giggling in the back seat of the car I was riding in. I craned my head to see what had so amused the twins. Oz had put his arm around Max. What was this? Oz and Max? I was still pondering this shiny new paradigm shift when the sedan pulled to a stop in front of Kit's apartment. The apartment was in a residential neighborhood near DuPont Circle, a relatively short distance from the White House and several important monuments and federal buildings. Kit told us that the small apartment building had once been a single-family Victorian house. When he opened the heavy old front door, we thundered up 4 flights of stairs to the top floor, Kit's. A few of us flew. "It's not much, but it's home," Kit said as we stepped inside. His apartment was decorated with country furniture, Persian rugs, a piano, and crammed bookshelves. Very, very nice, actually. Homey. Kit-like. "Watch your wings!" I hollered to the kids who were zooming around in a potentially destructive manner. "Watch my stuff," bellowed Kit. "Have mercy, there are a lot of memories in here." Icarus found the piano and sat right down. He immediately launched into a spirited rendition of Fly Me to the Moon, both singing and playing. The kid was a born mimic, and his linguistic skills were amazing. He sounded exactly like Frank Sinatra, down to the most minute detail of the song's phrasing. My gaze snagged on a couple of simple silver frames sitting on top of the piano. In one was a snapshot of a slender, pretty blonde woman with 2 handsome young boys who were spitting images of Kit. I flashed on some others. Kit hugging his sons, teaching them to ride bikes, and playing ball. They told me how Kit had watched them grow. A wave of sadness washed over me, and I felt a chill. Kit caught me looking at the grouping of photos. "Beautiful," I said. "Your place is." "Thanks," he murmured. "It was a great time, Frannie. Great time. But so is this." Then he walked me away from the piano and toward the kitchen. I could tell Kit didn't want to talk about his family right now. I couldn't blame him. The fridge was nearly full, and we were starving. Kit pulled bread and crackers out of a cabinet. Cheese and raw vegetables and cold cuts soon appeared on the oak dining table along with the remains of a roasted chicken. Pip was awarded the poultry, and the kids made short work of the rest. Kit poured me a glass of Pinot Grigio, and I needed it. But after a few swallows, I found that I still couldn't relax. Reality was setting in. I was homeless. I'd seen a man in death throes a short while before. I'd narrowly missed getting shot at the same time. I felt responsible for keeping 6 kids safe and sound, but I had no real idea how to do it. Something truly horrifying might be taking place nearby in Maryland. Nothing, and I mean nothing, was under my control at the moment. Other than that, no problems. I was so exhausted I think I could have slept standing up, so my jaw dropped when Ick announced, "I've got energy to burn." "Me 3," shouted the twins. "No, don't," I shouted too late. Oz had already opened a window, and Ick had climbed out onto the ledge. There was no stopping them now. With a few byes and be-back-soons, the kids shot out of the windows. I managed to snag Wendy by the waistband of her jeans. She turned to me with a hurt look and a pitiful cry. "Frannie, please. Everybody's going. It's a night flight. Please. I have to. Like we used to at the lake. Please." I cast a questioning look at Kit, and he shrugged, so I turned the little girl loose. She spread her wings and darted up to join the others. She was so cute, I couldn't stand it. Kit came over and put his arm around me, and we watched the children fly across the broad, beaming face of the moon. This was a sight that never failed to fill me with awe, until now. "I feel the earth shifting under my feet," I said. "I don't feel safe anywhere, not even here." "I was having the same thought," he said. "Unfortunately." "We're just paranoid, aren't we? We're paranoid, right?" Kit sighed. That was the wrong answer. I said. Chapter 70. The children were taking a night flight above Washington, D.C. Icarus was singing Fly Me to the Moon again. It was kind of close to perfect, actually. The kid could croon. "Just don't call me Old Blue Eyes," he warned. As always, Max thrilled to the powerful upward pull of the air on her wings as the winds gusted forcefully around her. It was like being on an amusement park ride, and it was about 100 times better. The other kids whooped with joy as the air lifted and dropped them, and lifted them yet again. Max still had the best aerial dexterity, though Oz was faster and a bit stronger. She closed her wings a few degrees and used the wind as a chute or air flume to carry her in a long, breathtaking swoop. But just when she began to fully enjoy herself, she remembered. People might be dying nearby in Maryland. No, people were definitely dying. Modern science was spiraling out of control, in her opinion. Everyone she cared about was in terrible danger. "Mind a little company?" Oz asked. He glided to Max's right side. "Or do you want to be alone?" "I'd like some company." Max turned her face and smiled at the sight of him. She flew closer to Oz and touched his hurt cheek with her fingers. "That's a very impressive bruise." "It's a war wound," Oz said proudly. "From the battle at the Pines." "Sure is," Max agreed. "And I'm afraid the war has just begun, Ozymandias. Only just begun." Oz did a somersault in the air, then looped back. He guided blind Icarus to Max's side as they crossed the moon-silvered Potomac River. "Max, are you wearing perfume?" Ick asked. "You are, aren't you? Interesting." "So you can follow me easier," Max said and laughed. "What a city. Okay, listen up, everyone," Oz called out so all could hear. "Welcome to the nation's capital. I'm Ozymandias, and I'll be your tour guide tonight. On your right is the John F. Kennedy Center, and there, just below us, is the famous Iwo Jima statue. And that," Oz said dramatically, "is an American Airlines 747 coming straight at us. Let's get out of here before somebody calls in jet fighters to shoot us down." The kids screamed loudly with pleasure. Then their yells were drowned out by the incredible roar of the American jet passing overhead. The flock, then in formation, flew almost directly over the Lincoln Memorial. Oz continued his guided tour, pointing out the Vietnam Veterans Memorial and numerous traffic circles with avenues radiating out from them like spokes on a wheel. "Isn't that the most amazing building?" Oz shouted as they flew over the Capitol. "The dome-capped rotunda on the Capitol is the biggest of its kind in America." "That's Pennsylvania Avenue," he said. "Look straight down and you can see the White House where the president and his family live. And the Hoover Building's down there somewhere close, the Federal Bureau of Investigation." "Come on, Ick. Call roll!" Oz shouted. He and Ick then barrel-rolled to the left, and the whole flock followed. They flew very close to the ground, finally dipping their feathers in the reflecting pool. Then, with a cheer-up, they rose and circled the amazing Capitol dome. "Do you think the president knows what's happening out in the real world?" Oz asked as he came close to Max again. "Like in Maryland? Like among us common folk? Like that people are trying to kill us?" Her eyes shut, then opened slowly. "I sincerely doubt it. Maybe we can tell him sometime, or show him. Now hold my hand, please. I need my hand held." Ozymandias did even better. He glided over Max, then let her snuggle underneath. Magical. They flew like that all the way home to Kit's apartment. Chapter 71. It was the crack of dawn, although in my current mood I preferred to think of it as the crack of doom. Kit and I had already started driving south on Route 1 toward the FBI's Critical Incident Response Group in Stafford, Virginia. It was something we had to do. Lives could be at stake, including ours and the kids. We'd left the kids in Kit's apartment with a video game that had a playtime of 700 hours, I swear to God. a freezer full of frozen pizza, and strict orders not to fly under any circumstances. We were headed straight for the nightmare that had haunted Max for so long, all of her life, actually. You talk, you die. Kit's apartment seemed the safest place for the kids, for the time being anyway. I sucked on the sip and lid of my coffee container, hopelessly trying to calm my nerves. In less than an hour after leaving D.C., I caught sight of our destination. There was no sign out front, no discernible address. Just two plain, two-story red brick office buildings connected by a concrete walkway. "Looks innocent enough," Kit said. "But don't be fooled, Frances Jane, not for a minute." "Don't worry. I'm not going to be taken in by any fast-talking FBI dudes," I said and winked at him. "Been there, done that." The Critical Incident Response Group had been formed in 1994, post-Waco and Ruby Ridge. It had been housed at the FBI Academy at Quantico for 5 years, but had recently been moved to a location about 8 miles away. The unit's objective, Kit told me, was to provide emergency response to a variety of crises, including terrorist activities, hostage takings, and barricaded subject situations. Okay, that should cover just about everything. But then again, maybe not. About 300 people worked there, according to Kit, and the parking lot was mostly full when we pulled in. Kit parked and locked his Subaru Outback. Then we walked up a poured concrete path and through the glass doors to a vestibule that was empty except for a single elevator. "Are they going to believe us? And are they going to help?" I finally asked Kit. "I sincerely doubt it," Kit said and frowned. "I sincerely question why we're here. Why are we here, Kit?" He ran his hand back over his blonde hair. "We're here because they might help us, inadvertently. They might know something important and just not know that they know it. It happens more than you'd imagine inside the Bureau." "Oh, so we're here to interrogate them, not the other way around?" Kit winked. "That's the plan, anyway. We'll soon find out. Besides, I promised I'd come." The door slid open, and Kit and I took the elevator to the second-floor reception area. It was protected from the world by a thick pane of bulletproof glass. Kit presented his ID, and speaking into a grill in the bulletproof partition, asked to see Special Agent Bream. A female agent at the front desk smiled pleasantly and buzzed us in. "Take a left and keep walking," she said. "Agent Bream is expecting you. We all are. We were hoping you'd bring the whiz kids." Chapter 72. We followed the agent's instructions, our footsteps echoing eerily down the linoleum-tiled corridor. My anxiety level was rising pretty fast now. Visits with the FBI can do that to you, I guess. I'd had bad experiences with them before. Ironically, so had Kit. They're good people, mostly, but something got screwed up along the way. I guess that's what happens when J. Edgar Hoover is your daddy. Talk about the road to perdition. There were pods of offices alongside both sides of the hallway, most of them brimming with agents, some in suits and ties, others in jeans and T-shirts, a surprisingly motley crew, not as uptight as I'd imagined they would be. At the end of the hall, a slender blond man in a blue suit was waiting for us. Agent Warshaw, from last night. Prick. Jerk. Insensitive asshole. And yes, that was how I really felt about him. "Dr. O'Neill! Brennan, come in, please." How could we refuse such an offer? I said. "What did I do to her?" Warshaw asked Kit, who merely shrugged. First, there was the de rigueur offer of coffee that Kit and I turned down, followed by inane commentary about our drive down, the weather, and the Washington Redskins, just to establish that we were all on the same side. I wasn't buying it. We weren't. An old cartoon character called Pogo had once said, "We have met the enemy, and he is us." That pretty much matched my feelings. "Where's Bream?" Kit asked as Warshaw unfurled a cloth wall map of Maryland. "He said he'll join us if he can," Warshaw said, basically dismissing Kit's question. Now, suppose you tell me what you're looking for. You already know what we're looking for. Help. Information. Max knows something that's pretty scary. It has to do with an unlawful experimental project, Kit said. Illegal experiments may be going on somewhere in Maryland. Location fuzzy. Name unknown. People, unnamed, are possibly being killed as we get ready to stick pins or whatever in your map. It's pretty much what happened at the school in Colorado. You know all this. It's in the report I filed. The problem is, nobody believes Max, or me, Kit said, the tension rising in his voice. You're here, aren't you? Said Warshaw. We're helping you. Only because I have a little juice left in Washington. Very little. Because nobody's really taking this very seriously. All right, then. Do I understand this much correctly? Warshaw asked. Someone connected with so-called biotech experiments wants to shut Max up so bad they're willing to kill all of the children to do it? Something like that, Kit said. Actually, I think they're trying to capture the kids. Murder might be a backup option. The children are valuable. I don't know why these people want them so badly. It's driving me crazy. Come on, Warshaw said derisively. Listen to yourself. You have no real evidence, no documentation. Nothing but the half-formed musings of a 12-year-old who is probably under an awful lot of stress anyway. I tend to agree with Warshaw, said Agent Bream, just now entering the office. Why don't you tell us what you know, Agent Brennan? We need to hear it all firsthand, and Dr. O'Neill, you feel free to contribute, too. Oh, thanks, I said. Kit could be as compelling as hell when he wanted to be. For the next hour, he filled Special Agent Bream in on some of Max's scary information. But only some. Seems that Kit didn't completely trust Bream, either. Bream listened without questioning a single point. Then he tapped out several numbers on Warshaw's desk phone, relayed some information, paused, and said, "Get back to me as soon as possible." No more than 15 minutes had passed when a blonde woman appeared and handed an accordion file to Bream. He looked carefully at the contents. I read the label upside down. Liberty General Hospital. What is this? Bream said, "You do still have a few friends in the Hoover building. They want you to have assistance from us, so assistance is what you get. Liberty would seem to be a facility around here that could be the site the girl is referring to. Having said that, you can probably rule Liberty out. It's a first-class teaching hospital. Hell, Liberty is where the president and vice president go for their checkups these days. It's the best hospital facility anywhere near D.C. Better than Walter Reed." Kit nodded affirmatively as he flipped through the documents inside the file. Unlike some children her age, Max doesn't confabulate and she doesn't lie. She says there's an outlaw lab in Maryland. Wherever it is, they're conducting experiments on humans. Maybe there are illegal experiments being conducted somewhere, but I doubt it would be at Liberty, said Bream. I saw Kit tense, and a muscle in his cheek was doing the cha-cha. I understand, he said. Thanks for the file anyway. We'll be going now. I really don't like him, I said when Kit and I were heading back to the car. I hate how he talked down to you. Same for Warshaw. Do you trust them? Kit looked right at me. At this point, I trust you and the kids, nobody else. I figure that everybody else is trying to kill us. I stared at him. That sounds like something Max would say. She did. Chapter 73. Everybody else is trying to kill us. What a concept. Chilling and possibly true. It was late afternoon when we arrived back at Kit's place in Washington. I was anxious, hyper, and flat-out scared. So were the children. We spent the rest of the day nervously peering out of Kit's windows, watching office workers and tourists browse the Tony galleries and restaurants around DuPont Circle. But as the saying goes, it isn't paranoia if people really are after you. When the offices and shops closed for the night and the street darkened, we made our break. One by one, the children slipped out the bathroom window that faced away from the street. 6 times, the flurry of their wing beats echoed against the brick and concrete of the back courtyard. I held my breath and thanked God that there were no gunshots, no screams. I was beginning to think like Kit about this whole scary nightmare. At this point, I trusted him and the kids, nobody else. "I'm shaking some," I finally admitted once the last of the kids was gone. "Don't worry, it will probably get worse. No, we're okay, so far anyway." Kit and I waited half an hour before we left the building. Then we walked to the corner of Massachusetts Avenue and caught a taxicab. I felt as if we were characters in a movie, a really scary one, the kind I don't go to. We rode in silence as the cab took us south on Massachusetts Avenue for a couple of blocks, past several small embassies and the like. Then Kit hopped out at a red light and disappeared. I stayed in the taxi as it turned left onto 16th Street at Scott Circle and continued on to P Street, where I got out. Real spy stuff. Kit's Subaru was still parked where we'd left it earlier. After a few minutes, Kit came ambling up with the car keys. He gave me a hug. "You okay?" Hugs help, but nope. We took off to the west, looping and turning, passing right by his apartment again, then heading out toward the zoo. We collected the children from their hiding place behind a Safeway, 4 blocks northeast of Kalorama Park, and quickly loaded them into the car. Mission accomplished. So far, so good. "Buckle up," Kit said. "I mean it." He carried on with his expert driving maneuvers for losing a tail, just in case there was one. This thrilled the kids no end, but scared me half to death. We zipped around cars at racetrack speed, backtracked, got off ramps and onto other ones. By the time we had finally eased off the main roads and checked into an idyllic and rustic motel called Alma's Valley Rest in the backwoods of Maryland, we'd surely shaken anyone who might have been following us. Or so I prayed. Alma's was another funky bungalow-type motel. We had our own 400-square-foot cabin in the woods, and it was actually much nicer than our bungalow at the Pines. There were 2 double beds, covered with matching powder blue spreads, plus some folding cots and a cable-powered TV. To top it off, there was a little brook out back, shaded by the spreading branches of several elm trees. What more could a girl ask for? I was even starting to like sleeping with all of us in one room. It was crowded, but very nesty, and as sweet as a spoonful of molasses. Then daybreak arrived, and my storybook fantasy of Princess Frannie, her handsome Prince Kit, and 6 magical children burned off with the morning fog. The hunters were out there somewhere, there was no doubt about it. Somehow, we had to stop them before they stopped us. But how? Chapter 74. In the end, it was simple, really. We had to hunt the hunters. We had to get them before they got us. There was no other way out of this. Kit had managed to cast a spell over the FBI. Maybe he did have connections in the Hoover building. Anyway, somebody was instrumental in getting us an interview at the Hauer Institute inside Liberty General Hospital. Half the kids were fast asleep, and the others were watching the Cartoon Network while drinking milk and digging into a heaping pile of Krispy Kreme donuts when Kit and I left for Liberty Hospital, which we already knew was beyond reproach. Once we were on the road, Kit said, "Man, this is one beautiful day." And it was gorgeous, all golden yellows and soft blues. October breezes puffed at the fluffy clouds, sounds of the 60s bebopped from the radio, and Kit sang along with Bobby Darin. Kit has a pretty good singing voice and was giving Walden Robert Casado a real run for his money. We were remembering how much we liked each other and forgetting for a little while that this wasn't the first day of summer vacation. Unfortunately, we were headed straight into Max's nightmare. If not at Liberty Hospital, then somewhere else out there in rural Maryland. I couldn't begin to imagine what these experiments might be like, but if they were anything like what I'd seen at the school in Colorado, maybe I didn't want to. The very well-respected Liberty General Hospital was in Carroll County, about 33 miles northwest of Baltimore, not far from the Liberty Reservoir. The hospital was so hidden in a cleft between the gently rolling hills of Maryland that we overshot it at first. On the second pass, I spotted the discreet bronze sign that directed us off the main road to a narrow lane, then to a wide gravel drive that wound through mature plantings and beautifully manicured grounds. "It looks almost too good to be true," I said to Kit. "Maybe your pals at the Bureau are right for a change." "I don't have any pals at the Bureau. Not anymore. They all think I'm Mulder, remember?" The hospital appeared to be made up of two wings set at 60-degree angles to each other, like the halves of an open book standing on end. The 3-story-high buildings were made of white stone and had lots of wide windows opening out to a magnificent view. I had to admit it looked totally benign. So why did my hackles rise at the first sight of the place? Chapter 75. And why did my hackles stay up? Why did every instinct tell me to run from this place as if I were at the gates of eternal damnation? And why didn't I run? Kit lightly touched the small of my back as we walked through the automatic sliding doors that led to a large, open reception area. I needed to be touched right then, to be reassured. "I'm okay," I turned and whispered. Liar. Big fat liar. "I'm not," he said. "I get funny around places where they might be doing experiments on humans." "Not at Liberty Hospital," I said. "The president and vice president come here for their checkups." "You think this is the place that Max found out about? The hospital? The unholy of holies?" "For some totally crazy reason," I said, "I do. It's just a feeling, Kit." "Now I'm scared," he said. Morning sunlight blazed across the terrazzo floor and seemed to light the way to a circular granite information desk. There, an extremely helpful and nice elderly man pointed us to a bank of elevators marked the Hauer Institute, where we would have our interview. He had our names and seemed genuinely impressed that we were there to see Dr. Ethan Kane. The elevator took us down to an underground level and opened onto a small, very tasty-looking reception room. It was thickly carpeted in charcoal gray and furnished with matching upholstered chairs. There was a coffee table covered with crisp copies of daily newspapers, foreign and domestic, and magazines. Coffee brewed on a nearby mahogany sideboard. Vivaldi's Four Seasons played from hidden speakers. Perfect. Too perfect. But the metallic smell of disinfectant broke the spell for me. We were still in a hospital, no doubt about it. "You ever read Coma by Robin Cook?" Kit asked me. "Gruesome stuff." "Stop it," I said, but at least he'd made me smile. "Listen, Kit. I know your FBI buddies set this meeting up, but why do you think the people here are willing to talk to us?" Kit allowed himself a slight smile. "Because if they refused, then we'd get really suspicious." "Too late. I'm already there." Kit presented his creds and a letter of introduction to the blue suit seated behind a small mahogany desk. The officious young man made a phone call to a Ms. Annalise Miller. "Annalise will be right out," said the receptionist, and it was as good as done. Ms. Miller was a thin, prim woman in her late 20s. Her dark hair was tightly pulled back in a long ponytail. She was wearing a taupe pantsuit that looked très chic and businesslike at the same time. Her smile was vivid, but, in my opinion, feigned, as if her light green eyes had failed to convey the message her mouth was sending. She enthusiastically extended her slender hand. "I've never met someone from the FBI before," she said. I glanced over at Kit. Yeah, sure, like this was such a big treat for her. We were led to a different elevator bank. The elevator that responded to our call was vast, with doors on both sides. It had a composition rubber floor and brushed metal walls. The car dropped like a shot to a floor that I suspected was at least 20 or 30 feet underground. 44 feet, said Annalise. I believed she could read minds. The elevator door opened onto a blue and gray, rubber-tiled corridor where medical personnel in blue scrubs and white nurses' uniforms walked quickly in both directions. This is the research area at Liberty. The Hauer Institute is dedicated to carrying on the work of the famous team of Clara and Harold Hauer, Ms. Miller told us. They were killed in a tragic car accident outside Boston, as you probably know. I did know about the Hauers. Sad, I said. We paused in front of a glass-fronted room filled with floor-to-ceiling metal racks. Each held hundreds of cages resembling plastic shoeboxes. The cages were alive with dark, rounded shapes. They were lab mice. My hackles were hackling again. Our so-called fuzzy test tubes, the PR lady said brightly. We do a huge amount of animal testing here, as you can well imagine. Her words triggered a flood of bad memories, really bad ones. I remembered a similar room at the school, that horrific place where Max and the other kids had lived for most of their young lives. There had actually been a mouse room, like the one I was staring at now, and also a nursery of horribly deformed children who had been left to die. I would never forget the first time I saw Peter and Oz and Ick and Wendy. The children were cowering in cages and covered with excrement. I shook my head to banish the disturbing images. This wasn't the school, I reminded myself. The president came here for physicals. Our escort didn't see the pictures in my mind, of course. Maybe Annalise had some of her own. She led us briskly away from the fuzzy test tubes and down some corridors. We saw rooms filled with technicians sitting at computers. They were probably feeding DNA information into the center's database. We took the elevator down another level and stepped out. The third subterranean floor had laboratory after laboratory filled with shining, modern medical equipment and signs pointing to operating rooms 1 to 6. The Hauers were pioneers in the field of stem cell research, proclaimed Ms. Miller. As I'm sure you know, Dr. O'Neill, stem cells are fresh, primary, unassigned cells harvested from fetuses or from bone marrow. When injected into the body, these cells have the ability to become whatever type of organ cells are required by the body. The cells seem to know where an injury has occurred, and they go to the site of the injury and repair it. This is all terrific, really helpful, Kit said without a trace of cynicism. In fact, he was wearing his most winning smile. Now, he said, take us to your leader. Dr. Ethan Kane is just around the bend, said Annalise. As usual, he's operating today. The man never stops, never seems to rest. Chapter 76.
The killer named Marco Vincenti wasn't all that surprised when he got the call to go to Maryland and was told to get there pronto. He had sensed earlier that these particular employers were reluctant to hire too many outsiders, even when they desperately needed a specialist of his caliber. Pun intended. They had tried it the other way, though, catching the kids. But they had failed. So now it was time for other options. As he had prophesied on the rooftop of the building in Denver, catch you later, kid. Vincenti's specialty, a long-distance sniper. Before he'd gone into business for himself, he'd been in the U.S. Army. Nowadays the jobs were less frequent, but the pay was so much better. Marco had decided to drive from his house in Hempstead, Long Island, down to western Maryland, where the 6 freak show kids were supposed to be hanging out. His job, specifically, was to kill only one of the kids, the older girl, Max. But there were other potential bonuses, and he planned to go home with as much bonus money as he possibly could. Marco listened to a best of Mozart tape all the way down from New York. The music didn't calm his nerves. He didn't need that. But he enjoyed the musical brilliance, and most of all, the precision of the compositions. This job had a code name known only to him and his secretive employer. Skeet. He liked that one. Shooting targets that couldn't shoot back.
Chapter 77. Kit and I finally got to meet Dr. Ethan Kane. Annalise Miller led us up to a man scrubbing at a wide metal sink outside one of the operating rooms. We watched him take a towel from a nurse, who then helped him out of his operating gown. Annalise Miller reminded him that the FBI had set up our visit. He smiled at the woman, then nodded her way. He introduced himself, offering up strong, soap-smelling handshakes and 20/20 eye contact as Kit told him our names. Dr. Kane was incredibly handsome. I'll give him that much. He had a square, seamless face, thick salt-and-blonde hair, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His eyes were a luminous blue, and his smile as warm as a Gerber baby's.
Call me Ethan. I prefer that. It's very good to meet you. What is this about again? The Bureau might be interested in using our hospital from time to time. You don't know how much that pleases me. This is a great research facility, perhaps the best in the United States. Have you got time to talk? I have a few minutes if you do.
That's very kind of you, Doctor, Kit said in a gentle, mellifluous voice. I had never seen this very smooth, diplomatic side of him before. As we followed Dr. Kane, Kit turned to me and whispered, "Don't blow my nice guy act, and don't laugh either." We knew from the PR document Annalise Miller had given us that Dr. Kane was the winner of the American Society of Transplant Surgeons Pioneer Award, and that he was doing, quote, breakthrough work with stem cell therapies, unquote. We followed him through a labyrinth of corridors to his office, an unimposing, very cozy space crowded with books that were stacked almost desk-high on the floor. There were also pictures of Dr. Kane with a few well-chosen political leaders, movie stars, and a financial whiz or three.
Sorry about the face dropping.
He waved dismissively at the photographs.
It helps with our fundraising. You can't imagine. Ours is the celebrity age, isn't it?
There was also a large family portrait on the credenza. In the imposing picture, Dr. Kane stood on the front steps of a gracious Greek Revival farmhouse. His arms were around a dark-haired woman who had a Jackie Kennedy look about her, and two gorgeous children, a teenage boy and girl. A third child, a girl of about 4, was clowning at their feet.
Sissy is our so-called change-of-life baby,
he told us, pointing to the little one.
And boy, did she change our lives. What a little pistol she is.
He smiled and put a bowl of M&Ms within our reach.
I'm addicted,
he said with a wink.
There are worse things, I suppose.
He cleared papers from 2 side chairs and asked us to make ourselves comfortable. He sat back in his desk chair, wadded up a piece of notepaper, and tossed it through a miniature basketball hoop that hung just above a wastebasket.
2 points,
he said, then rocked back in his chair, self-satisfied as an L.A. Lakers fan.
To be honest, I'm awfully glad Washington takes an active interest in us. The more public awareness, the better. We need funds. Let me tell you about our pet project, which is incredible. Our singular mission is to extend human life, and to that end, we're working on 2 tracks simultaneously.
He leaned forward suddenly, his chair making a springy squeak, and made a gesture with his hands, each pointing in an opposite direction. He spoke of divergent paths.
We're working with stem cells on one track, organ transplant on the other. As it should be, it's illegal to use human fetal material, so we're limited to clones of fetal cells taken prior to the ruling, and we're using stem cells from bone marrow. Of course, the work is slow going, but that's prudent, don't you agree? It's also the right thing to do.
He tossed back a handful of M&Ms and crunched them while we waited for him to continue. I could tell that he wasn't interested in our opinions, or interruptions.
As for transplantation, the use of animal organs has been banned for good and bad reasons, so we're doing the best we can with available human organs. Human organs are in tremendous demand, and historically, when we could get human organs, there was a really high rate of failure after transplantation. But we've had a couple of real breakthroughs in the last couple of years.
A smile lighting his handsome face.
We've learned that transplanting several organs in a system makes for better success than transplanting individual organs. So, when we have a matching donor, we use the entire organ system. I want you to see this.
He reached behind him and opened the doors of the credenza. He pulled out a chart and spread it out on the desk in front of us. We looked at the colored bars showing the number of multi-organ transplants and the success rate.
We're up to 80% success in the last 6 months. Can you imagine that? 5 years ago, I wouldn't have believed it. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have.
Dr. Kane seemed completely caught up in the personal side of the work he was doing. He told us of 6 case histories of young people who would have died but for organ transplantation, and of older people who'd been given a new lease on life. I must admit, his confidence was bracing, his enthusiasm infectious.
I can hardly sleep at night. I'm so excited by some of this work. We're closer than ever to being able to keep people alive for a long, long time. I have hopes that soon the 2 tracks will converge. When that happens, we'll have so many choices to either replace organs or use stem cell technology to repair tissue, or to use both methods simultaneously. I think we can bank on it, Frannie and Kit. We're all going to live to benefit from these most incredible advances. Isn't that glorious? Imagine it in our lifetime. Now let me tell you about the rest of our hospital. I'll make it short, but very sweet.
Kit and I were dazzled as we left the facility. It was the opposite of what we'd seen and felt at the terrible school in Colorado. The evidence was compelling that this was an exceptional medical complex. The Hauer Institute was advanced, famous for good works, well-run, possibly the best research center in America. Dr. Ethan Kane was clearly brilliant, and he had a great reputation. "I don't get it," said Kit. I did. My hackles were still up. Chapter 78.
Dr. Ethan Kane smiled as FBI agent Brennan and Dr. O'Neill finally left his office. What incredible fools they were. He knew exactly what they wanted here, and although he was disappointed that the hospital was under suspicion, there wasn't much that he could do about it, was there? Besides, he was almost certain that those 2 imbeciles had believed his bullshit. He'd been so patient and ingratiating with them. Just thinking about the smarmy interview made him ill. Ethan Kane left his office and boarded the private elevator down to the basement. He had an important meeting to go to. He got out at B3 and hurried along a lengthy corridor to a conference room. He would have loved to show Brennan and Dr. O'Neill this on their guided tour of the hospital. Blow their little minds. Ethan Kane used a special passkey to let himself into the conference room. 3 men sat around a glass and metal table. Even Dr. Kane had to admit that they were extraordinary specimens. Miracles, if you took the trouble to think about it. Each of the 3 looked exactly like him. They almost were him. But it was more like they were the arms and legs, and he was the head. And of course, the head ruled. Doctors Kane, he addressed the 3 lookalikes. We have a lot of work to do and not much time to do it. Resurrection is close, but there's something else on my mind right now. I want those children. I especially want the one called Maximum. I have seen the future, and resurrection is only the beginning.
Chapter 79. Ozymandias couldn't get the thought out of his head that he was happier than he'd ever been in his life. By a lot. By miles and miles. By light years. Of course, he'd been mostly totally miserable before this. It was a weekday, and the woods were empty of human life, but filled with other familiar and reassuring sounds. Brooks rippled musically over mossy rocks, and the air was filled with birdsong and squirrel chatter. And best of all, he and Max were alone. The sweet, unbearably beautiful, golden-haired girl was right beside him as they soared over the woodland, literally skimming the treetops with the tips of their wings. As he glided on the soft, fresh-smelling air, Oz considered a profound thought. How angry he'd been his entire life. Sad, but true. And undeniable. He'd raged and fought against his keepers at the school in Colorado, and ever since he'd been returned to his so-called biological mother, he'd been furious at the world. But in the past few days, that hot red flame had almost completely gone out of him. Max was the whole reason. He wanted her to feel as tremendous as he did, and he thought he'd die if she didn't. He flashed her a conspiratorial look, then zoomed straight up into the air. Oz disappeared into the blue as if he were a fighter jet trying to escape from a sneak missile attack. Then he swooped down on Max, hugging her from behind. He kissed her on the nape of her neck as the two of them fell toward the earth. This was glorious. Everybody should try it at least once. When it was almost too late to come out of the dive, Max said, "Oz, let go, now!" He did, and they spread their beautiful wings wide, beating, beating, beating back against the air, stopping their fall in a move that would have brought a Cirque du Soleil crowd to its feet. "You," Max said, laughing, "could be dangerous. But you like it, right? Right? You're not terribly tired of me already, are you?" "No, Ozymandias. I love you to pieces. I've never felt like this before, and I don't want it to end. We're Romeo and Juliet." "Let's skip the suicide part if you don't mind." "I'm not the suicide type," Max grinned. She took long, rowing strokes of air and pulled herself skyward in a 90-degree trajectory. At the top of the climb, she folded her wings and swept down on Oz. She caressed his cheek with her fingers as she fell past him. God, did she love him. "Catch me, if you can," she called out. "That's not a problem. Consider yourself as good as caught." What a guy. The race was on. Max shot over a gorgeous copse of ash trees, then dropped below their canopy, exhibiting a serpentine flight path between the trunks. Definitely a 10 out of 10 on the judges' scorecards. Oz rushed right behind her, breathlessly beating his wings, which were a blur. They swooped past tree trunk after tree trunk, an incredible feat of daring and skill. Then Max landed. So did Oz. They were wrapped in each other's arms even before their feet touched ground. Their trembling lips met. Their excited breathing seemed the loudest sound in the forest. Oz raked back Max's golden hair with his fingers and gently held her head by the knot he made at the nape of her neck. He kissed her, and she sighed under him. Suddenly, he became very hard, and she laughed. "What a guy," she whispered. "And what a girl," said Oz. "What a woman you are, Max." "You really think so?" she whispered breathlessly. "I know it." Their bodies rose and fell under the dappled light cast by gently tossing branches of ash trees. They were completely lost in each other. They were one with everything in the woods. There was something about their complicated genetic makeup that made this beyond compare. After quite a long time, they finally broke apart, the sweat shining on their perfect bodies. Max was already thinking ahead to the next moments, when they would do it all over again. She didn't feel an ounce of guilt. She felt beautiful, pure. We were made for this. It's so right. She and Oz lay together quietly for several breathless moments, gathering strength. Then Oz felt Max's fingers begin a slow dance, tracing the proud eagle on his chest, lingering as they brushed across his flat belly. Oz took her hands, rolled over onto his stomach, and pinned her wings flat behind her. He looked deeply into her eyes. He lowered his face so that he could feel her sweet breath on his cheeks. "You mean everything in the universe to me, Max," he said. "It will always be this way." "Even if we have to live on pig nuts someday?" "Even if it comes to slugs." "I do love you," she breathed. "What we have is better than just human love. I don't think anyone has ever felt this way before. Isn't science wonderful? Occasionally, anyway. Remember, they think we're a mistake." Max was still feeling lightheaded, so when she heard the sound of cracking branches, it caught her off guard. She pushed away from Oz, her whole body tensed. She and Oz weren't alone. He sprang to his feet, her warrior protector. He spread out his wings to their full 10 feet across and assumed an eagle's crouch to shield her. Oz shifted on his haunches, and a scream of rage exploded through the forest. They both saw who it was, and it couldn't have been worse. Chapter 80. It was Matthew. He was totally freaked out by what he had just seen in the woods. Max and Ozymandias? They were doing the dirty deed. His sister was making whoopee with Oz. Gross. He was totally grossed out. "What the hell is going on?" he yelled at them. "What are you two doing together? Stop it right now! Get away from her, Oz. I'm warning you." "Geez, Max. Oh, man, oh, man." It was dead quiet for a second. Then Ozymandias spread his wings and shrieked. Matthew shivered and started to cry as Max quickly got dressed. He didn't turn around to look at his sister, even when Max told him it was all right. "I'm telling what you did," he sobbed. "I'm telling Frannie and Kit. I'm telling everybody." "Maddie, come talk to me. Come here, you." "Maddie, I wasn't hurting Max," Oz finally said. He didn't look angry now. Maybe just embarrassed, and perhaps sensitive to Matthew's feelings. "This is how it is with our kind. You'll see when you get a little older, buddy." He walked over to Matthew and took him by the shoulders, the better to see into his face. "I love Max. I love you, too." But Matthew roughly pushed Oz away. "Go fuck yourself, buddy. You too, Max. Oh, wait, it's too late for that. It already happened." Matthew ran blindly through the woods, and when he felt the air pull on his opened wings, he leapt upward and flew higher than he ever had before. Then Matthew screamed like a banshee into the heavens. And Marco Vincenti had the little bird twerp right in his sights, in the crosshairs. All he had to do was pull, and down would come baby. Chapter 81. Kit and I had just turned into the parking spot at the ever-delightful Alma's Valley Rest when I heard one of the kids crying. Which one? What was going on now? I ran behind the cabin to the small clearing leading into the woods. Matthew came running toward me and blasted into my arms. Matthew? He never cried. "Frannie," he whined. "Frannie!" "What is it? What happened, sweetie? What's the matter with you?" I asked as I hugged him tightly. "They were naked in the woods. I swear to God, Frannie, I'm not making it up. I'm not." "Who, Matthew? What are you talking about?" He turned and pointed. Max and Oz were walking out of the woods toward the motel. My heart sank. I think I might have gasped. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but I know that I felt what any other mother would have felt. Fear, disappointment, anger, more fear. I kissed Matthew's face and then the top of his head. "Matthew, please go to the car and help Kit with the presents we bought." "Yeah, that's right, go on," I said, "go." He stumbled off toward the car, and I turned back to Max and Oz with their rumpled clothes and leaf-bedecked hair. "What is going on?" I asked. "What happened in the woods? What is Matthew talking about?" "Matty snuck up on us, and I didn't know it was him. I got kind of fierce," Oz said, trying to explain. "I guess I scared him." "That's another matter," I said, struggling to keep my own feelings very much under control. "Part of this is that he snuck up, and part of it is what you were doing in the woods." I let silence rule for a second as I tried to figure out my role here. There was a voice in my head that belonged to a snooty lawyer lady who'd once said, "You've never been a mother, have you, Dr. O'Neill?" The uncomfortable silence dragged on, and Max and Oz weren't helping one bit. Their faces glowed, but they also looked strangely calm. "Listen," Max said reasonably. Please don't worry so much about us, Frannie. We know exactly what we're doing. This is natural. It's good. It's the right thing. Oh, Max, listen to yourself. What are you saying? How can you be so sure? Because it's second nature for us, Oz said, as if reading my thoughts. It just is. Besides, we don't exactly need your permission, Frannie. Max, you are very young, I said, and you too, Oz. In human years, Frannie. But we're more than human, Max said. We're special, remember? And we're also in love. Deeply, passionately, wonderfully in love. She combed her hair with her fingers and tied it up into a loose knot. Our bird genes make us mature for our age. In fact, I think we're probably about your age, she added, her eyes twinkling irresistibly. You're old enough to mate, aren't you? She had me there. Chapter 82. Max sat cooing in a big, comfy blue armchair by the cabin's front window. She held Matthew in her lap and gently smoothed his silky blonde hair. They had made up, mostly anyway, as much as they were going to right now. I'm sorry, Maddie, but don't hate me forever, she cooed affectionately. Okay? Coo, coo, please, Maddie Pooh. Coo, coo, coo. Stop manipulating, was all he said to her. Stop that stupid cooing. Kit and Frannie had gone to gas up the car and pick up food for dinner. Hopefully they'd be going back to D.C. soon. Max couldn't wait to leave this ratty motel and be as far from there as possible. Apparently, the awful experiments weren't being conducted at Liberty General Hospital, but they were happening somewhere near there. She was sure of that. The hunters were near, too. She sensed them in the air. She just knew. I will, too, hate you forever, Maddie said. You probably scarred me for life, do you know that? That's when Pip started barking his little fool butt off. Max parted the curtain and saw an SUV, a Dodge Durango, approaching the cabin. Her heart sank about 1.5 million miles, deep, deep, deeper into the abyss. The Dodge stopped, and 3 men climbed out and positioned themselves in front. The men were wearing ordinary clothes, jeans, khakis, dark shirts. They had guns, though, big, death-dealing weapons. Oh, holy shit, Max groaned. Matthew, go in the bedroom, right now. Matthew's eyes popped. Are we gonna do it? Just go, right now, everybody in the bedroom. One of the men wore a black windbreaker over his shirt and a long-billed cap pulled down over his eyes. He was clean-cut and good-looking. He looked right at Max and spoke in a pleasant, sing-song voice.
Hey there, Maximum. I see you. My name is Ethan, and I need you to come outside with your friends. No one will be hurt if you do as I say. I know how valuable you are. Believe me, I know. I'm in awe of you children. I'm a fan.
Max's senses prickled at the sound of his voice. She didn't know why, but she had the thought, he's a doctor. And he's a really bad person. The worst she'd ever met. Then she felt the little feathers on the back of her neck lift, and a chill coursed through her body. They were in terrible danger, and there was only one exit, the goddamn front door, right where they were standing with their guns. The bathroom window was so small that even Wendy wouldn't be able to squeeze through. Max shot to her feet and bolted the lock on the door. Our parents will be back any minute, she called out.
I don't think so. Actually, they were spotted going to the market in Kit's car. That's how we found you this time. They're still at the market, Max. But a little earlier today they came to visit me at the hospital. Wonder how that happened, Do you know, Max?
He leveled his gun at the window. Then the son of a bitch fired. A warning shot. The plate glass window tinkled, splintered, and scattered all over the floor. By instinct, the children dropped down low. Oz screamed ferociously and puffed out his chest. Pip let out a furious round of barking, but it was all just fear. They were trapped, like lab rats, and the rat fuckers were right outside the front door. Chapter 83.
Come out right now, children. Max, the rest of you. This is your last chance. I'm a busy man. You have no idea what trouble you're causing me. Come out right now, or you all die.
Oz, Max, Peter and Wendy, Icarus, Matthew. The 6 of them slowly filed out to the creaky wooden plank porch of the cabin. 6 kids. Very, very special ones. Priceless.
We're not going to hurt you, Max. Perish the thought. Not going to happen. Unless you run.
She nodded. No, we're way too valuable to you, right? We're big money to you. A lot of people want a piece of us. What else do you want, you jerk? Don't believe a word he says, Oz whispered at her side. Look at his eyes. He's a total piece of shit. He's lying. I know he's lying. Just be cool. We have to make the best of a terrible situation, Oz.
Don't whisper. And don't do anything foolish.
Ethan spoke in the calmest yet most authoritative voice. Doctor? Scientist? A very bad dude. George Clooney's evil twin, Max thought. And he wants us for some kind of collection, doesn't he? He's a collector, right? He's the one who runs the outlaw lab in Maryland. Has to be. He has the eyes of a stone-cold killer. Oh, we won't do anything foolish, said Oz. We aren't stupid.
No, you're anything but that,
said Ethan.
You're all geniuses, I know that. I've seen your test scores.
Whatever I do, you do the opposite, Oz whispered again. I love you, Max. Suddenly, Max couldn't breathe. Oz, no.
I said no whispering, and I mean it. Come down off the porch, children, right now. That's an order. Do you hear me?
All right, Max spoke. We're doing exactly what you say. Doctor creeped me out. We won't do anything foolish, Oz repeated. You know, like trust you for a second. Go, Max, he screamed. Oz took off like a bolt of lightning to the left. Max and the others veered right. The woods on the right were closer. Oz was the one who would be exposed for the longest time, but he was the fastest, the strongest, the alpha male. Dr. Ethan Kane shook his head, cursed under his breath, then yelled,
Pull!
Suddenly, gunfire erupted from at least 2 guns, maybe more. Max and the others hadn't made it into the trees yet. Max and the young ones were exposed. So Oz made a decision and shot right over the gunmen's heads. He thought he saw goddamn Ethan smile. Then the doctor pointed to the south. What? Oz looked that way. Oh, shit. A rifleman in camouflage was perched on a hillside. He was perfectly still. His rifle had a long, black scope. The barrel was aimed directly at his eyes. Pull. Chapter 84.
He couldn't miss. He just had to decide which of the children to take out. The little freaks were valuable. The head doctor wanted them alive, if possible, although no one had told Marco Vincenti why. He knew the drill. If they couldn't be caught, one of them would be killed, then another, and if necessary, all of them. Like shooting skeet. Marco Vincenti played a little mind game with himself to make the slaughter easier. He thought of them as disgusting, godless freaks of nature. Yeah, that helped a lot. And it was true, wasn't it? Though in truth they were stunningly beautiful. As striking as a Michelangelo sculpture. And the littlest ones were drop-dead cute. No. Freaks. Mutants. Mistakes. Monstrosities. Just take 'em out. Do the world a favor. He sighted on the girl, Maximum. He'd heard she was worth tens of millions, and wondered who the hell would buy her. Europeans? The Japanese? Ragheads? What the hell would they do with her? Take her apart and put her back together again? Why did Kane really want her? It was more than just the money, wasn't it? He moved his scope to the little ones, the smallest targets, Wendy and Peter. Named after what? Characters in Peter Pan? He thought he could easily do a 1-2. Max and her brother Matthew. Or Max and Oz. Obviously they were the leaders of the flock. That would probably produce the most disharmony and chaos and get the others to give up. He watched them talk to Dr. Kane on the porch, and then the 6 of them exploded into the air. A little trickery, okay, if that's the way they wanted to play it. They split up. Beautiful timing, perfect. He admired that. Then, bingo. The target was so obvious to Marco that it was a done deal. The powerful-looking male was coming right at him. Had he spotted Marco and his rifle? Probably had. The kid's eyesight was supposed to be extraordinary, something else. Freaks of nature, right? Come and get it, bird boy. Though, Jesus God, this kid was flying right at him, looming incredibly large in his rifle sight, coming on like a guided missile. So dead on it wasn't even funny. Dead on the wing. Marco's body was frozen still, so still he could feel his own heartbeat, the pulse, throbbing in his throat. The aiming port of the rifle was floating on the bridge of the male's nose. No, make that the right eye. Make it the center of the eyeball. His finger gently squeezed. The shot cracked loudly, and the noise seemed almost to follow the bullet's flight. Smoke rose gently above the rifle barrel. Then something went terribly wrong. So wrong. Something in Marco's peripheral vision was coming fast, from his left. How could that be? Oh, Jesus. No. Oh, fuck. He'd made a mistake. Bad one. One of the little freaks, the boy Peter, was coming at him. He was barreling in from the side, a little bullet himself, a second guided missile. No time to get out of the way, or even blink. The boy hit Marco Vincenti at full speed with an outstretched arm. He clotheslined the sniper. Something, a rock, was in his small hand. Snap. Broke Marco's neck, just like that. He was dead before he even hit the ground. 0 ability to fly.
Chapter 85. Max screamed, "No! No! No!" She watched, horror-struck, as Oz crashed through the trees, dropping toward the ground like a heavy rock in free fall. There was only one thing for her to do. She had no other choice in the universe. She had to go to him, now, no matter what the risk to herself. Go, now. Her world narrowed to exclude everything but Ozymandias. She saw his dark form sprawled on the ground below her, his strong limbs splayed at crooked, impossible angles, his wings obscenely twisted under him from the steep fall. And yet his face seemed untouched, unhurt. Was it possible that he had survived? It had to be. "Oh, Ozymandias, I love you." Her heart hammered almost to bursting as she dropped to the woodland floor. She ran and threw herself beside Oz. She waved her fingers in front of his unblinking eyes. She muttered his name over and over. Max pushed a branch away from his chest and placed her face against his rib cage. She heard no heartbeat, felt no rise and fall of his chest. "Oh, Oz, why?" "It's me. It's Max. Talk to me, Oz. Talk to me, damn you." She pinched his nose and cleared his air passage. She breathed into his mouth, her hair spilling softly around his face. She put pressure on his chest. She kept breathing air into him, mouth to mouth, again and again. She listened to his chest again. Still, no sound. So weird, so awful. Impossible. This couldn't have happened. "Oz, please breathe," she whispered, holding back tears with all of her strength. "Remember what you said? Remember, Oz? We're together forever." Max ripped open Oz's shirt, the buttons spinning into the dirt and pine needles. That's when she saw the awful, ragged, absolutely obscene wound. It was an oozing hole, 2 fingers wide. "No!" The wound went through the heart of the eagle tattooed on Oz's chest, right where Max had been inscribed. Oz can't be gone. This can't be happening. He'd been so alive just seconds ago, so strong, so beautiful. She could almost see him flying, his wings beating like an engine. She could still hear him calling out to her. "No, no, no, I won't accept this," she screamed, covering him with her body and wings. Peter and Matthew had gathered around Max, their pitiful cries blending into undulating howls. The entire universe was a single howl now. "Talk to me, Oz. Talk to me, please. I know you can hear me, Oz," she whispered. "At least say goodbye. At least that. Oh, Ozymandias, why?" She never saw the shadows of the men, but she felt the heavy, big bird nets fall on top of her. Just as she thought, they wanted her alive if possible. What a joke. Didn't they realize she was dead, inside, where it mattered? Max's mind separated from her body. As if from a great distance, she felt someone lift her roughly and toss her over his shoulder. She writhed and struggled fiercely, screaming at the top of her voice, "Put me down! I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you!"
"I warned you,"
said Ethan Kane.
"and now look what's happened. He was worth millions."
An old image flickered into her mind. So strange. She'd seen a neighbor's tabby cat take a sparrow down from a feeder. The cat had trotted across the yard with a bird in its teeth, and the bird was still, but alive. Max felt like that now. Still fighting them with all her might, she began to keen. She and Ozymandias were supposed to be forever. We were made for each other. This couldn't be the end. It just couldn't happen, could it? Could it? Part 6. A Brand New Day. Chapter 86.
Clouds hung heavily over the small, private airfield to the south of the hospital. The tarmac was empty, except for a small flock of mourning doves pecking for bugs on the heat-retentive runway. Dr. Ethan Kane shot the right cuff of his black Burberry windbreaker and looked impatiently at his Breitling watch. It was 3:07 in the afternoon. The plane was 37 minutes late. Everything was ready. Damn it, where were they? He hated inefficiency. His precious time and energy was being wasted. It wasn't acceptable. Ethan Kane wasn't alone at the airfield either. 6 members of his medical team had been pulled from their important jobs, still wearing their scrubs, and they impatiently waited for the flight to arrive. Kane clamped down on his rage at this criminal waste of time. It was inexcusable. Someone would pay. He had pressing business at the hospital, but leading this welcoming committee was also critically important. Within hours, the resources of the Hauer Institute would be stretched as never before. It was going to be a trial just to process the incoming shipment. Dr. Kane was mentally running through a plan to warehouse the overage when he was distracted by the low drone of an incoming aircraft. "It's about goddamn time," he snapped. "Do you realize who you've kept waiting, you imbeciles?" The sound grew louder. Then an Embraer ERJ-135 dropped from the cloud cover. Its gorgeous, streamlined shape seemed to magically materialize above the long, flat runway. The landing was as slick as a cat's whisker. There was a discreet squeal of brakes, the rush of air against the flaps, and then the pristine white airplane rolled to a stop less than 100 feet from the hangar. Men in blue jumpsuits ran out from the maintenance shed and sprinted toward the plane. A staircase was wheeled up to the cabin door, and Dr. Kane's mood lifted. Live from New York, his wonderful new shipment had finally arrived. He watched intently as the passengers stepped one by one from the aircraft. 30 young men, between the ages of 17 and 23, each optimistic and brave, each disease-free. They filed down the staircase and onto the tarmac, looking like a professional sports team. Dr. Kane smiled as his eyes caressed the young faces. They looked perfect, and only perfection would do. He knew the specimens better than they knew themselves. He knew their blood types and hematocrits. He knew their heights and weights and bone lengths. He knew their ethnic and racial origins, their allergies and genetic predispositions. He also knew their names, but not their faces, and he tried to guess which was Charles, Tyrell, Bandy, and Sean. Who was the prince in the tight black T-shirt? Was the massive young black in cords and green sweater Tyrell? But it didn't really matter who was who, did it? Only the parts mattered, not the whole. They would all be shucked soon. Then his real work could begin. Resurrection. The time was here. Finally. One of the most important moments in world history, and it was coming none too soon for the welfare of their pitiful civilization. These 30 fine specimens were key to the special day that was so close now. These 30, and most of all, the 30 beneficiaries. Dr. Kane walked briskly toward the group with outstretched arms. "Welcome," he said, calling the group to attention. "Welcome, welcome. What a great pleasure to see you in the flesh. I can't tell you how happy this makes me. I'm Dr. Ethan Kane, director of the Hauer Institute. My senior medical staff joins me in welcoming all of you to Maryland and to Liberty General Hospital. Think of it. You've been chosen to take an extraordinary journey with us. You'll be making medical history, making some very good money as well, and this will be the best experience you've ever had. I guarantee it. Young men, today is your lucky day. You are essential to the future of America and the rest of the world, for that matter." Resurrection was right on schedule. The donors were marched inside. The beneficiaries would all be there by nightfall.
Chapter 87. I wanted to be strong, but I was getting pretty close to losing it, something I almost never did until lately. Well, until that night when I first met Max in the Colorado woods, anyway. Oh, God. Poor sweet Oz was already dead. What had we gotten into? Who else might die before this was over? How could we stop the madness? How could we turn it off? I was in the front seat of Kit's car, speeding along Route 194 toward the hospital. A gathering storm was blowing in from the north. I shivered as seamless thunderheads dimmed the late afternoon sun. The children, the ones who were still alive, were being held at the hospital or somewhere nearby. Kit and I knew that much, just enough to scare us half to death, to give us the willies. "Maybe I should have taken the kids to the lake house when we ran," I said. "Don't beat yourself up, Frannie. They would have found the kids no matter where you went. I'd rather take this fight to them. I don't see another way. I wish I did, but I don't." We had gotten a message just an hour ago. "Come and talk. Tell no one, or the children will die. Hurry. We have eyes and ears with the local police and the FBI. We don't want to harm the children, but we will." Pip lay curled up at my feet, as Kit drove as fast as he could go on these narrow, twisting country roads. I thought of poor, sweet Oz again and again. I could still hear him telling me that he loved Max, still see the incredible happiness on his face, especially in his eyes, and in hers. It was unthinkably cruel that he should die so young. None other than Emily Dickinson had written, "Dying is a wild night and a new road." No, I didn't think so. Sorry, Miss Emily. Dying usually sucks the big one. That is what you should have written. What you did write sounds cool, but it's bullshit. It was less than an hour's drive to the hospital, but I had lost all sense of time and even of place. Whenever I looked over at Kit, I saw the terrible strain in his face. "Come and talk. We don't want to harm the children." I finally muttered Kit's name, and he reached for me, held my hand tightly, almost too tightly. A quarter of a mile later, I pointed to the discreet bronze sign, and Kit veered off the main road onto an unlit, narrow lane. Just seeing the name Liberty General Hospital again was unsettling and turned my stomach. Soon, a wide gravel drive appeared, and Kit drove slowly up it. Crushed stone crackled under our wheels. We were about to loop around to the entranceway when a couple of bulky guys wearing hooded yellow rain slickers blocked our path. "How thoughtful of them. A welcoming committee," Kit said. "Should we feel honored?" "Sure. I'll bet the goon squad is here just for us." "You haven't told anyone, Kit? Not even a few close friends at the Bureau?" I asked. He didn't speak, didn't answer my question. Had he told someone in the FBI? Was that his plan? One of the men in yellow pointed toward a service ramp, and we headed there in the misty gloom. The ramp terminated at the base of a concrete loading dock. God, this was eerie. I almost couldn't stand it. Kit braked to a stop, but left the car engine running. "This is it. End of the line," one of the yellow slickers said. How droll of him. Rubbing it in. He opened Kit's door. The other bastard opened mine. "Madame," my bastard intoned deeply. "This way, please. You're expected." From that point on, everything got a little fuzzy. Well, actually, a lot fuzzy. I remember Pip lifting his leg against the wall. "Good boy," I whispered. I remember being ordered to place my hands on the platform of the loading dock as the cold rain soaked right through my clothes. I remember being felt up, top and bottom, wanting to punch somebody in the face but holding back. I remember the sharp stab of a needle in my right bicep. I remember the blur of faces as I swung my head around and saw the mirthless looks of our slickered captors. I don't remember anything after that, until I woke up in a cage. Chapter 88. Ozymandias came up close, so wonderfully close, and kissed Max on the mouth. His taste was always so clean and sweet and good. Then he whispered, "Goodbye for now, my darling girl." "No, no," Max started to scream. "Please come back, Oz. Don't leave me again, Ozymandias." She burst out of the drugged sleep as if she were being pulled up from the depths of the ocean. She resisted consciousness, thinking instead of Oz, holding on to him. Pictures floated before her eyes. She heard his laughter. She imagined flying with him, soaring above the clouds, caressing him. But that is all such fake bullshit. Ozymandias is dead. This is no fairy tale with happy endings. This is the world, as humans see it, as they wish it to be. So sad, such a waste of potential, such a shame. Max snapped open her eyes and took stock of her awful, hateful surroundings. She was in a stuffy, foul-smelling, darkened, windowless room at the hospital. Prison. Worse than prison. Hell. No, this was worse than the fantasies man called hell. There was a stainless steel sink and some cabinets across from her, and a big, white-faced clock. It read 4:36, but she honestly didn't know if it was morning or afternoon, or even what day it was. She was in a horrible, locked cage. She gauged the dimensions precisely. 5 feet long, 3 feet high, 2 feet deep. Just about right if you were a medium-sized dog. There were other cages against the adjacent walls. She could make out 2 dispirited chimps, 3 beagles, a shelf of caged rabbits and white rats. She was a lab animal again. Max's eyes continued to search the room until she located Peter and Wendy. My God, their small forms were enclosed in cages too. How unbelievably sad. The twins were unconscious, but they seemed to be breathing. Were they? And where was Matthew? Ick? Frannie and Kit? Max noted the shredded newspaper bedding on the floor of her cage. She'd also been given 2 chocolate peanut power bars and a bottle of water. Thanks for nothing. She wasn't hungry or thirsty. She wanted to die. She couldn't stand captivity, not after being free. The paper gown crackled as she shifted, seeking a position that didn't hurt, but that was impossible, wasn't it? She hurt everywhere. The lab door opened, jolting her. Someone entered the semi-darkness and closed the door. It was frickin' Kane, the man she despised, the leader of the Inhumans. She had been hearing about him since her days at the school, and now here he was, the monster of monsters.
"Hello, Max,"
he said, walking up to her cage.
"I've got your latest test results back. Your intelligence is off the chart. That's fabulous. We can't even measure your IQ. Why aren't we just full of surprises?"
"Why, aren't we just full of shit?" she barked at him.
Now, you really knock my socks off. You're even funny."
"Yeah, you're a scream, too. They ought to get you to host Saturday Night Live. Are you letting us go?" "Of course you're not."
"Well, no, I'm not. But I just wanted to tell you that you are one smart kid. It's too bad your internal systems are so, how shall I put this, unusual. But I do have a surprise for you."
Max frickin' hated surprises. They were always bad. She closed her eyes, looked away.
"Come on, Max. Give me a nice smile. You're going to like this."
She finally opened her eyes and turned them on her mortal enemy. "What is it?"
"Look,"
said Ethan Kane. He turned up the lights to reveal the rear of the room.
"Your friends are here. Frannie, Kit, everybody. Except Ozymandias, of course."
Kane smiled again. What a scream he was. What a joker. If she possibly could, if she ever got the chance, she would break his neck. Break his neck. Chapter 89.
Resurrection was beginning, and nothing would ever be the same again, and that was mostly because the fools of the world just couldn't see it coming. Science was about to change the ethics governing life and death. It would change the way the human race perceived life in virtually every country around the globe. The medical breakthroughs would hit like meteors crashing to Earth, and they would have the same explosive impact as a meteor storm. Patricia Stevenson held her husband's hand tightly as their Learjet approached the small, unimposing airport in the rolling hills of Maryland. Patricia's clear gray eyes were full of compassion for her Roger, who kept fading in and out of sleep. His cancer was so far advanced that no one could, or would, perform any more surgeries. The cancer had metastasized from his colon into his lungs and spread to his liver. Roger Stevenson, her hugely talented, wonderfully generous husband, had only days to live, if that. He needed to be here, because the world couldn't afford to lose him. Patricia genuinely believed that, and so apparently did the people at the hospital. When the captain announced that they would be landing momentarily, the 80-year-old woman reached over and tightened her husband's seatbelt. She kissed him on the cheek, then adjusted the jade-green leather seat so that he would be in an upright position. She smoothed his baby-blue cashmere lap throw. At this touch, his eyes opened, and he seemed a little disoriented. "Patty, is that you?" "Yes, darling, I'm right here. I'll always be right here. We made it, Roger. We actually made it." She and Roger were both wearing the best clothing money could buy. Cashmere and Harris tweed and $3,000 handmade shoes. The jet had cost $7 million, and it was their own, as were the houses in Dallas, Palm Beach, and Bermuda. It had repeatedly been said that money couldn't buy happiness, but whoever said it was wrong. Money might not always bring happiness, but it certainly could. Patricia stroked the mottled skin on Roger's hands and gazed fondly at his face. She knew every line and wrinkle, the part in his hair, the way his fingers quivered now, all of his appetites and aversions and stories oft-told. Patty had known Roger nearly her whole life. They had been lovers since their early 20s, and married for 57 years. Patty Jo Clark Stevenson, originally from Lake Forest, Illinois, candy heiress, Vassar graduate, director of the Dallas Symphony Foundation, philanthropist, mother of 5, grandmother of 14, felt the tug on her stomach as the airplane began its descent. She glanced briefly at the runway below before closing her eyes. She prayed to God that this was the right thing to do, that this was His will. Of course it was. Roger was so important, not just to her, but to the whole world. A brilliant engineer by training, he had gone on to found not one, but 2 Fortune 500 companies. He'd been the president for 1 term, then a close advisor to 2 other presidents. Of course he had to live. He, of all people. The landing was soft, the Learjet kissing the tarmac and swiftly rolling to a halt. The overly polite young captain came back to the passenger compartment and made certain that the Stevensons were all right. Then he personally escorted them off the plane. As they walked very slowly down the steps, Patty saw the one man she trusted. Dr. Ethan Kane was standing at the foot of the staircase. He had a wheelchair for Roger. He smiled brilliantly, and she lifted her hand in greeting. "Look, Roger, it's Ethan. Oh, God, everything is going to be all right now." Stretched out on the airfield directly behind Dr. Kane were several other private planes, 23 in all. 2 more were just now landing. Yet another was waiting to land. Everyone scheduled for resurrection was here. The chosen ones.
Chapter 90.
They were in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and a few in their 80s. All leaders of industry, science, and government from around the world. Power brokers, masters of the universe, legends in their own time. All males, everyone. The chosen ones. They wore expensive suits, mostly in dark colors. All but a few disabled ones had proud, straight bearings as they deplaned. They were accustomed to being in command, in full control of the lives around them. Ethan Kane watched the men come toward him, and even he was struck by the eeriness of the scene. Actually, the irony of it, that these few men should be saved. He and his surgeons were the receiving line, and they greeted each powerful man with the required deference and respect. These men were used to it, expected nothing less, even here, where they came like beggars to a king. Dr. Kane lightly took the hand of the current President of the United States, but then hurried him along, effectively dismissing the man. Behind the President was someone much more important, more powerful, infinitely more worthy of salvation, the most preeminent scientist from Germany, a genius who was almost on the level with Kane himself. And behind him, someone more important still, from mainland China. Ethan Kane found it easy to make small talk with each one, and especially to smile at the 30 men. They had been chosen, and so had he. They were the last, best hope of the world.
Chapter 91. A loud groan, or possibly a snore, woke me from the deepest and probably creepiest sleep of my life. It took me a few seconds to realize that I was the one making the god-awful noise. The good news? I was still alive. I was visually and aurally disoriented, hardly knew which way to look. Where was I? Then I heard Kit calling softly. He was alive, too. We both were. At the hospital. But why, I wondered. Were we to be used as bargaining leverage? Was that it? It had to be. Kit and I were alive because we might be needed to influence the children in the next few hours. What part were they supposed to play in what was going on? What Max called resurrection? Why were they so important? The question was driving me crazy. "Kit," I mumbled. "That really you, or am I dreaming again?" "Frannie," he said. "Francis Jane, it's me. In the flesh, such as it is. Misery sure loves company." I turned onto my side, and I felt as if I were rolling underwater. Oh, God! I saw Max first and lazily waggled my fingers at her. Then I turned back to Kit, who was in a cage cater-corner to mine. "Where are we?" I asked. "Liberty Hospital," he whispered. "We couldn't get a private room." "Right. in steel cages used for lab animals, waiting for resurrection, whatever that was. And I was also coming out of a morphine stupor. "You okay?" Kit asked me. "Within reason?" "I don't know," I said languidly. "My head feels like it weighs 100 pounds. You?" "Nothing I couldn't remedy with one clear shot at Dr. Ethan Kane. Something's going on out there. That's why they're not paying attention to us for the moment." Max called out to us from across the room. She was in a rage. "I have to get out of here. I'm going to break Dr. Kane's neck. That's a promise I made to Ozymandias." "Calm down, Max," I called to her. Then I rattled my bars for the hell of it. We were in Kennel Pal cages, a brand I used myself, and I was quite familiar with this type of enclosure. To open it, you had to pinch 2 spring-loaded prongs together to cause a bolt to slide out of its sleeve. There was a heavy metal plate behind the latch, so it was impossible to squeeze the prongs from inside the cage. No one could do it. Thus the guards outside rather than in here with us. We were trapped. I watched Max mentally work quickly through all the possibilities. She was frustrated, livid, but she wasn't giving up. "Frannie, you ever read The Adventures of Cavalier and Clay? There was a character called the Escapist," she called from her cage. "Max, what are you talking about?" I asked. "Getting the hell out of here. Trying, anyway." I almost couldn't believe what I saw next. This was Max at her best. I watched her spread the bars of her cage wide enough for her hand to go through. She had incredible strength. Off the charts. Sometimes I forgot about that. She pinched the prongs together. The bolt instantly sprang loose from its metal sleeve, and Max swung the door free. "I'm a strong girl, and my IQ is off the charts," she said, with a note of defiance that made my heart sing. There were footsteps out in the hall, and it sounded as though people were coming our way, in a hurry. "Let me take care of this," said Max. "It'll be a pleasure." She started toward the steel-framed door. "Max, come back here," I yelled. "Don't go out there." "Don't worry about me," Max said. Then she yanked open the door and disappeared outside. There were 3 shots, and my heart sank. Max screamed, then nothing. Not a sound for several seconds. The door to the outside finally flew open. Several doctors rushed into the room where we were being held. "What happened to Max?" I screamed. "Where is she? Where is Max? Is she hurt?" In answer, one of the doctors jabbed a needle into my arm. I saw another doctor stick Kit with a needle in his thigh, and then the lights went out again, but not before I whispered or cried, "Max, dear Max." Chapter 92. Kit woke up with an unbearable pressure at the back of his head. Such a really bad feeling, like nothing he'd ever experienced before, or even thought possible. An old Doors song, The End, was playing over and over in his head. He'd also been moved to another room in the hospital. Frannie, the kids, Max, were nowhere to be seen. Unreality was taking over. Very slowly, tentatively, he tried to look around. He needed to orient himself. He could almost hear his eyes move from side to side. It took a few seconds for Kit to realize that he was lashed to a wheelchair and that all he could move was his head. Still, he could see the entire room from this position. More than he wanted to see. There were corpses all around. Young, naked, very dead. Recently dead. All males. Lying on gurneys parked casually at odd angles, as if nobody cared, and obviously they didn't. These are murder victims, he thought. This is a slaughterhouse. I'm in a slaughterhouse. The bodies had been precisely and thoroughly carved up. Why? And why all male victims? What in the name of God was resurrection? Who was supposed to rise from the dead? Not these poor devils on the gurneys. Jesus, God Almighty, Kit finally whispered. Help us. The horrors just wouldn't stop coming, and he had a terrible feeling that he was next on the chopping block. Unreality had taken over. Chapter 93. God, it is so damn cold in here, Kit was thinking. What is this place? A meat freezer? A hospital morgue? What? Let it be some kind of high-tech medical morgue. Let the bodies be cadavers for legitimate research. But the bodies were all too uniformly young, in their teens and early 20s, just kids, really. Am I next to be disemboweled? Kit's fear for the kids and Frannie finally overcame his own terror. Horrific guilt swamped him, but he couldn't even afford the luxury of despair. He had to get out of there, but what a total crock that was. How could he get away? But how could he not try? He had to find out what had happened to Max. Had she been murdered? And Frannie? Where were they? And why was he the only one in the meat locker? He reared back against his tight restraints, and the chair finally rocked back. Then it fell over. Kit landed on his shoulder, and it hurt like hell. Neat move, Swifty. You're so sharp sometimes. Just then, the door to the room creaked open. Dr. Ethan Kane stepped inside. He seemed to be everywhere, totally hands-on.
Hey,
he said to Kit.
trying to escape? Hope springs eternal, doesn't it? Looks like you had a little accident here. No problem. We'll fix you right up.
Then he kicked Kit hard in the ribs. Jesus, that hurt. That really, really hurt. Who is this guy? Mangala? Kit wouldn't give up. Wanted to, but he wouldn't surrender. It wasn't his nature. Dr. Kane, now that I'm awake, let's talk. The kids will be missed. I'm going to be missed eventually.
Not as much as you'd think. I've taken care of all that. I'm sorry I can't stop and chat,
Kane said.
I'm sure you have all sorts of fascinating questions and insights, but we're overbooked at the inn right now.
Listen to me, Kit raged. He just couldn't move, not an inch. And Ethan Kane was walking away, not listening at all. Kit felt completely helpless, a bug caught in a spiderweb. No way was Kane going to let them survive. He watched the doctor walk to a wall of cabinets over a sink and remove a syringe and a small bottle. What was Dr. Death doing now? He screwed the needle onto the syringe, plunged the point into the rubber stopper at the top of the bottle, and retracted it. He advanced on Kit again. Just tell me what you want, Kit said. I'll tell you the truth, everything I know. Ethan Kane laughed softly.
This will pinch.
Chapter 94. Everything was so unbelievably confusing, so chaotic, so hopeless. I came out of my drugged stupor in Ethan Kane's office. I was carefully, artfully positioned so that I was looking at about a 2-gallon jug filled with a solution and dozens of dark, floating objects. I tried to focus my eyes. What are those reddish gobs? Then I knew what the floating shapes were. Fetal hearts. The hearts of unborn children. I whispered, my God, why have you forsaken me? Why now? It got worse. I was bound to a wheelchair, and Dr. Kane was working at his desk, calm as could be.
I want to talk to you about the children,
he said, without looking up from whatever he was writing.
You can be of some help. I need to know everything I can about the work that was done on them at the school. I know you examined the children thoroughly.
Where are the kids? I asked, as soon as I could manage a few words.
Oh, they're fine. Fuck the kids, though. I want to spend some quality time with you, Dr. O'Neill. I have a feeling that you may understand my work more than you think you do. You were there at the school, and you certainly have useful information about the bird children, don't you? You're a veterinarian. I'm not. You can help me with my work if you so choose.
I wouldn't choose to help you if you were choking on a chicken bone, I spat out. Kane's face turned cold.
Good one. for a trailer park cretin like yourself. Now listen to me closely, Frannie. Don't say another word or I'll cut out your tongue. Don't you understand the value of improving and extending human life? You must. Last month we resurrected a mathematical genius from London. The world desperately needs this man's brilliance. One can only imagine what his mind will produce in the coming decades. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? Maybe a little? Can you get past your own pitifully outmoded system of ethics? You may speak now, Frannie. You did tests on Maximum. Tell me exactly what you found, strengths and weaknesses.
Absolutely not, I shouted at him. What's going on here? What is resurrection? Kane rose from behind his desk.
What is resurrection? Where to start? Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret. Our secret. I'm one of the first beneficiaries. New organs, and in my case, a new body and head.
I felt as if the earth had come to a stop as I tried to absorb what I'd just heard. I looked at his smooth, pink skin, his bright blue eyes, his full, thick head of hair. He showed off his brilliant smile again. He knew that he'd just blown my mind.
My name is Dr. Harold Hauer. The Harold Hauer. I didn't die in a car accident outside Boston 11 years ago. I've been resurrected. I look pretty damn good for 94. Don't you think?
Chapter 95. Dr. Harold Hauer was alive, and he looked as though he were in his mid-40s. I was still reeling with amazement and shock as Ethan Kane began to push my wheelchair out of his office. Fast. We were going somewhere.
94 years old, and my current life expectancy is unlimited. I'm smarter than I was, too. Wish I could say the same for you, Dr. O'Neill. You obviously won't help me, so what good are you? To keep the kids in line? Maybe. So, tell me the similarities and differences between Max and the bird she physically resembles. Where does her strength come from? Her intelligence?
I will not, I said.
Fine, then. I can control the little bastards without you. So much for small minds like yours. My wife is smarter, and she's a robot.
My wheelchair was pushed into an eggshell white-painted ward full of sleeping patients. There must have been a dozen people in there, each with TPN lines dripping from IV poles. All the patients wore metal helmets hooked up to monitors positioned over their heads. Each monitor showed a different film. The films seemed to be free-flowing dramas, romances, even nature films. "What are these movies?" I asked. "What are they for?" Kane Hauer was standing at the foot of one bed, gazing up at a monitor, no longer paying attention to me.
"Oh, this is delightful,"
he said, of underwater cinematography of spectacular fish, the likes of which I'd never seen. He looked over at me.
"This is the dream room, and what you're seeing is simulated reality, a kind of human and machine collaboration. See, there are electrodes in the helmet that stimulate areas of the patient's brain. We stimulate them. Then the patient thinks or imagines or remembers, and the story that's created is more real to the patient than reality itself. You're looking at the patient's dreams."
I didn't want to be, but I was dazzled. I turned from one monitor to another, taking in the vivid images, sailboats, passionate kisses, intercourse, ballet, abstract art, raw speed, a bordello, a palace. Then, something truly obscene caught my eye. My heart began to thump so hard it caused a pain in my chest. I watched a small form in one of the beds, a girl of no more than 4 or 5. A doe and its mother were nuzzling gently on her screen. That was her dream, wasn't it? I strained to see the girl's face a little better, but I knew I'd seen it before, photographs in his office. "That's Sissy," I said. "It's your own daughter. My God, what have you done to her?" There was an embarrassed chuckle from Dr. Gould.
"Well, yes. It is the child I called Sissy, but she's not actually my daughter. This little girl has very special organs, and I'm keeping her here for a recipient in Germany."
The monster saw my look of horror and disgust.
"Don't judge me, you cow. You're starting to really piss me off."
The Q&A period was apparently over. Dr. Kane Hauer rolled my wheelchair down to the end of the nearest row of patients. Another shock. Honestly, my heart couldn't take any more of this. There, up to his armpits in crisp white sheets, was someone I wasn't sure I would ever see again. Kit. A simulated reality helmet was strapped over his head. He had a soft, dreamy look on his face. A doctor was working on him, his back to the door. On the screen, a baseball game was in progress. It was Kit's beloved Fenway Park, and I was watching from the vantage point of home plate. A ball was coming in hard and fast. "What are you doing to him?" I screamed.
"Giving him the time of his life,"
said Kane Hauer.
"And we've saved a bed for you, Frannie. Sweet dreams. Oh, and by the way, Frannie, watch this. Watch closely. Oh, doctor,"
he yelled across the room. The physician working on Kit turned to us. I nearly fainted. I don't know why I didn't. The doctor standing next to Kit was another Dr. Ethan Kane, an exact fricking replica.
"Don't be alarmed,"
the duplicate Kane spoke to me.
"I'm nobody. I'm just a clone."
Chapter 96. I was lost in wild, dizzying thoughts about what was happening. The hospital, Kane Hauer, his robot clone, Max, was she alive? And what was resurrection? Who was being resurrected? What was the meaning of the code word they had chosen to use? Suddenly, I heard the very loud buzzing of an electric gadget, followed by cold metal raking across my scalp. Then, something soft and loose was falling on my shoulders. I realized it was my own hair. They'd cut off all my hair. I was bald. An orderly slashed the duct tape holding me to the wheelchair with a box cutter, and I was roughly transferred to a stainless steel gurney. I punched out at him, but he merely laughed.
"Relax,"
he said.
"This is the fun part. Fun for me, anyway."
He jabbed me with another needle. Boom! I was out like a light. And the bastard had lied to me. No simulated reality trip for me. No helmet, no comfy bed in the dream room. The needle went into my arm, and that was it. Death, down and dirty. I rose up from the bed, or at least my spirit or soul or astral body did. I floated up to the corner of the room and hung there, face down, while the orderly drew the sheet over my face. I'd been done in. Just like that. I couldn't process my shock quickly enough. I had been alive seconds ago. Now I was dead. I hadn't said goodbye to anyone, hadn't truly prepared for this moment. I'm only 34, I thought, and tears came into my eyes. Before I could carry on like this any longer, I was drawn up through the ceiling. I felt as if there were a hand at the back of my neck, a cord in the middle of my back, attached to some winch high in the sky. I passed upward through the floor above, just the way I'd seen it done in the movies about ghosts. I was there, but not there. No one saw me, and nothing obstructed my passing as I materialized up through the reception area, where I'd been with Kit the day before. As I moved through the floors of the hospital, I felt my anguish evaporate, replaced by a peacefulness I'd never felt before. I'm not overly religious, but I do believe in God. Something or someone was pulling me now, taking me away from my earthly life and concerns. I was conscious of a lack of control, and I felt relieved to float away from my responsibilities and grief. I still loved Kit, Max, and the kids, but I couldn't take care of anyone anymore. I realized that now. My body cleared the top floor of the hospital, and I was surprised to see that it was daytime. Last night's thunderstorm had drenched the landscape. and moisture on the treetops sparkled like diamonds. I kept moving effortlessly upward, and suddenly I could see the winding country roads Kit and I had driven along so recently. The hills looked gorgeous to me, like a rumpled calico quilt spread out below. I felt the sun gently warming my back, and it was supernaturally calming. A flock of birds flew beneath me, and I could see the details of their feathers with astonishing clarity. I stretched out my arms and saw the same denim shirt I'd been wearing for days, my torn nails. These were my hands, all right. I rubbed my hand over my bald head and liked how that felt. I tried to alter my course, but there was no jet propulsion with this astral body. I moved in only one direction, and that was up. As I rose, I saw the whole of the Liberty Reservoir, and there, the city of Baltimore, its rivers leading to Chesapeake Bay. I guessed I was at 10,000 feet and rising. The landscape was in miniature, the cars teeny, the houses and other buildings dotting the countryside with toy-like precision. I was bathed in soft mist, and it felt like a blessing. I was cleansed, refreshed, redeemed. The cloud cover seemed to last for a very long time, and when it cleared, I saw that I was high out over the Atlantic Ocean. The water was aquamarine near the coastline, turning to dark navy blue, flecked with white, all of it astonishingly beautiful and real. I could see the eastern coast of the United States. God bless America. The only sound was the brush of the wind on my ears. I thought about my life, and I could remember it all. A bake sale at a church, my first kiss in Dad's barn, the deer with a broken back that I'd put to sleep. I put my arms behind my head and looked into Kit's loving eyes. I saw Max running through the woods as I'd seen her the first time. The images came and went, each with newly minted crystal clarity. I could see all the people I'd known and loved, and could feel their thoughts as well as mine. It was as if I were standing there with them, and in this way I got to say my goodbyes. But soon I tired of the Frannie's life retrospective and said goodbye to myself, to my life as a woman. Earth was growing below me, not like the satellite pictures we've all seen. This Earth filled the sky and was in sharp topographical focus. I could see the mountain ridges and the running rivers and the cities and the shifting seas. Dear God, the magnificence of our planet defies description. As for me, the former Frances Jane O'Neill, I was a tiny speck of human consciousness. I didn't know if I was falling out of the sky or going straight to heaven. Either way was okay. I knew I was going home. Chapter 97.
These had been the most intoxicating, heady days of his life, even more incredible than the time he'd faked his own death and also murdered his first wife in an automobile crash outside Boston. Resurrection was almost finished, at least the first stage, and hopefully the first of many to come. 30 new beings had been created, his creations, and now they would go out and run the world properly for the next 30 to 50 years, or possibly even longer. His world, in a manner of speaking. The chosen ones, all males, had been recuperating for 2 days, and every one of them was in good shape. Thank God none had died during surgery. Of course, he could have brought them back to life. He was a miracle maker. They were ready to go back to their home cities now and do the specific jobs they had been chosen for. The world needed continuity and stabilization before third world morons took the whole thing over, or possibly blew it up. These men, all men, were the best hope to maintain order and progress. They were the last hope. Dr. Kane Hauer believed that. Several practical problems would have to be overcome eventually, like explaining how the 30 men were able to live so long. But the masses could be prepared for that, and all the scientific wonders of a brave new world. Those were small problems for small thinkers to worry about. "God, I feel so good," he exclaimed. But something was missing, wasn't it? Imagine that. His day of days, and something was still missing. Well, he supposed that it went with the territory, being a perfectionist. He took a handful of M&Ms into his mouth, and while good for what they were, the chocolate candies didn't do the trick. He looked over at the couch in his office. The lovely Juliet sat there in an expensive blue pinstriped suit, creamy white blouse, heels. As always, his wife was stunningly perfect. She was at the hospital to assist him in saying goodbye to some of the chosen. The more family-oriented ones liked that he had a loving wife. It made them comfortable. He went over and turned the lovely and talented Juliet on. "It's a glorious day for you, isn't it?" She spoke almost immediately. "You're amazing, darling. I adore you." "So do me," he said in a thick whisper. "Right here, right now." Looking incredibly proper in her pinstriped business suit, Juliet knelt before the doctor. She used her perfect white teeth to pull down his zipper. "It would be an honor," she said, and did the work she had been created for.
Chapter 98. A saying, a truism played in Max's head. Fear is not the answer. Fear is not the answer. She woke up and realized she'd been knocked out cold for a while, maybe as much as half a day. But then she knew it had to be longer than that, maybe even a couple of days. Man, what had she missed? Her body seemed almost repaired from the gunshot wound she'd suffered when she'd escaped. Her left leg stung like crazy, but her anger had reduced the pain to something manageable. The bullet had gone through her thigh. She'd wrapped a strip from her shirt around it to stop the bleeding. She studied it now. The wound seemed okay. This is nothing, she kept telling herself, compared to what happened to Ozymandias. Get a move on, Max. Time is wasting. Go. She had quite a struggle working her way through the air ducts, crawling on her elbows and knees. After a few minutes, she shimmied down a chute to the 3rd sub-basement floor, pushed out an air vent, and dropped into a 5-sided room. The room was like an aquarium for people. It actually had glass walls which looked hurricane strength. Behind the glass was a long, dimly lit room with rows of people who seemed to be sleeping? Maybe 30 of them. Max jumped as doors swung open on the far side of the room. Her wings rustled. Then 2 female nurses entered, chatting in whispers. The nurses calmly read the monitors at the side of the beds and checked several of the patients' vitals. Who were these men in the beds? What had happened to them? If she'd been knocked out for a day or so in the air conditioning chutes, how long had they been here? More important, where were the other kids, and Frannie, Kit? One of the men began to stir. Max could hear clearly through a speaker in the ceiling. "Thirsty," he whispered in a raspy voice. "Please, a little water." One of the nurses went right to him. She poured liquid into a cup, then tilted his head so that he could drink comfortably. "There you are," she said, "Mr. President." Oh, my God. With his head tilted like that, Max could see the man's face. It wasn't the current U.S. president, it was the one 2 back. She shook her head and almost started to gasp. He had to be close to 80 now, but he looked no older than 50. How could that be? None of the men in the room looked older than that. Is this resurrection? What is it? Then more doctors and nurses began to enter the room. They were waking the patients. Something was going on. Something important. Something very bad. "Wake up, Prime Minister." "Wake up, Mr. Chairman." "Wake up, Your Excellency." "It's a brand new day. You look fantastic. All of you do. Congratulations." Chapter 99. Get help, get help, get help, get help, get help. Get out, get out, get out, get out. It was an alarm going off in her head. Blood roared in her ears. The important men in here are being given their wake-up calls. But what are they waking up to? Or are they resurrecting? Who are they? Near the entrance to the room was a peculiar set of sliding doors that looked like doors to an elevator. Max rushed to them. Panting with anxiety, she pressed the call button. Come on, come on, come on. The doors finally slid open. No one was inside. Score one for the good guys. Now what? Now where? Max ducked inside and rode the car up one story to the second sub-basement. If she remembered correctly, the animal room was there. Hopefully the other kids were too. Maybe Kit and Frannie. She got off and saw no one in the hallway. Then she heard voices. Someone coming. She needed to get out of there. Max spotted the animal room straight ahead. She raced to the door and pulled it open. She could have a heart attack any second now. That was exactly how she felt. She heard someone inside the room. Busted. "Max, you're back," Wendy called out. Then there were more familiar voices calling her name, welcoming her, and asking questions at the same time. "Shh, shh, quiet down now. I said quiet. All hell is breaking loose outside. Something gigantic is going on, and it's bad." Max hurried to open the latches on the cages. She took a few seconds to hug them all. Peter, Matthew, Wendy, and Ick. All except Ozymandias, of course. "Where were you, Max?" Matthew wanted to know. "In the air ducts, getting better. I got shot. Enough questions for now." "What's going on outside?" "Stop with the questions, Maddie." The kids looked terrible. Dirty, anxious, afraid, but especially poor Icarus, who pushed her away as she tried to carry him out of his cage. "Go away," he hissed. "Let me be, Max. Let me die here." "Ick, it's time to go, and you're going." "Leave me, please. I can't take it anymore. Leave the blind boy. I can't go on like this." "We need you, Ick. Now shape up, little buddy. Shape up, now." Max finally had to raise her voice. Icarus looked startled, but then he grinned. "That's the Max I know and love." Damn right it was. She was in charge again. Without a map, without a weapon, without a real plan, and without Kit and Frannie. She had to hurry and find them. "Matthew, you help out Ick. Peter and Wendy, stay with me," she said. "Stay close, you two." "I'm letting the lab animals out," Matthew said. "No arguments. I have to do it, Max. They're as scared as we are. They're our pals now." "Yeah, release the skitters," said Peter. "Release the hounds." Max rolled her eyes, but she had to say yes. She couldn't bear to leave them in cages either. "Let 'em out. The extra confusion might help." The two younger boys opened the chimp cages first, clowning and jabbering as if they had all the time in the world. Then Wendy let Pip out of his cage, and the beagles, too. Max opened the outside door and peered up and down the hallway. This was frickin' crazy. It was the worst yet. Cold, white, fluorescent light illuminated every corner. Soon the hallway filled with monkeys, rabbits, lab rats, and hounds. Maybe the chaos would be helpful. Their vocal cords had been severed, but their harsh, breathy bays were still audible as, noses to the ground, they seemed to pursue some mystical quarry. It was total chaos. What a mess. Insanity. But that mess was probably the best chance they were going to get right now. Max heard high-pitched female squeals as the rodents and monkeys arrived at the nurse's station. She stopped searching for Frannie and Kit for the moment. She quickly herded the kids into the elevator. It was a tight squeeze, and Pip seemed dead set against it, barking and yipping. "Shape up, dog," Max commanded, and the annoying barking stopped instantly. There were half a dozen illuminated buttons on the panel. Damn this place. I hate everything about it. She pressed the button marked U, and the elevator started to ascend, thank God. "Up is good," said little Peter. "Up is always good," said Max. Chapter 100. You must stand for unbelievably lucky, Max thought, but kept the notion to herself. She had other preoccupations right now, Frannie and Kit, the mystery men down in the recovery room, getting out of this snake pit alive, at least getting up out of the basement where Dr. Kane did all his nasty work. She reminded herself, fear is not the answer, not ever. The elevator doors opened into a long passageway, concrete on all four sides, an exit door at one end, lighting strips along the sides of the ceiling. Max didn't know where the tunnel went, but this was what she'd chosen, or had it chosen for her by fate. It could be an escape route. "Let's go," she yelled. "I said, move it or lose it, guys. Hustle your buns, now!" The kids and one small yapping terrier ran toward the far doorway, the only direction that seemed to make any sense. She had to get the kids out first. Then she'd go look for Frannie and Kit and tell them about what she'd seen. An ex-president and 20 or so of his closest friends in a post-operative state. "Please stay together and keep up. Once we're outside and I give the order, you fly as fast as your wings will take you. Fly to safety, you hear me?" "Yeah!" shouted Peter. "We fly to safety!" She heard the distinctive hum of the elevator moving downward and stop. But then the hum began again. It was coming back to their floor. Shit. Who was inside the elevator? "Faster! Faster!" she yelled as they hurried down the tunnel. "Don't fly! Yet." Max lunged for the exit door. "Please open." The door swung out into the blinding daylight, and it seemed so long since Max had seen the sun. A day? 2 days? There was a gray, galvanized metal building off to their right, an airplane hangar, and tarmac leading to a runway. An awful lot of private planes were down there. Max sought her bearings. That way was Washington, D.C. Maybe they could get help there. Maybe, maybe not. Who were the good guys in this hopeless mess? And how could she know for sure? She needed Frannie and Kit. Right now, right this instant. "All right, you two guys, show your faces." But it didn't happen. No Frannie and Kit. Her bewildering thoughts were interrupted by the sputtering sound of an engine starting outside the airplane hangar. As she watched, a small, cream-colored airplane with a red stripe along its side rolled forward, sending a flock of doves airborne. The airplane stopped, and 2 men in blue jumpsuits rolled a staircase up to the plane. A couple of the other small planes were being started up, too, a flurry of activity. Off to the left, a tunnel door opened and 2 doctors came out, each rolling a patient in a wheelchair. Then came bodyguards. Who was the patient? 2 more mysterious patients in wheelchairs were pushed out of another door, then 2 more. All in wheelchairs. All males. Was this what the wake-up call was all about? Time to go home? To do what? One of the guards spotted Max. "Hey!" he yelled. "On the roof!" Then he was talking into his headphone. The doctors stared at her briefly, then one of them helped his important patient onto the staircase leading to his jet. He looked familiar. Where had she seen him? The guard drew his gun, and the bastard fired at her, at all of them. "Get down!" Max ordered. God damn them to hell. They shoot children, the cowardly bastards. Max peered over the edge and watched as the 2 doctors followed their patient into the plane. The door swung closed, and the jet began to taxi. Max was furious. At the guards, the doctors, the patient, Dr. Ethan Kane, the whole goddamn shitty world that she and the other kids, all kids actually, had been thrown into. They will not get away with resurrection, whatever it is. They will not. She couldn't let them get away. She wouldn't. Not even one stinking plane should get airborne. "Get ready to fly out of here," she told the kids. "Those planes aren't going up. We own the sky." Then it hit her. She knew who the important patient was. Miguel Ijueras. He was supposedly one of the richest men in the world. He owned communications companies all over Central and South America. He was supposed to be a real prick, too. An awful, awful bastard. He was the patient. One of them. Who were all the rest? And what had been done to them in the operating rooms downstairs? Chapter 101. Max realized she was beyond coherent rational thought at the present time. Her fury and outrage about the death of Oz, his murder, were making up for the lack of food. Her anger filled her with a kind of heady bravery. Or stupidity. She stretched out her magnificent wings as far as they would go. 10 feet, 4 inches. The wind passed over the leading edges and pulled her upward. Max flew, and so did the others. They followed her, anywhere. No matter what side you were on, devil or angel, it was a beautiful, amazing thing to see. "The flock!" Peter and Wendy howled. "Pay attention!" Max yelled at them. She beat her wings furiously and rose even as Mr. Ijueras's private plane still taxied on the ground. It had to travel along a runway before turning south and beginning its takeoff in the direction of Washington. What had happened to Ijueras at the hospital? Why had all of these important men come here? Some of the other private planes were being boarded now. More famous patients? For sure. What the hell had happened to them? Max had a bit of a head start. The wind gusted suddenly, so when the airplane's nose lifted, she was there ahead of it. She whipped across, right in front of the cockpit. She saw a pair of totally surprised pilots. The small plane tipped back onto its left landing wheel, then quickly righted itself. "Get down!" she signaled to the pilots. "Down!" She heard yells behind her. The other kids were cheering her on, cheering for themselves as well. Then they were in a tight formation of 5, with Max in the lead. Matthew was on her left. He assumed poor, murdered Oz's position, calling out directions and commands to Ick. Wendy and Peter flew to her right. None of them were afraid. Not anymore. They dropped down near the plane, swooping and crisscrossing in front of the cockpit. Now the pilot and co-pilot looked scared. Their eyes bulged. Max signaled for them to put the plane down again. "Get down, you bastards! Don't try to take this plane up!" she yelled into the wind. Max looped over and back. She saw the pilot struggle to keep the plane's nose in the air. He was speaking into his radio. Then she heard spits of gunfire from behind. "Look out! Look out! Break formation!" she screamed at the kids. Down on the ground, armed guards had burst out of the hangar and onto the small airfield. They were shooting at them, rifles. Her keen eyesight picked out a few of the bastards who'd been chasing them since Colorado. What kind of secrets were they guarding here? What horrors? These rich bastards sure aren't here for their 6-month physicals. "Keep the plane between us and the ground," Max shouted. "Follow me, guys. Keep it tight." The small plane was gathering speed and gaining altitude. Bursts of semi-automatic gunfire creased the air, and then something went wrong. Something even Max hadn't expected. Something unthinkable. "Oh, God! Max, look!" Matthew shrieked. "They're hit! It's bad!" "Who's hit?" Max moaned and turned to check the flock. But it wasn't one of the kids. Bullets had pierced the right wing. Red and orange flames and black smoke spewed from the damaged plane. There was a loud bang, an explosion, and the engine was on fire. The cream-white plane seemed to hang in place for a sliver of a second. Then it started to plummet toward the tarmac. "Oh, be careful, be careful," Max called out. "Level off, level off. Oh, geez, don't crash." Max saw the pilot talking frantically into his headset, but the plane was nosing down. Too fast, way too fast. Then it smashed down on the airstrip. The right wing ripped entirely from the slender body, the plane shrieking like a dying animal. It cartwheeled 4 times, rolling over and over, parts flying in all directions, then came to a rest, belly up. Suddenly, it burst into flames. Black, oily smoke billowed from the mangled plane. A second bright explosion bloomed. Max could feel the searing heat of the fire high up in the sky. Oh, God, what had she done? Mr. Ijueras and his doctors had to be dead, blown up or cooked. She and the other children dropped closer to the ground and watched as a bright orange truck sped out from a maintenance shed. Almost simultaneously, doors opened from the south wing of the hospital. Personnel streamed toward the fallen aircraft from the other private planes. Matthew saw him first and pointed. "There, Max! Over there!" Dr. Ethan Kane stood alone behind the crowd, staring at the catastrophe. He wore a black windbreaker over a white shirt and a long-billed baseball hat with the words Pebble Beach on the front, the same one he'd had on when he'd abducted them from Alma's Valley Rest. It was the first time Max had seen the prideful doctor without his nasty smile of superiority. He was shaking his head in disbelief. "I'm still gonna break your neck," Max muttered. "That's a promise, you murdering bastard." Chapter 102. Max exploded down toward the wretched excuse for a human being, much less a doctor. But even as she did, she couldn't help thinking about Oz. This was how he had died, reckless and ego-driven. She knew better. She'd already seen how this movie ended. Badly. Horribly. So she waved off the other kids and shouted, "That's an order! Get out of here!" And they split away from her like the good kids they were. That wasn't the only reason. The fire in her voice scared them. Max continued on alone, a dive bomber focused on a target. Kamikaze? Suicidal? Well, maybe. After all, she wanted to join Ozymandias more than anything. Dr. Kane saw her coming, and he waved her on. "Yes, come on, Max. Let's have a go at it. Let's end this right here." He was reckless and ego-driven, too. Apparently unafraid of the heat-seeking missile roaring down the runway at him. I want to break his neck so badly, Max thought. And she'd promised Oz. But she pulled up hard and fast. She landed just a dozen yards or so from Ethan Kane. She was breathing fast. "So what happened to your great goddamn resurrection? Is this it? Those pathetic men? What's so special about them?"
They are indeed special.
Kane's voice was a low growl into the wind.
They're what's needed to see us through this century, and now they'll live for most of it, and the world will be a better place. It might even survive. I've seen to that. I did it. But more to the point, Max, I know a secret about you. It's really juicy. Want me to tell you?
I don't want anything from you. Max shook her head and looked at the old white men near their company expense planes, the so-called special ones. Some were in wheelchairs, some lay on gurneys, recuperating, but most were up and walking. They glared at her, as if they knew what she represented, the threat that she could be.
"Kill her now!"
one of them shouted and shook his fist over his head.
"Get rid of her!"
Max looked at Ethan Kane and shook her head. "They're not the future," she said. "It would be too awful." She flapped her wings and flew straight at Ethan Kane again. She screamed at the top of her voice, "You killed Ozymandias!" Kane pulled out a gun, almost got it in shooting position, but he was an instant too late. Max went for his head, his precious head, and she hit it full force with an outstretched wing. She clotheslined the creepy bastard, blasted him with all her speed and strength. He was still standing, and Max thought, that's not right. That's definitely wrong. She tried to figure out what had just happened. Couldn't. And then Max saw something that seemed impossible. Kane's head hung down sideways on one shoulder, as if his neck was broken. It was so weird. He was still talking.
"You can't stop this, or me,"
Kane told her.
"Do you understand? Do you get it, Maximum?"
She hit him again. Maximum force. Finally, Kane crumpled to the ground, but he was still talking.
"I'm not Ethan Kane, you little freak. I'm a clone. You can't stop what's going to happen. You can't stop the future."
And with those words, the horrible creation, the clone of Dr. Kane, fell over dead. Max stared at the crumpled body in disbelief. Talk about freaks, she finally muttered. Chapter 103. A silent scream was inside me. No, no, no. Turn the glorious stars back on. Turn them on. My God, the sun is so bright, so magnificent. Suddenly, overhead lights just about blinded me. 2 or 3 nurses were patting and shaking me all over. An oxygen mask was rudely slapped on my face. Shit. I was still alive. I wasn't on the stairway to heaven after all. I heard someone repeating my name, and when I turned my head, I saw none other than Kit. He gently put his hand in mine, squeezed. I squeezed back. Yep, he was real. I realized that his head of beautiful blonde hair was shaved. God, so was mine. "Wah!" I said. "Your hair!" "I love you too, Baldy," Kit whispered. "Welcome back to the planet, Frannie." "Oh, it's good to be here. Kind of, anyway. Except that my simulated reality heaven had been such a trip. We were in the dream room, the same ward I had seen through the glass wall, a day before, whenever. There were still about half a dozen patients in headgear, wired up to flickering overhead monitors and a lot of other expensive equipment. Cardiac monitors, respirators, arterial lines. But no Dr. Ethan Kane, goddamn him to hell. No 94-year-old Harold Hauer. I heard a loud ruckus, a stampede of hurrying footsteps out in the hallway. Then I saw the kids. I quickly counted noses. Max and Wendy and Ick and Matthew and little Peter swarmed around my bed, their faces pushed up against mine. They were cooing, and it had to be the sweetest sound in the world. "Hello, Mama," said Wendy, and I almost lost it right there. Then I did lose it. Big time. I sobbed and tried to hold all 5 of them at once and nearly succeeded. Then I took things a little slower. One darling face at a time. Max was smudged with soot, and dried blood caked one leg of her blue jeans, but she had a luminous smile. She hugged me, and I hugged her back. It was just about the best hugging ever. "We made it," I finally said. "Not everybody," Max said, and shook her head. I knew she was talking about Ozymandias. "But I did get Ethan Kane. He's dead, Frannie. He won't hurt us again. I knocked his head off." I put my hand to Max's tangled hair, and as I did, I saw that I wore a plastic bracelet. There was one very creepy word written on the plastic in fat, black letters. Donor. Chapter 104. Something very bad happened next. Something unthinkable, and also scary as hell, or scarier, as if there was anything unusual in that, as if I ought to be surprised. Nothing was written by the press about resurrection, or the powerful men who had obviously been involved. Not one word in a major newspaper or magazine. It was as if it had never happened, as if we hadn't seen what we'd seen, as if we'd made it all up. I'm not real big on conspiracy theories or paranoia. At least I wasn't until I saw what was happening. Not one word. Some of you might say, "That's unbelievable." All I can say is, where have you been lately? And get your head out of the sand. Truth is not at a premium these days. Haven't you noticed? Not one word. Dr. Ethan Kane, Harold Hauer, believed he had changed the world for the rest of the century, but no one in the press seemed to notice or care, or maybe believe that monstrous things had happened. Just as they had failed to notice the importance of biotechnology in the years leading up to now, that biotechnology is our future, a done deal, written in stone by someone, and not anyone you or I know. Crazy things happened after I was set free, too. The men whom we saw with our own eyes at the hospital denied they were there and seemed to have alibis, every one of them. What we had seen on the lower floor at the hospital, gutted corpses, fetuses in bottles, incredible high-tech machinery, was all gone by the time law enforcement agencies went inside to look. The body of Ethan Kane, Harold Hauer, was gone. Or so they said. So they said. Finally, and maybe most disturbing of all, the body of Ozymandias had disappeared as well. The only stories, the only ones, were the hoked-up ones in the sensationalist tabloids. Now what the hell did that say about the current state of the world? And besides, stories in the tabloid guaranteed that nobody would believe what had happened, what we had seen. Another month passed, and nothing too terribly earth-shakingly insane, rambunctious, chaotic, or particularly dangerous happened. There was still no exposure about the hospital or what had happened there. Kid and I went back to Denver. One more time, with feeling, we had decided to fight for custody of the children, the 5 who had survived. We vowed to keep them safe, and the children promised to do the same for us. We solemnly promised, we made pinky swears, that we would get to the lake house again, at least one more time. Chapter 105. It was only a hearing, but Judge Dwyer had promised us he would review his previous decision, and our lawyer was holding him to his word. So were the children. On a scale of 1 to 10, the local media hullabaloo was nudging 100, and Bannock Street was crowded beyond belief, certainly beyond capacity. Everyone wanted a piece of this story. To hell with resurrection and whatever else Ethan Kane had done at Liberty General Hospital. The public couldn't get enough of the bird kids. Of course, neither could Kit and I. We hurriedly made our way to courtroom 19. Kit wore a navy blue jacket, white dress shirt, gray wool pants. He looked good, a hint of Tom Cruise cockiness, a dash of Harrison Ford slyness, something kind of neat like that. I had on a forest green sweater dress and high black boots, and hoped that I looked like an adult. A hint of J.C. Penney, a dash of Dillard. Kit and I had both grown half an inch of brand new hair, giving us a prisoner of war look that our lawyer said couldn't hurt. We exchanged falsely cheerful hellos with Jeffrey, our faithful legal pit bull, then found 2 seats on the left side of the oak-paneled courtroom. Our old antagonist, Catherine Fitzgibbons, dressed in serious black, was going over her notes across the aisle. The bitch of the Rockies looked ready for us. Soon the children would arrive, with their other families, their biological ones. Also expected was the mother of Ozymandias, who would testify against Kit and me. This was the hearing's 2nd day, actually. The first day had been intense, to say the least. Catherine Fitzgibbons, speaking for the parents, had ranted, stabbed the air, and laced her arguments with hurtful accusations aimed at Kit and me. She had her shining moment when she spun on her well-turned heel, pointed at us, and shouted, "Judge, if those 2 hadn't kidnapped Oz, he would be alive today." Jeffrey Cussoff shot out of his seat. "I object, Your Honor, on the grounds that opposing counsel is out of her mind, and she's also dead wrong. Was she there?" "Sustained," said the judge, "and both of you cut it out." Meanwhile, I had looked over at the kids and saw tears streaming down Max's cheeks. I knew she couldn't take this arguing about Ozymandias much longer. It was so cruel, so heartless and wrong, but that was our legal system, wasn't it? Anything goes. The end of civility, manners, maybe even civilization. Then Jeffrey Cussoff delivered our argument with great fire and resolve and, I thought, intelligence and wisdom. He told the judge that the parents were laboring under the erroneous notion that their kids were normal, when they clearly were not. The kids were unique and had unique needs, and the parents hadn't been able to fulfill those needs. Wasn't it true that armed men had attacked Max and Matthew Marshall in their own home? And what had Terry and Art been able to do? Nothing. They slept through it. On that second morning, I glanced up at the large, oak-framed schoolhouse clock on the southern wall of the courtroom. In about 5 minutes, the judge would speak, or so we'd been told. What would Judge Dwyer say? Could the ruling possibly go our way? I doubted it, but we had to take our shot. The atmosphere was heating up and getting ready to boil over. Every time the doors opened, more people poured in. Suddenly, the kids, along with their lawyers and parents, filed into the room for the second day. As always, Max, Matthew, Ick, Peter, and Wendy were magnificent to behold. They were also the best kids in the whole wide world and deserved better than this public fiasco. "Frannie, Kid, hey, hey," they called and waved to us. "We love you guys, we miss you." "We love you too," I called. "Hugs and kisses." Long live sentimentalism. "Hello, Mama," Wendy cooed. She was my baby, my sweetheart of sweethearts, my little girl. I shot a grin and a thumbs up as they climbed, jumped, and flew into their seats. Then a solemn hush fell over the court. The bailiff took his place beside the bench and called the room to order. "All rise." The judge entered from his chambers, and I swear he looked older than he had just yesterday. His wispy gray hair was flying everywhere, and his aged face seemed about ready to cave in. "Hear ye, hear ye. The court is now in session, the Honorable Judge James Randolph Dwyer presiding." The judge dropped onto his chair. "Please be seated," he said. "Please." The room became so still, it was as if all the sound in the world had been turned off. It almost seemed a trick of nature. Judge Dwyer's voice was the only one that mattered. I could just about tell from the look on his face that he'd already made his decision. I prayed to whoever was listening that it was the right one for everyone involved. "They can't take these kids away from us again," I whispered against Kit's cheek. "They can't, can they?" Then Kit turned and looked me in the eye. His gaze was absolutely steely. "We're going to be a family again. I promise you, Frances Jane." Chapter 106. There had been several times in the past few weeks when I'd involuntarily called up the images of my simulated reality dream. Apparently, new neural pathways had been burned into my brain by that incredible vision of the Earth. And sometimes, remembering the awe-inspiring perspective from outer space was the only way I could find a center of calm. I called upon it now, as Judge Dwyer cast his heavy gray eyes around his courtroom. He caught my eyes, and oh my God, the great man smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, and children," the judge said in his deep, resonant voice, "this has been the hardest case I've ever adjudicated, and all of you know why. Alexander Solzhenitsyn once said, 'One can build the Empire State Building, discipline the Prussian army, make a state hierarchy mightier than God, yet fail to overcome the unaccountable superiority of certain human beings.' Harold Hauer thought he could destroy and manipulate human life with criminal impunity. A while back, other scientists right here in Colorado apparently believed the same thing. Now, I've been charged with deciding the fate of these delightful children. All of the parties, Agent Brennan and Dr. O'Neill, the natural parents and especially the children, have exhibited extraordinary and unparalleled courage. I want to reward this courage equitably, to make everyone happy, and that, of course, is impossible." There was a rolling rumble from the gallery as people turned to one another to mutter their predictions. Judge Dwyer loudly banged his gavel, calling out, "Order, please." In the chastened silence that followed, he continued, "The laws of the state of Colorado are clear. The best interest of the child is paramount. The law also usually falls on the side of the parents. The parents of these children may not be prepared for what the future holds for Max, Matthew, Icarus, Peter, and Wendy. But is anyone? I honestly don't know the answer to that. In any event, the parents of these children have demonstrated parental excellence. I asked myself over and over, how could I deprive them or their children of familial bonds? I edged myself into Kit's shoulder and felt as if I was going to cry. My heart was breaking. It seemed clear to me what Judge Dwyer would say next. I tried to prepare myself, but I just couldn't. Not again. The judge continued. While I deliberated, I remembered something that Max had said to me at the time of the first hearing. She said, "I know you're a good guy, but you've made a mistake. You're only human, right? And that's the problem, Judge. We're not." I had pulled my face out of the crook of Kit's shoulder. I had also inched up toward the edge of my seat. Judge Dwyer stopped for a breath, then went on. "Well, I am only human. Maybe no one but the 5 of you kids can truly understand that you are a flock and that you need to be together, and that Frannie and Kit are Mama and Papa for you. I don't know if I completely understand it, Max, but that's what I believe. And so, that is the judgment of this court. The children will go with Frannie and Kit. You're a flock again. You're also a family. Be a great flock and a great family. I'm pretty sure you will be." The courtroom erupted in noise, which was mostly applause, and then the kids were all over Kit and me. "We're a flock and a family," Peter yelled for all to hear. "Victory lap!" And then the amazing kids flew once, twice, 3 times around the room. Epilogue. The Lake House. Chapter 107. And so, the 7 of us finally went home. Isn't that something? The lake house was where we had gone with the kids after we helped them escape from the dreaded school. It was secluded, high on a picture postcard mountainside overlooking our own private lake. I won't tell you where it is exactly. It's safer that way. Leave it at this. The kids love it, and so do Kit and I. My mother used to always say that there are 2 important things you can give to your children. One is roots, and the other is wings. I agree with that wholeheartedly. That was my plan, roots and wings. Then one afternoon, I was toasting marshmallows in the fireplace with Wendy as feathery flakes of snow drifted across the sky. Kit and the boys were watching a couple of college football teams trash each other on the 51-inch Sony. They were cheering for the Buffaloes, whoever the Buffaloes were, probably the University of Colorado. Out of the blue, a nagging thought crossed my mind. Max had been in her room almost all day, ever since just past breakfast. I worried that maybe something was wrong. Then I thought I knew what it was. She was missing Ozymandias again. We all were, of course. He was such a great boy, so much potential. Every time I thought about Oz, I choked up myself. Max's room was upstairs in the southeast corner, and it had a special view of the quarry, the lake, and the woods. I went up there on tippy-toes. At the door, I thought I heard her moan. What is going on in there? What now? Every one of us has had night terrors and waking nightmares. Post-traumatic stress disorder that just wouldn't quit. The most graphic scenes from the hospital and the school were still with us. They always would be. "Max, you okay in there?" I called out. "Max, sweetie?" She didn't answer. So I opened the bedroom door a crack and peeked inside. I relaxed as I saw Max in bed under a lot of fluffy covers. She stretched out a hand and beckoned. "Frannie, come in. Please, Mama, I need to talk to you." "Okay, I'm right here." I shut the door behind me. I could see that Max was flushed. She was perspiring. Then, to my shock, I saw blood on her outstretched fingers. "I need your help, Frannie. I really need you right now, seriously." I clamped down on my fear as I walked across the creaking bedroom floor. I dragged a chair up to Max's bedside and sat beside her. "I'm here." I put my hand on her forehead. She was extraordinarily warm. Her long hair was matted and damp. The doctor and me began to take over. "Honey, what's the matter with you? What are you feeling? How long have you had a fever? Talk to me." "I'm not exactly sick, Frannie. I've just been working real hard," Max said. I must have had a puzzled look on my face. "Labor," she said. "Labor is hard work. I had some babies." I gasped when I finally understood. I think I almost fainted. "Oh, Max, why didn't you tell me? Oh, Max, sweetheart. Oh, Max, oh, God, Max." She shrugged and then said, "I wanted this to be private, but I'm really glad you're here, Frannie. Just us two girls." "Just the two of us," I promised. Now I stared at a miracle never before seen in this world. At least, I didn't expect so. My God. Snuggled right up next to Max's body, lying in the crook of her arm, were two magnificent human eggs. Oh, Max. The eggs were quite large, the shells ivory white with a pearly pink sheen. They looked to be 3 or 4 pounds, and the sight of them made me weak with tenderness. I imagined Max's precious babies inside the eggs, their arms and legs tucked in the fetal position. 2 beautiful babies with wings. "You're going to be a mother," I whispered. "This is so beautiful." Then I started to choke up. "They're mine with Ozymandias," Max said, still whispering. "I have to keep them warm. I don't know why I know that, but I do. Oh, I wish Oz were here to see this." I reached out and gently put my arms around Max, holding her, calling her name. I felt tears rolling down my cheeks. Max's face was so joyful and radiant, so full of hope, and then she whispered, "Aren't they just the most beautiful things? Isn't life a miracle sometimes?" "Okay, you can call the other kids now, and Kit. This is gonna blow all their minds, isn't it? I'm going to be a mother." Chapter 108. Over the next few weeks, Max began to learn real honest-to-God patience for the first time in her life. She was going to be a mom, and she'd need it. It was so quiet in her part of the house that sometimes she thought she might be going a little mad. Gone. Her mind was frayed from being alone too much, watching and nursing her eggs every minute, thinking about Oz constantly, missing him so much that it hurt, constantly and forever. But she had good reason to be extra watchful and careful. She was going to be a mother, and her children were going to be very special. Of course, Max knew, just about every mother felt that same way. She was all cozied up in bed, rereading The Hobbit by candlelight, when she heard a creak coming from the deck right outside her bedroom window. Strange. What was that? Perhaps the low, steady whistle of the wind had frightened an animal. There were plenty of critters out there, skittering here and there in the woods. If anything, her superior hearing was better than ever. She touched the eggs with her fingertips. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Going, gone. Max couldn't take her eyes off the 2 eggs. The babies were growing bigger day by day. They were also starting to move now. She could see their shapes pressed up against the shells. That got her every time. She was going to be a mom. Max blew out the candle, lay very still, and listened again. She heard the same funny creak again. Probably nothing. It was like the sound of a branch or the wind pushing at the deck. But there were no overhanging branches out there. Were there? No. The creak was more like a damn footstep. Out on the deck. A footstep she was imagining in her head? A boogeyman footstep? A fantasy footstep? Max held her breath and listened closely again. This was too dopey for words. Finally, she slipped out of bed. Even dopier. She moved 3 paces to the window, waited, then parted the white eyelet curtains Frannie had made for her. She looked out onto the 2nd-story deck. Then Max jumped back. She was staring into another pair of eyes. Eyes she knew and hated. A face she knew and hated. "Yes, it's me," the mouth formed words. "Hello, Max. I've come for you." The window broke inward as a gloved fist smashed through it. Shattered glass rained around her. Then Dr. Ethan Kane, Harold Hauer, burst into the room, and she knew this just had to be a dream, like really bad simulated reality. But it wasn't. He was alive. He was in her bedroom. He had come for her and the eggs. Chapter 109. "Get out of here!" Max shrieked. But Hauer grabbed her around the waist and threw her backward toward the bed. He had a scalpel in his hand, and he was strong, much more so than normal men. He wasn't normal. Of course he wasn't. He had made himself over. He was the first to experience resurrection. He was the new Frankenstein. Max twisted her body as she fell to avoid the pillow nest she'd made for her babies. She just missed crushing the eggs. When she lifted her head, there was a sharp blade pressing into her throat. Hauer's free hand covered her nose and mouth. He was suffocating her. Did he even know how strong he was?
Why, hello, Max. So nice to see you again, dear girl. Yes, I'm alive. You killed a clone, Max, not me. Of course, you probably know that.
Then he warned.
Don't you dare move, you fine feathered freak. Don't even think of screaming for help, because I'll kill them too. In the blink of an eye. Fight me and I'll kill you. You'll die without seeing your babies. You're smart. You understand me, don't you?
Max nodded. Her lungs were aching. She needed air. Hauer finally took his hand from Max's mouth, and she actually growled, a sound she'd never, ever made before. "You're the freak. Godless creep. What do you want?"
Well, I've come for a few of my papers, which Frances Jane apparently swiped. And the eggs, of course. I've come for your eggs, Max.
"You can't have them," Max hissed. "I'll die first." Hauer shrugged.
It doesn't matter to me. You die, you live. Either way, I have your precious eggs. I am Harold Hauer, not a clone. Do you know why I'm here, Max? Do you know why I kept you alive all this time? Want to know the big secret? You're even bigger than resurrection. Really and truly, you are. These eggs were more important than anything I've done. I've seen the future, Max, and it flies.
Max couldn't speak at first. Finally, she understood why she'd been kept alive. "I've seen the future, and it flies." "You're a sick ghoul," she finally said. Then Max found herself making the terrible growling sound again. What was that noise, anyway? Her way of protecting the eggs?
You're incorrigible, hopeless. I should have done this at the hospital. Die, you little twit.
"I don't feel like it," Max shouted. She kicked out and sent the doctor reeling against her dresser. He recovered quickly, though. Bear-like, he shook himself off and laughed, just as that robot's head had laughed when it hung down, broken on the airport runway. The same laugh, note for note. He cursed and felt around for the scalpel in the darkened room. Found it in a fold of the scatter rug.
Dead or alive?
He asked as he showed Max the sharp blade.
It's your choice.
"I choose my babies," said Max. She spread her wings, making a wall of feathers and bone between Hauer and her eggs. "Get out of here! Get out of here now!" she screamed. "I'll kill you, Hauer, Kane, whatever your name is, you creepy bastard. Get away from my babies!" He rushed her, and Max sidestepped the attack. Barely. He was quick, too. She reached out and grasped for something. What? She felt a brass candle holder. She swung it very hard, very fast, very accurately, too. There was a solid crunch as the heavy object connected with Dr. Hauer's skull. She'd heard him. He moaned and fell against her, pulling at Max with the full weight of his body, dragging her toward the far wall. "Let go! Don't touch me!"
You little son of a bitch.
He groaned through gritted teeth.
I'll show you something. I'll show you pain, then death.
Max heard yells and footsteps in the house. Frannie and Kit were coming, running, the kids too. Howard was so strong, though. Obviously something else he'd engineered in his lab. He was relentlessly pushing her backward. Max lost her footing. She was going down. She was falling right through the broken window behind her. No way to stop it. She reached out for something, anything. Grabbed Dr. Howard with both hands, held onto him for dear life. "You're coming, too." The bedroom was only on the second floor. That was the good news. The bad part was that her window overlooked a steep cliff, a drop of another 120 feet into the woods, which were so far below. Max and Dr. Howard crashed through the picture window and fell several feet together. Then she let him go. Just like that. Say goodbye to old rubbish. Max flapped her wings furiously, struggled, but then hovered as she watched the screeching doctor falling to the forest floor far below. He spiraled, he cartwheeled, he dived. He didn't laugh like the robot. It took a few seconds that seemed so much longer.
"Help me, Max!"
Maybe she would have if she could, but she couldn't dive and swoop up his falling body, even if she'd wanted to. She saw him hit a tree, then carom to the ground with a sickening thud. Then he lay very still, crumpled, twisted, still. As she had hoped, as she'd solemnly promised Ozymandias, she'd broken the bastard's neck. Dr. Harold Howard, 94 years old, was finally dead. Good riddance to the human monster, the creep of creeps, the sick prick. The real deal, the real person was dead as dog shit down there. Max whispered, "I've seen the future too, and you're not in it." She finally had to look away. She caught a breath and then flapped her wings and took off toward the bedroom window of the house. Frannie and Kit were up there with the other kids, and also her precious babies, her eggs. Less than 4 weeks later, they were born, in the perfect spot, the lake house. A boy and a girl, just what she wanted. The most special and beautiful babies in the whole world. Tiny infants with gossamer wings like angels. Maybe they were angels. Frances Jane and Ozymandias. She couldn't wait to teach them to fly.
This has been a Time Warner Audiobooks production of The Lake House, written by James Patterson and read by Hope Davis and Stephen Lang. Executive producer Maya Thomas. Produced and directed by Kevin Thompson. Production supervised by Dennis Kao. The Lake House is also available in hardcover from Little Brown and Company. To listen to samples, read more about the authors, learn about digital audio, and buy digital audio books, please visit Time Warner Audiobooks websites at twbookmark.com and mytimewarneraudio.com. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.
Chapter 64. Discretion was absolutely critical. Nothing could go wrong from this moment on. The serious mistakes of the past day were already being rectified. Damage control was being done. The important visitors had begun to arrive in the greater Denver area as inconspicuously as possible. Painstaking thought and planning had gone into every facet of their individual journeys, but especially into keeping their presence here a secret, not only from the world at large, but from their business associates, even from their families. Each of them knew what was at stake. Each understood that this was a profound moment and that they were privileged to be a part of it, even by their high standards of privilege. And each knew the personal, tremendous risks if they were caught. There would be convincing denials, but ultimately they would be left out to hang. Two of the principals came as a married couple, which was the simplest and the best possible disguise. The largest group was comprised of 4 German males who claimed to be enthusiastic freshwater fishermen bound for fly fishing along the Continental Divide. 2 travelers came from a major corporation in Tokyo. If anybody asked, they were here to see the Colorado Shakespeare Festival. They were staying at the Boulder Victoria Historic Inn and taking roll after roll of photos like stereotypical tourists. Another man represented one of the largest and most important corporations in France. According to his story, he was there to visit the Chautauqua Music Fest and also the Niwot Ragtime Festival. The visitors had agreed to stay in small surrounding towns with names like Lafayette, Nederland, Louisville, Longmont, Black Hawk. The married couple, who were from London, camped out, roughed it American style, in a tent at Rocky Mountain National Park, about 50 miles to the northwest of Boulder. An important CEO from Bernardsville, New Jersey, stayed at the splendid and quite beautiful Gold Lake Mountain Resort. Each visitor had been assigned to a specific Colorado town. They had been requested to dress and act like vacationers, to stay in smallish lodges and inns like the Black Dog Bed and Breakfast, the Hotel Boulderado, the Briar Rose. As important as each of the visitors was in their own sphere of influence, they did exactly as they were told. They could see the larger picture. The history of humans was about to change. Chapter 65. There could be no evidence. There could be no witnesses. Harding Thomas led a dozen hunters walking the grid from Rough Rider Road out toward the Peak-to-Peak Highway. They had dogs now, hounds stoked on the scent of the winged girl. The paired men and dogs were placed 10 feet apart. They marked off parallel lines as they cut back and forth through the woods. They were mostly former Army officers. They chose to believe this exercise was in the spirit of national defense, and maybe even America's survival. When they had walked the full length of the grid, they stepped out of it. Then they would mark the next section. They methodically searched grid after grid for any traces of the missing girl. They didn't speak or joke around or even light up smokes today. The only sounds were their heavy boots trampling the underbrush and the constant snuffling of the frantic, overtrained hounds. On the other side of the Peak-to-Peak were the impressive foothills of the Rockies. 2 choppers were presently scouting up there. They were equipped with infrared equipment that could scan wide swaths of the landscape below. It reported back on a view screen every warm-blooded creature that it passed over. Deer, moose, bears, rabbits, birds, all creatures great and small. The girl wouldn't get away now. There was 0 chance. 0 possibility. She couldn't hide from the infrared for much longer, or from the hunters, the methodical trackers, the trained dogs. But somehow that's exactly what she was doing so far. The girl seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They'd been out here for several hours. The sun was going down in a hurry. It didn't matter. The intense search would continue through the night if necessary. More help had already been called in. Very worried and concerned doctors and researchers from the Denver and Boulder area. Men and women who worked at the school and could be trusted with the truth. They already had a cover story, and it was the best kind because it happened to be true. They were searching for a young girl who was lost in the woods. Max was now a threat to everything. Chapter 66. I felt as if I desperately needed to come up for air. I simply couldn't breathe. Kit had suggested that I go about my normal business for a couple of hours, take a break, and I figured that was a good idea. Jillian and I had agreed to get together again soon anyway. We'd made plans the night Frank McDonough drowned in his pool. Jillian had even made me promise to come. The circumstances of Frank's death still upset me terribly. I just couldn't imagine Frank drowning. One of the reasons I don't go to her house more often is that it's about an hour ride. On the trip there, I started to have some really bad thoughts. First, David had died. Then it had been Frank. Now I started to worry about Jillian. There wasn't any logical reason for my fears, but I had this feeling she might be in danger. As I drove, I had the unwelcome fantasy that I might arrive at her house and find police cars and EMS. The only saving grace was that I knew it wasn't likely. But then neither was David's death, or Frank's. I put my mind in a more positive place. Mind over paranoia. Visiting with Jillian was always one of the high points in my week. After David's death, no one had been more supportive, more of a friend, not even my sister Carol. I could talk to Jillian for hours, even over the phone, but in person was always the best. Jillian had lost her husband about 2 years earlier. That was part of our bond, but it was so much more now. By the time I got to her house in the hills, I was more hyper and anxious than I thought I'd be. One tricky thing. Kit had sworn me to secrecy about the girl. Although I felt he was right to keep Max a secret for now, it was going to be a challenge to see Jillian and not talk, not tell her about the extraordinary girl. Not telling almost seemed like lying. Actually, I wanted to see if I could get some information from her. Jillian is good people, very down-to-earth, but she has a medical degree from UCLA and a PhD in biology from Stanford. She's an encyclopedia, not just on science topics, but also economics, astronomy, the Denver Nuggets, Colorado Rockies, you name it, Jillian knows it. She's also a terrific mom, and that's probably what I like best about her. I could see her now. She was safe and sound. I could see her little boy Michael splashing in the pool as I climbed out of my car. I felt better already. Breathe. In with the good, out with the bad, I told myself. But it was easier said than done. "Did you bring a bathing suit?" Jillian asked. She was wearing a blue and black striped Speedo, and she was in terrific shape for 51. She runs 5 miles a day, and has for the past 30 years. When she was in her 40s, she ran in the New York City Marathon. "As a matter of fact, I did bring a suit," I said, and stripped off my blouse and shorts to prove it. I had on a red and white striped one-piece that I liked well enough. Jillian whistled and clapped her hands. She's a terrific cheerleader. "Look at you. Frannie, you look great." I rolled my head around loosely on my shoulders and did my best Jimmy Stewart. Heck, begum, begosh. Been hiking and stuff, you know. Busy at the critter hospital. Guess I lost a few pounds somewhere. Begolly. "Listen to you. Something else is different," Jillian said, and laughed. She has a big, toothy smile that I find quite wonderful. "Did you color your hair, Dr. O'Neill? If you did, it looks great. There's definitely something going on." "There certainly is, Jill. I'm just sorry I can't tell you what it is." A blond boy of 4 emerged from the pool, looking all slick and silly. He ran to his mom, interrupting our talk, but doing it so innocently it was charming and sweet. Michael was only 2 when his father had died of a coronary in his office at Boulder Community. He was growing up beautifully, anyway. "What, Doodlebug?" she said. "Say hello to Aunt Frannie." "Hi, Aunt Frannie," Michael beamed. I bent down and he kissed me. He is a beautiful little doodlebug. "I'm playing seal," Michael announced. "My seal name is Blacknose. This," he said, pointing to an inflatable raft, "is Iceland. Cool, huh?" "Iceland is very cool," I said, and grinned. We watched as Michael dived from the low board and slipped perfectly into the water without a splash. "He's so cute," I told her. Jillian looked at me again. She stared into my eyes, and something clicked. I could see her mind working. "You're in love," she said accusingly. "Yes, you are, I'm sure of it." "Nope, no way. Get out of here," I said, and made a face. "You are, too. Now you tell me this instant—" "What, Michael?" "Okay, I'll time you. Don't you go anywhere," she said to me. "I'm onto your game." Jillian marched to the deep end of the pool. She really was in excellent shape. She held a watch out in front of her. "On your mark, get set, go for it." Black-Nose the seal did another dive. He swam nearly half the length of the pool underwater, right under Iceland. He finally surfaced. I was feeling a little giddy. God, did I have news. I wanted to shout out to my friend, "Want to hear about another great kid? An amazing little girl. I'll tell you about a girl who's sweet and funny and who can skim the treetops without breathing hard." "So, Frannie, tell all. You'd better tell me what's going on with you," Jillian said, as she returned to the deck chair beside me. "'Cause I'm going to find out. You know I will. Talk to me. Confess." "Well," I said, "in that case I'll spare myself. I might be a little in love." I told her all about Kit, at least what I could tell. I left out the part about our finding Max, of course, and I also didn't mention that he was with the FBI. Chapter 67. Kit was worried, even more uptight than he'd been, but he was definitely feeling sick to his stomach. He had what he jokingly called FBI stomach, a recognizable queasiness, a tenderness and weakness that belied the hardness of his gut. He'd been hanging out with little Max all day, playing it as cool as he possibly could. He had hoped she'd drop some information about where she had come from. She hadn't so far. He had checked in with Peter Stricker's office, and they hadn't come up with a whole hell of a lot about Dr. Frank McDonough, other than that he had once worked with James Kim in California, which Kit knew already. Actually, he had called in just about every favor he could in Washington and Quantico, but nothing he found out was too helpful. This wasn't good. He was in an extremely tough place now. He ought to tell Stricker about Max, but something inside him told him not to do it yet. Call it his sixth sense. Call it certifiable insanity, or death wish for his career. Whatever the name, it was an emotional component that the Bureau wasn't as high on as he was. He understood that a lot of people wouldn't have agreed with his thinking, but they hadn't observed how the Bureau had treated this case. They hadn't been there. They hadn't seen the disparaging look on Peter Stricker's face or the cynicism in his voice. After Frannie returned from her friend Jillian's house, they ate another pasta dinner with Max. Frannie definitely seemed more relaxed. They took a moonlit walk in the woods later that night. Max knew the names for most of the trees they passed, the flowers, shrubs. She seemed to like to talk once she got started. "Impressive," Frannie told her. "You know more about these woods than I do." "I read a lot," Max said and shrugged, "and I retain information." "Did you go to classes at the school?" Kit asked as they circled back toward the cabin. The moon was a large white plate looming over the dark treetops. "What do you think?" Max answered with a question. Then she scooted on ahead of them, walking, not flying. "I've got an idea," Kit offered when they got close to the cabin. "Let's all go for a car ride. See the sights a little. What do you say, Max?" "I love that idea," Max said, and seemed terrifically excited. Her green eyes beamed. She jumped into the air and stayed up. "I've never been in a car before, never in my whole life." Chapter 68. The Jeep held the three of us in front. Since it was already past midnight, Kit figured he would be safe enough. On the way out of Bear Bluff, there wasn't another car on the road. So far, so good. Max was positively radiant as she peered out through the windows. A little more than an hour later, we entered the city of Denver, which at that time of night was pretty much shut down. I knew the glittering skyline very well. The Daniels and Fisher Tower, modeled after the Venetian campanile, pierced the darkened sky. So did the state capitol, a federal revival-style building with a gold-leafed dome. The beautiful Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception was framed up ahead, and clearly visible, even at night, was the looming and magnificent Front Range of the Rockies. I think Kit was trying to get on Max's good side, and maybe it was working out. We were taking a small risk, coming here late at night, we knew, but not too much of one. I watched Max out of the corner of my eye. She kept shaking her head in utter amazement and awe. Look at the buildings, the lights, the everything. I never knew there were so many tall buildings in the whole wide world. Kit and I pointed out the McNichols Sports Arena, Larimer Square, the Mile High Stadium. Max made Kit stop the Jeep so she could look at a red brick school building covered with expressive, very colorful murals. A school. A nice, peaceful one. She'd never been in a city, but she knew a lot about them. She'd learned about them reading books at the school. She was having the adventure of a lifetime. She was taking in a lot of new information and retaining it. I pointed out a unique building nicknamed the Cash Register, a big silvery rectangle with a rounded top. Suddenly, Max clapped her hands over her ears. Her hearing was acute. The noise was certainly a lot louder than the Jeep's engine. It was coming over our heads, but it was already moving away. "It's a helicopter," Kit said in a soft, calming voice. "It's nothing to be afraid of, Max. See the large letters painted on the sides?" Max nodded. 9 News, KUSA, she read. KUSA is a TV station here in town. There are a couple of people in the helicopter sending television pictures back to the station. They're good guys. They bring the rest of us news about the world, about the Denver area, anyway. Probably there was an accident tonight. Something happened for them to be out this late. The helicopter looks like a big, really weird bird, Max said. No wonder the good guys want to fly in it. I would. I'd like to race it, too. Hey, good guys, want to race? You'd lose. Kit finally pulled the Jeep over to the curb so that Max could get a better look as the helicopter banked west and spun away from us. He seemed to like showing her things. I wondered if he was remembering better times with his own children. There was a gentleness, a softness in his eyes that was touching to see. Sometimes they're called whirlybirds, he said. Whirlybirds, Max repeated. I knew that from the school. My teacher's name was Mrs. Beatty. I loved her. I think they put her to sleep, she whispered sadly. Without asking, she threw open the front door. Max, I shouted. Max, Max! Too late, though. She had wriggled free. She ran a few yards down a dark city sidewalk, then took off. I could hear her wings flapping. Kit and I jumped out of the Jeep and watched her ascend higher and higher. I was afraid for a lot of reasons. Denver can have pretty wicked winds, even in the summer. Plus, somebody might see her. Max! I called out again. Damn, damn, damn! She was already too far away. Kit cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted with me. She must have heard us. Her hearing was acute. She acted like she didn't hear a thing. We watched her fly almost straight up the side of a tall, sleek, 30 or 40-story building. It was pretty amazing, I must admit. I wondered if she could see her own reflection in the dark glass and what it felt like to fly around up there. The news helicopter was out of view by the time Max began to circle the skyscraper. She was peering into offices. She soared toward another office building whose windows were lit to spell out the words, Go Rockies. She could probably see the entire city of Denver laid out beneath her. Cherry Creek forked off from the Platte River. The Ellich Gardens amusement park was off in the distance. I hoped that no one saw her, and if they did, that they couldn't believe their eyes. That's what happened to me the first time. She did a couple of acrobatic loops. Then Max flew back down toward Kit and me. She dived, pulled out of it beautifully, and landed right next to the Jeep. "This is so great," she said, and she was smiling, laughing out loud. Thank you both. I dreamed about doing that since I was a little girl." We climbed back in the Jeep. Max wrapped her soft, feathery arms around me, and she hugged me all the way home. Chapter 69. In her warm, snuggly bed at the cabin, Max was replaying the glorious night in Denver. She was having good thoughts for a change, especially about Frannie and Kit. They were so nice to her. They were like the mother and father she'd never had. Suddenly, Max stiffened. She tilted her head to one side. They were coming. She heard them, felt them in every part of her body. All of her senses told her it was so. They were sneaking up on the cabin right now. She wasn't paranoid, wasn't making this up. She wanted to scream a warning for Frannie and Kit, but she held it inside. "Don't let the attackers know that you know." She angled herself out of the bed and went to the closest window. She peeked outside. It was a moonlit night. She heard the crackling of the underbrush. One of the men appeared, came sneaking out of the woods. She knew who he was, one of the meanest guards. The security people from the school were here. They had found her, and they were here for Frannie and Kit, too. Suddenly, Max was 80 pounds of flapping wings, fueled with fear and fury. She flew out of the small bedroom. She flew inside the house. She whipped back toward the rear bedrooms. Frannie and Kit were asleep in 2 of the rooms. Their senses weren't nearly as sharp as hers. But then again, neither were the security creep's senses. Forbidden, she wasn't supposed to fly. But who gives a damn what the guards say? They don't run things out here in the real world. She ran her own life now. Pip came out of nowhere, starting up a high-pitched barking frenzy. Pip knew, too. He sensed the danger, the men close by in the woods. What a good dog. The barking woke Kit. He blew out of the back room with his gun in hand. He saw Max flying down the hall, coming straight at him. Jesus, Max! "They're coming, Kit. They're real close, lots of them. They're here for us." "Who's coming, Max?" "Not now, please. Let's go. Let's go. They'll kill us. They'll kill all of us." Frannie had come out of the other bedroom. She was in the hallway with a look of pure astonishment on her face. "Please, trust me," Max pleaded with both of them, and it was at that moment she realized how much they already meant to her. "Let's go, Frannie." Kit nodded his head. "Back door, the Jeep. I'll drive. Don't look back, just run like hell." Kit grabbed Max's hand. They were running full blast. Frannie went ahead of them and threw open the back door. Man, woman, child, and dog spilled out of the house into the pitch blackness of the night. None of them looked back. The Jeep started like a lucky charm. As it screeched out of the rear parking area, shots slammed into metal. Glass exploded. The rear window had been shot out. The Jeep bounced high over the deeply rutted dirt road. Kit drove through the gunfire as if he'd done it before. They fled. Frannie and Kit had trusted her, Max kept thinking. And that changed everything.
This book is continued on Disc 6. Disc 6.
Chapter 70. There is nothing more exhilarating than to be shot at without result. I don't remember who said that first, but whoever it was, They were definitely right. The insane tornado of the night's events had whipped us into persons we hardly knew or even recognized. Coming off near death at my house, we looked like hell and felt worse. The idea of someone trying to kill us was so monstrous that it was difficult for me to make it concrete and real in my mind. What had just happened couldn't have happened, and yet it did. Someone had shot at Kit's Jeep, at us. Someone had tried to kill Max, Kit, and myself. I'd never had a terrifying thought like that before. We were huddled in a cruddy, awful Motel 6 somewhere off Interstate 70. I think we were in the town of Idaho Springs, which has its fair share of crummy motels. The door was locked and chained, but how safe were we? Not very. Cheap lime green curtains covered the plate glass window. The room lights were out, but I could see Max and Kit by the flickering light of the television set. Max was eerily detached from what had happened, or so it seemed. She was up to her chin in bed covers, and Kit had pulled a chair right up to the bed. I knew that he liked Max a lot, but they were locked in a struggle now. Kit believed we'd die if Max didn't talk to us about where she came from, and Max thought she'd die if she did. His voice was cold. I had never heard him speak in that tone before. I guess he was being an FBI agent now. Professional, intense, very focused on what he felt had to be done. I really need some answers, Max. I'm telling you, you have to start trusting somebody soon. I mean, like right now. I'm talking to you, Max. I know who you're talking to. I just don't like your tone, she answered back. Max's frail composure broke suddenly. She leaped off the bed, ran to the bathroom, and locked herself in. Leave me alone. You sound just like them. Trust me, she mimicked Kit. Why should I trust anybody? I'm not like you, Kit. Haven't you noticed? Please, she's just a little girl, Kit, I said, my own voice pinched thin by stress, fear, and the unhinged craziness of the past hour. He shook his head, once. No, she's not just a little girl. Unfortunately, she's more than that. People are apparently dying because of her. We almost died back there, Frannie. We have to find the school where she was being kept. At least I do. That made me angry. Don't be like that, Kit. I have to find the so-called school, too. In case you haven't noticed, I'm involved up to my eyeballs. Every time I looked at Max, I wanted to hug her. But Kit was right. She was no more just a little girl than this was just a road trip. The truth is, we had no idea exactly what Max was, or what her being here meant. Only Max knew, and she wasn't talking. Kit turned and tripped over a tin trash can full of junk food wrappers from McDonald's. He picked up the can and fired it hard against the wall. He kicked it a few times for good measure. Reflexively, I threw my arm over my eyes as the noise reverberated. My dad used to lose his temper sometimes back at our farm in Wisconsin. He'd throw things around, but never anything valuable, and he never hit anyone in our family, not even a spanking. Maybe that's why I wasn't really afraid of Kit's mild, almost humorous tantrum. Something wrong? I asked when the noise stopped. If I thought I'd get a smile out of him, or that I'd shift his mood, I was mistaken. I didn't mean to scare her, Kit said, his voice catching. I really like her, Frannie. She's a great kid. It's just that we could all die. I know. She knows, too. She'll be okay. Max had a hair-trigger flight response. I knew that people who'd been battered acted like that. What had been done to this little girl? Who had hurt her, and how? We needed to know more about the school, where it was, how it had worked, what was going on there, who the people were. Kit walked to the bathroom door and knocked softly. Max, I'm sorry if I sounded mad, he said. His voice was gentle, concerned. I was mad. I'm worried about your safety, and I don't know what to do without your help. I guess that was one way of saying people are trying to kill us. Max was quiet behind the bathroom door. Not a peep from her. Sometimes she was a little girl. Kit appealed to me in a whispered voice. Please, get her out of there. Will you at least try? Come on, Frannie, help me. Chapter 71. I slowly walked to the bathroom. I didn't know what I was going to say, didn't have a clue. I knew I wouldn't lie to her. I stood outside the locked door for a moment, composing my thoughts. When I opened my mouth to speak, the words came spontaneously and from the heart. Max, I promise that nobody is going to make you do anything you don't want to do. I know that. You know that. We'll figure out the best thing together. Don't you think that's the fair way? You have any other idea? There was a long pause. Total silence behind the bathroom door. Max could be incredibly willful and stubborn sometimes. She was almost a teenager. I was seeing that already. Then the knob of the door slowly turned. Max didn't look at either of us as she came out of the bathroom. I'm sorry. I just got scared, she whispered as she climbed back into bed. She was being a little sweetheart under this incredible pressure. Pip jumped on the bed, and she folded herself around him. I sat down behind her and lightly preened her feathers. A bird will do this, smoothing feathers, realigning microscopic hooks along the edges so that they form a seamless unit. I was thinking about how to break this impasse without upsetting her again. It's okay, Max, I whispered. No, it isn't, Frannie. You don't know. Tell us your secrets, Max. We trusted you. Now trust us a little. After a while, I asked, what are the people like at the school? Just tell a little bit. Are they scientists? Doctors? Are they teachers? Sort of, she said. They taught me to read slides. Mostly science, but I could read what I liked on my own time. They put me to work. Most of them are scientists. They're doctors. Kit was pacing back and forth in the room, staring at the floor. When he heard the word slides, he stopped moving. What do you mean, slides? What kind of slides, Max? That you look at with a microscope, in the labs. I was allowed to work there. I was supposed to match alleles. The incredible tension kept building inside me. Chaos and confusion reigned in my mind. Alleles were alternative forms of a gene. What Max had said about the school so far was unbelievably scary and wrong. The doctors are working with chromosomes? I asked. Why are they doing that, do you know? Of course I do. To improve the stock, she said, and shrugged her shoulders. What kind of stock? Kit asked. This had evolved into a kind of question and answer. I felt like a police officer. Max's face went pale white. I could get people in trouble if I talk, she said. I've been warned. Talking is absolutely forbidden, she murmured. Max covered her eyes and sobbed hard. I stopped braiding her hair and gathered her into my arms. Please trust us, Max. You have to trust somebody. You know that you do, honey. I rocked the child, the beautiful little bird girl. I felt like I was back at the inpatient, taking care of sick and injured animals. That's where I wanted to be. Max spoke softly into the side of my neck. I could barely hear the words, but I did. Take me home, she whispered. Book 4. The Flight School. Chapter 72. Take me home. It had obviously been hard for Max to say the words. It sounded so innocent coming out of her mouth, but I knew it wasn't. We couldn't get out of the Motel 6 fast enough. We zoomed down the interstate at 80 miles an hour and then some, hoping a highway patrolman wouldn't stop us for speeding. We were going to the school, weren't we? I was in the back with Max. She was clearly scared, so I held her tightly. I could feel her heart beating against my arm way too fast. Poor Max. Just a little girl, caught up in something much larger than any of us could comprehend. I stroked her as I talked, hoping it would soothe and calm the 11-year-old. I told Max I'd grown up on a dairy farm in northern Wisconsin, and asked her if she'd ever seen a real cow. "We don't have any cows at the school," she said. "I've seen lots of them on TV, though." I told her about our small herd of Holsteins with their gooey tongues and liquid eyes. I even remembered their names and personalities. Max couldn't disguise her curiosity as I described Blossom Dearie and Nellie Footfoot and Please Louise and our spotted bull, Cool Cat. I told her how my sister Carol Ann and I got up at 5 in the morning to help my dad, and how we washed the cows in the summer and turned on the electric fan so they'd stay cool. But it was how we got milk from them that really fascinated her. She hooted out loud as I described the joys of early morning milkings. I loved to hear her laugh. It was infectious and always made me smile. Max took such delight in the world she hadn't been able to experience until now. And besides, laughing kept our minds off everything else that was going on. I made up a goofy story about chocolate cows giving chocolate milk. Kit tossed in a thought. "Tell her about the peppermint cows," he said, and winked. "You two are crazy," Max told us. "It's nice, though. I like it. I love being here with you." "We love being with you, too," I said. "Me three," Kit nodded agreement. The Jeep sped through the early morning dark. I was thinking, pretending, hey, maybe it was just a road trip after all, when Max stiffened. She strained forward toward the front seat and the windshield. Then she pointed to a narrow side road that slipped off behind a rocky outcropping. "Turn here, Kit." "How do you know that?" I asked. I didn't doubt Max, but I was curious. I was pretty sure she'd never been on this road before. I lived near here, and I don't think I was ever on it. She shrugged, then peered deeply into my eyes. She could be smiling, then suddenly turn very intense and serious. "Can't you feel the dairy farm where you used to live?" "It's far away," I said. "I'd need a map to find it." "I feel the school," Max said. "I know exactly where it is. I can see the way there in my mind." I understood what she was saying, and it hit me hard. I felt an uncomfortable lump in my throat. Like pigeons and housecats and migrating animals who can find their place of origin through either inertial navigation or God knows what, Max could home. Chapter 73. "Pull over," she said before Kit made the actual turn. Kit did as he had been asked. There was something in Max's voice that couldn't be ignored. "Now listen to me," she said. "You can't go any farther than this. If they catch you, I think they'll kill you. I'm serious." "This is definitely serious stuff," Kit said to her. "And that's exactly why we're going with you, little one. This is a serious gun," he said, and showed Max a handgun. It was a semi-automatic, and it looked deadly. "I have to come, Max. It's my job. It's the reason I came here to Colorado." "I can't leave either," I told Max. "I won't leave you and Kit. It's not going to happen." Max finally nodded. She didn't like it, but she could tell we weren't going away. For better or worse, we were in this together. Kit pulled on the steering wheel, and we turned off the main road, which wasn't exactly US 1. Now we were on something called Under Mountain Pass, a twisty service road that shot up into the foothills of the Rockies. The school was here someplace. Max seemed certain of it. "Take a right," Max said suddenly. "Then you can let me out." "It's not going to happen, Max," Kit insisted. "We already went over that." "You're awfully stubborn, Kit." "Look who's talking." The road deteriorated and became an unmarked stream of dirt track that gave no clue as to where we were headed, neither by signage nor by buildings. It was appropriately desolate and eerie, though. Every turn in the road was a driving challenge for Kit. Eyes glowed out at us. Deer and other forest critters wisely waited before sprinting to the other side. As we drove higher and higher into the mountains, Max finally began talking about where she had come from. "The school moved a few times while I was growing up. I know it was in the state of Massachusetts, then out in California before we moved here. I went to classes every day, and it was okay at first. My teacher was Mrs. Beatty. She was a doctor, too, but she said we didn't have to say doctor before her name. She really loved Matthew and me, and we loved her. We're geniuses on the Stanford Binet tests. We were told to take no credit for being smart, though, or being able to fly. We were made that way. We were just lab specimens, after all." I heard Max's breathing intensify. She was clutching my hand so hard it nearly went numb. Even though she had told us to turn back, I knew she hadn't totally meant it. She was too frightened to do this alone. "Let me out," she said, suddenly grabbing higher on my arm. "I have to get out. I have to. Please, Kit. Right now, I promise not to fly away. I swear I won't." I reached over and pressed Kit's arm. He braked the car on the narrow shoulder of the road. We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but tall fir trees and sharp outcroppings of rock and the loud buzzing of cicadas. I opened the Jeep's door, and Max scampered over me and out. She was quick and athletic, and so strong for her age. Almost everything she did was amazing to observe. I prayed she wouldn't fly and leave us. Max climbed up to the roof of the Jeep. We heard her footsteps pounding above us, then a furious swooshing sound as she beat her wings. "What's she doing?" we said, almost in unison. Then she stepped off the Jeep and took to the air, just like that. "Oh, Jesus," Kit whispered. He took the words right out of my mouth. "Just look at her. Look at that. I hope we can keep up with her." "We have to. Move this thing." He revved the engine, stepped on the gas. The Jeep lurched off the shoulder of the road and then found its center, climbed steeply up the mountain. We followed Max's flight. At least we tried. I stuck my head out of the side window like a kid. So did Pip. I couldn't take my eyes off her white and silver-blue wings as she flew before us. Cool air flowed past my face. I almost felt that I was flying, too. I was certainly having an out-of-body experience. The Jeep bore into a long tunnel of darkness created by overhanging pines and towering fir trees. Max veered to the left, up another side road. This one was all dirt and deeply rutted. We were following Max home. We were trusting her with our lives. Chapter 74. The school was close. She could taste it on her tongue, bitter and nasty as could be. She could feel it, like a deadly poison pumping through her bloodstream. Max suddenly came swooping down to the ground. The Jeep screeched to a stop close behind her. Frannie and Kit scampered out in a hurry. Pip was running around in circles. Normally, he would have made her smile, giggle happily. Not now, though. "What is it, honey?" Frannie called. She was always so concerned and never bossy. Max felt as if a rope were tied around her waist, and she was being firmly, inexorably reeled in. She could feel extreme tension in her neck and shoulders, right down into her chest plate. She was going home. She was voluntarily returning to the school. Then maybe all the secrets would be out, and she could be free. And maybe not. She decided to stay on the ground for a while. Walking was probably safer. Frannie and Kit walked hurriedly right behind her. She didn't look back, didn't have to. She could hear the struggling for breath in their lungs, the blood pumping through their hearts. She sensed their fear was growing. Finally, they would see the truth, see it for themselves. She prayed they were ready for this. Suddenly, Max stopped. She saw the physical boundary between her new freedom and her old life, the barbed wire fence. The powerful sight chilled her, brought back a flood of terrifying memories. She could picture Uncle Thomas, the other creepy guards, and it made her retch. She almost lost it right then and there. The school was close. She was almost there. It was as if the school was watching her approach, waiting for her, laughing because she'd come back. The chain-link fence was 10 feet high and topped with razor-sharp concertina wire. Behind it was everything she knew, loved, and hated with all of her heart. She had seen men parking trucks at the school. Maybe they were all gone by now. A white metal sign read, "Absolutely no admittance. This is a government installation. Trespassers will be shot." She turned to Frannie and Kit. "We're here." Chapter 75. Max was staring back at us, her bright green eyes wide with fear. "They're not kidding," she said. "Trespassers have been shot, believe me. You can still go back. I think you should." "We won't leave you," Kit said. Pip was barking and twirling in tight circles outside the fence. Suddenly, 2 Dobermans came loping forward on the far side. They bared their teeth, barked, and growled. Kit pulled me away from the fence as spit and fury flew from the mouths of the Dobermans. I felt the hackles rise on the back of my neck, and it wasn't just because of the dogs. Actually, the dogs didn't bother me so much. Chain link and concertina wire and guard dogs in the middle of the woods were scary enough, but to see the words U.S. government attached to trespassers will be shot made me ill. Kit and I were close to being trespassers, and illegal trespassing was definitely on our minds. "Is this the school?" I asked, but Max wasn't listening. She was busy with the Dobermans. "Bandit! Gomer, it's me!" she called out crisply to the dogs. "Stop it! Stop it now! Heel, you two!" Amazingly, the growling and barking trailed off, and then stopped completely. Suspicious sniffs followed, then happy woofing as the dogs seemed to recognize Max. "Don't worry," she said to us. "They're my friends. Their bark's much worse than their bite." She grinned. "Can we get over this fence anywhere?" I asked Kit. He started to answer when Max interrupted. "Frannie," she was pulling at my arm, "there's something wrong with Bandit and Gomer. Something is really wrong with the dogs. Please, come look at them." I moved closer, but I didn't need to examine Bandit and Gomer to see what had happened to them. Their black coats were dull. Their rib cages were standing out sharply, the skin stretched taut over the bones. "They're pretty hungry," I said to Max. It was an understatement. The dogs were suffering from malnutrition. Some cruel bastard was starving them. Kit returned from a trip down the fence. "I couldn't find a break or access point in the wire," he said. "Maybe around the other way." "I think I can fly you both over," Max said. It was such an unexpected statement, I nearly laughed. "I know I can do it. I'm stronger than I look," she insisted. She was dead serious. "No way," Kit told her. He was right. There was no way an 80-pound little girl could lift an adult twice her weight against the pull of gravity. Yes, I can. Max was firm. You don't know what you're talking about. I know what I'm capable of. I listened to Max and reconsidered. I wasn't figuring in the stress factor. Stress produces adrenaline, and also, who knew what kind of strength Max actually did have? Let me try you first, she said to me. I don't think it's a great idea, Max. She shrugged. Fine, then I'll fly over by myself. I grabbed onto the chain link. I climbed a few feet and clung there. Then Max gripped me around my midsection with her strong legs. She was definitely powerful. God, this was the strangest thing. Holding me from behind, Max's wings almost could have been mine. She flapped hard, then we took off. Suddenly we were suspended in the air. Then we started upward. I could feel a breeze rushing around me. It was cold up in these hills, and getting chillier by the minute. For a moment I forgot everything, so focused was I on the sensation of being airborne in this unusual manner. For just the briefest instant, I could imagine that I had wings myself. We lifted. We hovered for a second or two, and then we flew. Not very far, but dear God in heaven, I was definitely flying. Chapter 76. Max set me down inside the fenced perimeter. I stared up at the grotesque and depressing rows of concertina wire. I gripped the fence, clawed the wire with my fingers, and waited for my heart to slow. I glanced around, and Max was gone. She was already back on the other side of the fence. She was straining to lift Kit. Her legs just barely encircled him. Her breathing was a stuttering whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It didn't seem possible that she could get him airborne, but I hadn't believed she could lift me either. I had no idea what she could tolerate, even for a few seconds. Her wings were displacing air, but she couldn't seem to budge Kit up and over. Max, please stop. He's too heavy for you, I called to her. You'll hurt yourself. No, he isn't too heavy. I'm super strong. You have no idea how strong I am, Frannie. I was made that way. On my side of the fence, the two dogs were edging up to me. Actually, they were a little too close for comfort. The female was cutting half circles in the dust, wheeling and dancing her anxiety. The male had small, runny eyes and was rooted to the ground about 3 feet away from me. A warning rattled in his throat. His lips were peeled away from his gums, showing a pristine rack of teeth. Oh, stop, I told him. Get a life. Dogs that showed their teeth and growled, I could handle. My eyes darted back to Max and Kit, where they were still balanced on the perimeter fence. She finally pulled away, leaving him holding onto the wire, clinging there like he was trying to climb over. He safely dropped back down to the ground. Nice try, sweetie, I called to Max, but I could see she was upset. She didn't like to fail. Had they made her that way, too? She immediately flew back over the fence and joined me. She said, "Stay," and "good doggies" to the Dobermans. She was friendly but firm with them, and I wondered if that had anything to do with her recent escape. Then Max was moving north away from the fence, picking up speed, heading somewhere. I was almost jogging to keep up with her. The woods began to close around the narrow road. As each thick clump of trees was put behind us, another came and blocked my view. A wall of firs opened onto a copse of birch that gave way to a grove of aspens shimmering like a curtain of glass beads. My heart was pounding, and it sounded louder to my ears than our footsteps. Without warning, the winding road opened into a sunlit clearing. Before us sprawled a turn-of-the-century hunting lodge, or maybe a spa resort. There were countless windows cut into the stone face. White columns stood at the entrance. Rich verdigris on the aged roof spilled down and covered the building. I looked at Max. Her pupils were the tiniest pinpoints. The irises were translucent gray discs fixed in a stare. I remembered that birds will often contract their pupils under duress. "What is this?" I asked, "It's the Central Colorado Induced Mutant Lab," she said. "The School of Genetic Research. I live here." Chapter 77. There was no sound coming from the strange, eerie lodge, the place where Max had been kept, and God knows what else had happened to her. There were no security guards, no parked cars or trucks, no immediate threat to us. Nothing that I could see, anyway. "It's too quiet. Way too quiet," Max said in a whisper. "There should be guards somewhere. We should have been able to see them from the woods." "What does it mean, Max?" "I don't know. It's never been like this before." Max and I skulked along the fringes of the clearing. We crossed quickly to one side of the building, then edged along the stone wall to an oak door halfway down the eastern side. There wasn't any shifting of shapes or shadows behind the many windows. No one seemed to be around. My confidence was growing a little bit. I took a breath, then I reached forward and groped the metal knob in hand. The door opened easily. We entered the strange building, and the heavy door swung shut behind us. A dank, powerful smell of decay hit me. I knew what it was, and I was repulsed. "Something's dead," Max said. She was right. Something was dead for sure. Something was decomposing inside the building, and the odor was acrid and strong. We covered our noses and mouths with our hands. We continued to walk away from the front door. Max said, "The fan must not be working." She didn't seem overly upset by the smell, by death. I scanned the room for security cameras. I was certain they were there, somewhere, but I couldn't find them. Was somebody watching us now? I suspected that the small room we were standing in was used for decontamination. Bright yellow scrubs were piled in a large trash can near the door. Lab coats were hung from hooks. People worked here, didn't they? Scientists, if they could call themselves that. Doctors, researchers. They were conducting illegal experiments of some kind. There was an open metal closet filled with clean scrubs, and shelves lined with rubber-soled shoes stood next to a bank of lockers. The lockers were empty, cleaned out. Jesus God, what had we come to? What kind of place was this? Max pointed to an interior door leading from the room and beckoned to me to follow her. I had the thought that this building was like a Nazi extermination camp. They put people to sleep here. They experimented on human beings. We followed a wide main corridor. Max's ballet slippers were quiet, but my shoes squeaked. A long fluorescent tube flickered above us in the ceiling. The beige and blue linoleum corridor unfurled in front of us and was crossed with traversing hallways. We arrived in an open space about 50 feet square. It was some kind of a workplace. Where were we now? "Max, what's this?" "It's just offices, for business stuff. No big deal, pretty boring." "What kind of business?" She shrugged. "The boring kind. You know, business." Whatever old fixtures had once been in this part of the building were long gone. There was no wood paneling, no fireplace, no dental moldings, just a warren of freestanding office-style cubes. Computers squatted on desktops of dull gray steel. A coffee pot on a file cabinet caught my eye. The pot was cracked, and a thick black gum coated the bottom. I picked up a mug from the desk. "O.B.'s Coffee," I read. The floating blue circle of mold told me the cup had been here at least a couple of days. Where is O.B.? Who is O.B.? And what was dead and putrefying in the building? What had happened at this so-called school? What kind of business was conducted in this awful place? I glanced at Max, but she was moving again. She was home sweet home. She obviously accepted all this horror and madness as normal. It was so quiet that even my normal breathing sounded loud. I held my breath and listened for a moment. I had a full-color expectation that as soon as my back was turned, someone would jump out of a closed room, but no one did. Max pushed open another door. There was a soft clicking sound. Were they photographing us? My heart was still pounding. I felt tired. Things were getting a little blurry. "This is where I work," Max announced. "It's usually full of doctors." Chapter 78. We entered a cavernous room that must have been 60 feet long and about half as wide. My eyes swept the workroom, quickly took everything in. It was a standard-issue laboratory, but a good one, with top-of-the-line, very expensive equipment. Who had funded this? Who was subsidizing this business? There were a dozen fancy workstations. Slides were scattered everywhere on table and counter surfaces. Expensive microscopes were stacked on shelves. I noted a scale beam balance and several hydrometers. There were laser spectrographs, cell culture hoods, high-speed centrifuges. Obviously, no expense had been spared on the equipment. A little pride crept into Max's voice. "This is my station, Frannie. Come look. I was taught to make myself useful, so I did. I was a good worker." "I'll bet you were, sweetie." Max climbed up and sat proudly on a tall metal stool. Her workstation. She switched on an overhead fluorescent light. There was a small sign on the desk. "Tinkerbell lives." She showed me how she had used a glass pipette to transfer droplets of DNA cocktail from a tray of small wells onto plates of growing medium. "We run out the chromosomes by cooking them in here," she explained. I didn't recognize the chrome-plated unit she pointed to, but it was a brand-new model. Before I could question her further, Max slid down from the stool. "Let's go," she said. "There's a lot more to see." I followed her. "I'm right behind you." "I know you are. I have a really good sense of hearing." "So I've noticed." "Who's Tinkerbell?" Max turned to me. She looked upset. "Nobody, really. She's dead." Tinkerbell, I was thinking. Was that what they called Max here at the school? I suspected it was, and that she didn't like it. Tinkerbell was her lab name, wasn't it? We passed through a smaller room filled with shiny steel cryogenic tanks. What in hell had they been freezing in there? Another, even smaller room contained half a dozen blood diagnostic machines. No worn-out university equipment for these folks. They were extremely well-funded. By whom? To do what? "Mice," said Max, pointing toward an enclosed room. "This is the Mickey Mouse room. It's gross. Hold your nose, Frannie. I'm not kidding. You were warned." The smell of death seemed to be concentrated in here. I tried to catch my breath. I did hold my breath, but even that didn't help much. I thought I was going to be sick. I held back a dry heave. I peered into a windowed door and saw innumerable metal racks, each with a dozen shelves. Each shelf was packed with dozens of plastic cages. As far as I could see, there were cages, thousands of them, filled with mice, curled tightly in cedar chip bedding. The Mickey Mouse room was a rip-roaring horror show, the scariest thing I had ever seen in my life. Nothing even came close to this. There was high color in Max's face now. She seemed unaware of my presence. She was talking to herself, all sibilant phrasing, her speech lapsing into unintelligible phrases. All I could make out was "skitters" and "put to sleep." We entered the mouse room. I saw immediately that the mice weren't ordinary lab animals. Knobs of flesh protruded from unlikely junctures. Some of the mice had extra limbs and strange markings. Mice are so genetically close to humans, it's a little scary. 85% of their genes are identical to ours, which is why they make perfect lab animals. It's why you can give them human diseases: cancer, heart disease, muscular dystrophy, and from their reactions possibly learn how to cure these diseases in humans. I love animals, and I'm also a doctor who's benefited from animal research. I can argue both sides of the animal research issue passionately, but either way I cannot abide cruelty. No matter what your reasons, you take responsibility for the animals. I began pulling down the cages one at a time, shaking them. There's no food in these cages. All of these animals are dead. Son of a bitch, I whispered. Put to sleep, Max said. Tears welled up in her eyes. It was something to see, this beautiful little girl crying over the fate of dead mice. Chapter 79. Max hated it when she cried, hated to show weakness. She wouldn't let on to Frannie, but she was freaking out, creeping out real bad, scaring herself with her own thoughts. But the worst thing was the anger she felt, the rage inside of her. No one should be allowed to do these things. Her senses were incredibly alive right now. Sight, hearing, smell, tactile. She'd felt this way when she was running away from the school. She hadn't known how powerful her senses were until then. Her nostrils differentiated the smells of burnt coffee, various chemicals, heated metal, and somewhere nearby, decaying flesh. This was all wrong. It was so wrong. How could Harding Thomas and the other cretins do this? Was it because she had run away? Had she caused these deaths? Oh, please, don't let it be that. Not because of me. The second hand of the clock hanging above the cryogenic tanks had stopped, and that made her think maybe time had died. She kept moving. She entered the familiar main office control and was seized with quick, flashing memories. Memories of Uncle Thomas, his large hand protectively on her head. He liked to remind her that he was a scientist at heart. He loved his little Tinkerbell, or so he always told her. She was such a smart girl. Precious little Tink. Liar, she thought. Murderer, creep, lower than a maybe. She felt like curling up and having a good cry. Where was everyone? Uncle Thomas and the others. Were they hiding on her? Were they watching? They loved to watch, then spring out and catch you when you least expected it. Her life here had been like a military school, or what she knew about them. Her days were always organized and controlled. She studied, worked, underwent tests, exercised or watched TV. She never received love, encouragement, satisfaction. She was one of their specimens, except she was smart enough to make herself useful, and to know somewhere inside her that she wasn't a specimen. Beyond the main office control, the corridor branched two ways. Automatically, Max turned right. She knew the way, every inch of this place. She could find her way around it blindfolded. 20 paces became 10, became 5. Ready for countdown. And finally she came to the heavy metal door of the nursery. She heard something behind her, and her breathing stopped. Her mind was racing like crazy. She definitely heard footsteps. Running, fast. More than one person was coming in a hurry. She turned to Frannie, fear in her eyes, prepared for the worst. Then she laughed. It was only Kit and Pip. What a relief. She could breathe again. She felt like they should all be together for whatever was going to happen next. We got in farther down the fence, Kit said between gasps. Max didn't know what to think. Right now, she didn't care. Kit, Frannie, she said, look here. This is important, please. It's why I came back. Max opened the door to the nursery, and she screamed. Chapter 80. I jumped back. What I saw inside the door made me want to scream too, and strange as it may seem, to thank God at the same time. There were 4 little ones lying in soiled blankets inside cages in the nursery. The small children were alive, and each one had wings.
"Peter! Ick! Wendy!"
Max shrieked as she ran to them.
"Oz!" "Oh, poor Petey! Wendy!"
she shrieked as she opened the cage that held 2 of the little ones. Peter and Wendy were entwined, hunched in the far corner, blinking against the sudden intrusion of light.
"Come to me,"
Max called to them softly.
"Come to Max."
The sounds they made together were barely audible, but loving, a little like bird songs. Max went to the next cage. She opened the doors. A little boy came crouching forward, then staggered out of the terrible cage.
"Ick,"
she said.
"Icarus."
"I brought help," she told him. "Where's Matthew?" he asked.
"I don't know. Let's not talk about it now. How are you? You okay?"
"Cool as a ghoul," said Ick. Finally he smiled. Amazing. The little ones fell over one another trying to reach Max. Once they found her, they clung to her. They whispered parched greetings, uttered sharp, high-pitched cries. And then, in a burst of relief, all the bird children began to cry. They cried as one. As I helped Max free the children from their cages, I was overcome with the shakes. The children were so beautiful, so exquisite in every way. It was like finding priceless treasure in the least expected place. Each of them was a miracle. I controlled my own nerves and astonishment long enough to evaluate the kids. They were malnourished and dehydrated, but that seemed to be all. It wasn't too bad, though it would have been soon. They had been locked in here to die like the others. 4 beautiful little kids left to die in cages. My eyes fell on a little boy who looked to be about 7. He had a stocky build. Most of his bulk was in his upper body. His wings were feathered dark brown, and pin feathers of the same color covered his neck and shoulders, merging at the hairline with glossy chestnut-brown hair. The boy's skin was damp, and his face was livid from crying, but his huge round eyes were bright and unafraid. "I'm Ozymandias," he said, with a belligerent thrust to his chin. "Who the heck are you? Are you a scientist? A stinking doctor?" "I'm Frannie," I told him, "and this is my friend Kit. We came here with Max."
"They're friends, Oz,"
Max said, hard as it might be to believe. "Hello, Oz. Ozymandias." Kit offered his hand to the little boy, who, after a slight hesitation, shook it. Max pushed the little girl forward. She was a rosy-cheeked cherub of 4 or so, with black bowl-cut hair and almond-shaped eyes. The girl was wearing a sleeveless smock, like the one Max had worn the first time I saw her. She stretched out her wings toward me. They were white, tipped with blue. Beautiful. Her wing feathers made a swishing sound, like a taffeta skirt swirling around a dancer's legs.
"Mama?"
she said, in the most heartbreaking way. "She calls all older women Mama," Max explained. "She never had one. None of us did." My heart leaped toward the little girl. Tears came to my eyes again. I would never be able to explain to anyone what I felt at this moment. "She's Wendy. This is Frannie." Max made polite, almost formal introductions. Then Wendy spoke in a soft, squeaky voice.
"You should see my twin."
She pointed to her brother Peter, who was a nearly perfect copy of his sister, another masterpiece. An older boy, close to Max's age, hung back. His hair was fine ash blonde, and it hung all around his face and down to his shoulders. His frame was lean, his bones fine and long. It occurred to me that although these children had wings in common, their lineage was different. What could that mean? It meant something important, but I couldn't figure out what. I reached out to the boy, but he hissed when I touched his arm. Of course the boy was afraid of me. How could he trust anyone? How could any of the children trust us? Only with assurances from Max did this little boy named Icarus allow me to approach him. "I would never hurt you," I told him. "Heard that one before," he said. "That's how they all talk. Liars." Icarus pushed his blonde hair away from his face, and I saw then that his irises were an opaque bluish-gray. I looked at Max, and she told me what I already knew. "Icarus is blind," she said. "Yeah, I'm kind of a mistake," said the boy. "We all are." Chapter 81. Kit had left Frannie and Max with the smaller children. There was so much that he needed to know about this place. He entered an executive office. Some kind of higher-up worked here. A bold sign in Helvetica type caught his eye. "Assume nothing, question everything." "I'm already there," he whispered under his breath. Kit continued to be afraid for the children and for Frannie. The fear was growing exponentially inside him. He felt that he'd been given responsibility for another family, to make sure they got through this safely. He took the responsibility seriously, and it scared him more than anything else could. He surveyed the office. There were no photographs, no mementos on any of the table surfaces. Nothing personal was left out in plain sight. Whose office was it? It had to be somebody important in the scheme of things. The room was about 20 feet square, with a picture window opening out onto the lab. The floors were covered with plush, silver-gray carpet. The desk was old blonde oak. There was a corkboard on the wall above it. The papers on the corkboard mesmerized him. He stared at an amazing collection of pen and ink drawings of what looked to be theoretical improvements on human parts and organs. Whoever had done the drawings was a very good artist, he was thinking. He shuddered. A cold chill raced up his spine. Whoever did these line drawings wants to be God. He took down a manila envelope. Inside the packet were drawings of eyes of different shapes, with cross-section illustrations, both lateral and transverse. Da Vinci would have been proud of this artwork, Kit thought. There was a complex sequence of drawings of a human leg. The leg was shown in various positions, some requiring a flexibility that seemed impossible to Kit. There was a tight line drawing of an arm, the fingers outstretched. Over the arm was a transparency upon which a new arm had been sketched. A new arm? A better human arm? Is that what I'm looking at? The new drawing showed longer muscles and more streamlined digits. It certainly looked like an improvement on the current model. He hated to admit it, but it was actually quite thrilling. It seemed as if some kind of extremely talented corporate body part designer was sketching the new models for the coming season. He was so immersed in studying the drawings that he almost missed the bunch of little keys hanging from a metal pushpin. They'd been right in front of him all the time. He grabbed them, and the corkboard almost came off the wall. The keys were labeled in small, meticulous print. The first key was to the desk drawer. Kit pulled it so hard it fell out of the desk, its contents spilling all over the floor. He bent and rifled through the litter. Paper clips and coins and stamps and pens, the usual universal desk debris. There was a Swiss Army knife amid the clutter. He pocketed it. It could come in handy. The next key opened a long gray metal cabinet beside the corkboard. Inside the dark recess were quart bottles, tightly sealed from the look of them. He took down the first, labeled AGE1, and held it up to the light. Floating in dark fluid were a dozen embryos, no larger than marbles. Kit thought he might lose it, right there in somebody's fancy office. He turned away and blew out hard. He finally calmed down a little. He looked back at the embryos. human, he thought. Little dead babies kept in a closet? God damn them. He forced himself to study the embryonic heads, minuscule fingers and toes sloshing in the liquid, silent and dead. His stomach was sloshing around pretty good, too. Kit reached into the cabinet again and took out another large jar. He held it carefully in both hands. This one was marked AGE-2. It contained another embryo collection much the same as the first. AGE-3 and AGE-4 were identical to the first jars. The entire cabinet was filled to capacity with jars of embryos, so similar that he couldn't really differentiate between them. He took up the third key and slipped it into the lock of a file cabinet standing to the left of the desk. The lock clicked. Kit slid open the top drawer. Inside was an alphabetical arrangement of files, mundane interoffice memorandums, drafts of an untitled manuscript of some sort. The middle drawer contained medical magazines dating back to the 80s and clippings from Der Spiegel, a German newspaper, a clipping from the London Times. In the back of the bottom drawer, he found notebooks filled with formulas and data in scientific techese. It was frustratingly incomprehensible but looked important. He decided to take a few of the smaller notebooks with him. As he leafed through the papers, Kit felt a cold prickling at his back. It was too quiet in here. Too quiet in general. Why had the lab suddenly been deserted, abandoned? Why had the bird children been left behind? The embryos in the bottles looked long dead. Some of the drawings were fly-specked. Each manuscript was annotated, so marked up and crossed off it looked as if the author had started, stopped, started again, then finally given up. And how did all of this link up with Max and the other 4 children, the ones they'd found lying in their own waste, starving in the cages down the hall, the ones who were probably being put to sleep? Kit heard a noise behind him and turned. It was only Frannie. He wanted to tell her everything all at once. "Come look at this amazing stuff. Tell me what you think." Chapter 82. "Their arrogance is absolutely astonishing. Like nothing I could begin to imagine," I said angrily. My eyes were greedily taking in the elaborate line drawings on the walls. Kit was emptying out a carton of documents onto the floor. He lifted up sheets of paper to show me what he'd found. "This box is filled with pictures and diagrams of wings. All kinds of wings. They were designing in here. Do you believe this?" "More like redesigning," I said, as I leafed through a fistful of the well-wrought line drawings. "Whoever made these drawings is definitely playing God, Kit." "It's the group from Boston and Cambridge, the outlaws from MIT. They make their own rules. They always have. Anthony Pizer believes he's above the rest of us, and above the law as well. Look at these." He showed me a half-dozen memos to staff. At the bottom of each page was a handwritten AP, Anthony Pizer. I had been racking my brain to think if anyone I knew in the area might be Dr. Pizer. No one came to mind, and I had met most of the medical doctors and scientists in the area. David knew them all. Where could Pizer be hiding himself? Could this have been his office? Was he the mystery designer? Kit sat in a desk chair in front of a computer. He was punching letters on the keyboard, and a directory of contents had scrolled up. "I've been calling up a few files at random. I haven't been asked for a password once. The front door is wide open. Why? The keys to the files are hanging on the bulletin board, and... why? Don't ask me. I don't get it either. Not yet." My eyes fell on a pile of the notebooks he'd spilled onto the floor. Whoever had made the notes had a brilliant way with a fine-line pen. The drawings were made with a high degree of medical accuracy, but there was art to them as well. Had Dr. Anthony Pizer actually worked in this room? I suspected that he had. AP had been here. I picked up a drawing from the pile before me. It showed a little boy, an infant, with a heart growing outside its chest cavity. A huge heart. I studied it carefully. It illustrated why tissue engineering was so problematic. No one knew how to reliably stop the cellular growth once the process had begun. But even if that major problem had been solved, it was a hell of a leap from growing organs on lab animals to growing wings on a human child. And with Max, it wasn't just that she had wings. Her entire cardiopulmonary system was avian, and that led me to conclude that she'd been created out of whole cloth. My mind was churning at about 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt I could go stark raving mad at the blink of an eye. The whole world was being turned upside down. Someone had challenged everything we had learned to believe in and accept. Assume nothing, question everything. That's what this was about, wasn't it? To evolve life as man chose to evolve it. I was considering outrageous possibilities I hadn't dared to imagine before. One winged child could have been a biological accident, but now that I'd seen the other 4, I had to accept that there had been a definite intent to create a new kind of being. And by God or despite him, someone had actually done it. Someone had succeeded at playing God here at the school. What had they created? Chapter 83. Kit continued to work furiously at the desktop. Like many of the younger agents in the bureau, he was good at it. He liked computers most of the time and was comfortable around them. He brought up Netscape, then opened it. In the location field, he typed, about:global. Up came all the sites the previous user of the desktop had visited in the last few months. Kit quickly scanned the list. He'd been doing similar detective work on the case before he left Boston. He honed in on www.ncbi.nbm.n.h.gov. It was GeneBank, the government-run repository for all known genetic sequences. He looked for keywords in red, indicating a previous user had clicked on them. There were several. He went to Taxonomy. Under Taxonomy Browser, he clicked Tree. Then he typed in Aves in the search field. Apodidae, swifts, Laridae, gulls, Columbidae, mourning dove, and Hirundinidae, swallows, had all been searched. The plot thickened. Kit closed the site and returned to the list about:global. Next, he went into the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory site. He futzed around with a few entries, then tried DSHL Publications, Genome Research. He went into the September 1997 issue, where he became puzzled again. The previous user had called up a paper on double-muscle Belgian blue and Piedmontese cattle. Cattle? He stopped typing and thought about the curious entry. "Frannie, come here for a second," Kit said without looking away from the screen. He showed her what he'd been doing, then the last article he found. "What's all this stuff about cattle somebody from here was checking out? You understand it?" "Some," Frannie said. She read the rest of the article, then reread key parts of it. She thought about what she had just absorbed. "Son of a—" she finally said. "I think I understand. I'll give you a wild theory anyway." Kit nodded and listened. The article is about a mutated cow gene. Somebody produced double muscling in the chest of these cows. So here's the theory. Kit, I think this is how they could have made Max's chest muscles large enough to support wings and also carry her weight. This is part of how they made her. Chapter 84. We searched the computer files for a few more minutes, but found nothing else of interest, so Kit and I continued our tour of the school. The arrogance and amorality of the scientists working here affronted everything I believed in. I wanted to find one of them and strangle the person with my bare hands. I looked at the foreboding metal sign on the locked door before us. Authorized personnel only. So, of course, Kit kicked it off its hinges. Authorization accepted, he said. We were instantly bombarded with alarms blaring in the room and out in the halls. We walked inside. The rank smell of human waste washed over us like a fetid cloud. The dark of the room was broken by neon-colored tracers flatlining across unseen video monitors. I found the light switch and flicked on the overhead lights. I have been exposed to some really bad things in my years of working with animals. Abuse, neglect, occasional cruelty. But I'd never been confronted with anything as horrifying as this. Nothing even came close. We were inside some kind of pediatric intensive care ward. It was filled with shiny new life support equipment, but also a dozen or so small cribs. All the equipment was new and expensive. I shook my head slowly back and forth. This couldn't be real. I held back tears, but it was hard. I looked at Kit. He had turned pale. Inside the cribs lay dead and dying children. Everywhere I looked, I saw failure of pulmonary, cardiac, and renal systems. The screeching electronic noise was meant to alert medical personnel of trouble, which was pretty much total. Empty IV bags, stalled ventilators and dialysis machines, vomit and excrement coated the tiny patients. I finally screamed. I couldn't stop screaming. Kit reached out and held me. I took long, steadying breaths until I regained control of myself.
"We have to do something for them," I whispered. "We can't leave them to die like this. I can't do that."
I know, he whispered back. "We'll do what we can, Frannie." The room was painted pale yellow, with a border of whimsical cartoon animals running along the top of the walls. The cartoons made it worse, much worse.
This book is continued on Disc 7. Disc 7.
The cartoons made it worse, much worse. A flannel board next to a refrigerator held crayoned pictures, and yellow-on-white happy faces were stuck up at random on the walls. The happy faces killed me. Just killed me. I steeled myself to peer down into the closest crib. Inside, a naked female infant, about several months old, squirmed and waved her small, perfect hands in the air. The tiny baby had no face, no features at all. A feeding tube was inserted into her small stomach, but the attached bag was empty. I put my hand gently on the top of her head. The green line of the heart rate monitor beat faster. She was aware of me.
"Hello, baby," I whispered.
"Hello, sweet little girl." I threw open the fridge, then the cabinet doors. I shoved aside bandages and tubes and syringes, but there was no food anywhere. In mounting despair, I hurried to the next crib. The baby boy inside was already dead and decomposing. He had a head the size of a volleyball and the musculature of a child of 4 or 5. "You poor, poor thing." I pulled the plug from the monitor, ripped out the catheter in the little one's head. I covered his face with a blanket. The third crib held another dead child, a year-old babe with a body shape as ordinary as any little kid on the block, except that his skin was separated in irregular tears. The skin hadn't grown at the same rate as the child. The child's eyelids were inverted, and the sightless, bulging eyes stared up at me. I couldn't ever begin to imagine the pain he had endured before his death, possibly from sepsis. The fourth crib held year-old twins conjoined at the waist. One had died, and because they shared many organs, the other would be dead soon, too. I gently put my hand on the living child's cool cheek, and the eyes fluttered open. "Hi, baby. Hi there." There was nothing I could do for the living twin, nothing anyone could do without medical supplies. I was sobbing now as I went from crib to crib. A dialysis tube had once been hooked up, but was now dangling alongside the crib of a small being with simian features. The child was undernourished, dehydrated, comatose. Everywhere I looked were deformed, impossible children. If I was right, the most incredible tragedy was that these children had been grown from ordinary human zygotes. They could have been perfectly normal, but they'd been mutated. Human experiments had been performed in this room again and again. Kit was going from crib to crib, yanking out electrical cords and tubes. It was the only thing we could do. Suddenly, Max was in the lab beside us. I was afraid for her. I wanted to protect Max from this, but it was too late. Her eyes were sad but knowing. "They put the babies to sleep," she whispered. "They do it with the rejects, the losers. They do it all the time. Now you know." They. Whoever they were, I hated them fiercely. My fists were clenched tight at my side. "We should get out of here right now," Kit said. "They have to come back at least one more time. They can't leave all this to be found." I looked at Kit. Or any witnesses. Chapter 85. Max, the other children, Kit, and I hurried through the towering fir woods as if we were playing a bizarre game of tag or hide-and-seek. We were it. They would be after us soon. We were witnesses to horrible crimes which included murder. Ironically, the mountains and woods looked so damn pretty. The light was softly dappled. Blue jays and phoebes twittered away. Leaves rustled and fluttered in a lightly pine-scented breeze. But it was as scary as an unexpected trip into Hades. We knew the horrible truth, at least a part of it. The children were whistling, and I couldn't for the life of me understand why. Max seemed to be leading them, and she was doing a good job so far. I turned to Kit. "Why are they whistling?" He shook his head. "No idea." Max screamed. "They're coming! It's security! Hunters! Trust me on it! Run faster! Get away from here! Everybody run!" I grabbed the closest child, Wendy, and I carried her down a narrow pathway that led deeper into the woods. Kit took hold of Icarus, the little blind boy, who was frightened enough to go with him. Kit had his gun out, dark and scary, but also comforting. "Wendy, look!" Peter called out to his sister. "Look up!" He was rooted to the ground, stunned by the sight of Max flying into the air. No matter how many times I've watched her fly, I was always struck dumb by the miraculous, indelible sight. I knew how Peter felt, but this was no time for gawking. I yelled, "Peter, come here! Right this minute, move it!" Still clutching Wendy, I plucked him up too. They clung to me. They weren't too heavy, but heavy enough. I found temporary cover in the bushes. Gunfire crackled around us. A dark hole opened in the thick trunk of a nearby tree. I picked up the two small children again and stumbled and ran as fast as I could. I looked back just in time to see Max drop out of a tree and land on one of the men doing the shooting. He was dressed in brown and green camouflage, like many hunters and survivalists in the area. Max fell on the man incredibly hard. From 12 to 15 feet above, 80 pounds had the impact of a falling safe. Bone cracked. I heard it. The writhing man screamed in extreme pain. I had no pity for him. For a long moment there was quiet again, but it was almost as scary as the noise and echoing gunshots. How many of them were chasing us? Where were they? Then Kit dropped into a shooting crouch. A single shot burst from his semi-automatic. Another guard dropped, as if he were a felled tree. He held his shoulder. I felt sick. I was a witness. All of us were. The ground under my hiking boots suddenly bucked. It was a powerful explosion, and it shivered every tree and shrub and the forest floor itself. We were almost knocked off our feet by the shock and concussion. The air around us seemed to split open. The woods suddenly crackled with heat. Then I smelled smoke, and my heart sank. Fire. With a furious thundering, 2 deer streaked past us. Birds flew up in black clouds. The woods were suddenly alive with frightened animals, and even more frightened humans. "The school!" Max screamed. "It's back at the school!" "That was a bomb," Kit yelled to me. "They're getting rid of the evidence. They're burning the place down. Keep moving. Keep going. There's nothing we can do about it now." We gathered up the children, kept them moving. We slid and fell and scraped our way down the hillside into a small valley. Then we climbed painfully up the side of a facing hill. Then down the opposite side. We ran until we couldn't run any more, and then we ran some more. 5 children, 2 adults, 7 witnesses. Chapter 86. We finally stopped to rest and took cover under a formation of primeval-looking boulders. We were exhausted, wide-eyed, open-mouthed, and stunned to silence. Our recent small victory was only a brief respite. We had outrun a couple of security geeks, but so what? 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. No one came up behind us. Not yet, anyway. Kit had climbed a high-branched tree to do some quick surveillance. He shimmied up and down expertly, and I was impressed with his agility. He was full of surprises. "I couldn't see anyone following us," he reported, "but that doesn't mean much. They know we've got a long way down with the kids in tow." Max was at my side, urgently tapping my arm. "I should teach them to fly," she said. "It will be easy for them, Frannie. I have to do it. They'll be safer from the guards. I was." Night would be coming soon, and I was anxious and frightened for the children. I didn't see how we could all safely make the trip down in darkness. Before today, I'd always thought of the woods as a personal refuge. No more. "It's getting dark pretty fast," I said to Max. I didn't want to scare her, but I hoped she would get my point. "It'll be okay for now," she answered. "There's a moon. Please trust me. I have instincts about these things. Also, we can see better in the dark than you can." I was so impressed with Max. It had only been a few days since she'd thrown herself screaming against our net. Now she had assumed responsibility for her small charges. I did trust her judgment, her instincts. She felt it was time to push the little birds out of the nest. She was probably right about that. It would be a stunning thing to witness. First flight. Chapter 87. We clustered together on the shelf-like summit of a rocky outcropping. The moon was brilliant overhead. It seemed ominous, like the chandelier at the opening of Phantom of the Opera. It was a beautiful night, though thoroughly spooky because of the dangerous circumstances we found ourselves in. "This is how you do it," Max told the others in a firm voice. "It starts in your head. You send your mind up and out of your body. Then just let your wings do the work. It'll be great tonight. We'll fly right by the moon, like in E.T. You guys remember that scene in the movie?" "Cool!" Icarus yelled. "I'm E.T. I'm the hero. I called it." The other kids rolled their eyes, but nobody argued with Icarus. I could see that the children were unusually generous and supportive of one another. They had team, or maybe it was flock, instincts. I looked at the leaning tower of striated schist that stood about 15 feet off the ground. It was just high enough for a practiced flyer to achieve loft, but it could also make for a pretty bad fall if the smaller children weren't up to it. I held my breath a little. I trusted Max, though. "Watch me," she said to the other kids. "Do exactly what I do." First, she beat her wings in place. Then, when there was a good stiff breeze coming at us, she simply stepped off the high rock. "Wow," the other kids chorused. "Way to go, Max! Woo! That's really great." For a moment, Max hovered effortlessly in the air. She turned her head down to make sure that all eyes were on her. They certainly were. Then she took off to another level. She flew up toward the treetops, and it was just incredible. The hair on my neck stood on end. My legs were wobbly, but I wouldn't have missed this for anything. Using good sense, or instincts, she kept it real simple. No aerobatics and no showing off. She made one graceful circular loop and then came back down to the others. "I can do that," Peter bragged and thrust out chin and chest. "No problema. No big deal." "So can I then," Wendy said. "I've been waiting to fly all my life." "I fly in my dreams all day and all night," Icarus told us. They were so sweet and good with one another. How could anyone even think of harming them? "Better let me go first," Oz said, pushing past the smaller twins. "No, me," Peter insisted, holding his ground. "Come here, Peter," Max said firmly. "I'm going to be right next to you the whole time, every second. Don't mess around, you little messers. Come here." "Ooh, she's mad," Peter said, and he crossed his eyes. "On the count of 3, we'll jump together," Max told them. "Any objections? Well, keep them to yourselves." I stood directly behind the children. Actually, I wanted to say, "Me next." I wanted to fly, too. I was overwhelmed with a sense of the possible. It was a full moon, and I could see so clearly. The children suddenly pushed off from the rock, all 5 of them together. "Look at that," Kit whispered. "Uh-oh." Kit gently squeezed my fingers. I gasped. It was Peter. His first movements were understandably unsure. Then he simply plummeted. "Hey, help!" he called out. Max swooped beneath him. She deftly grabbed his lower torso, and the boy flapped his wings harder and harder. He was putting everything he had into it. "Push the air down," Max urged him. "Push that darned old air out of the way." She was teaching him what to do. "Relax, Peter. Don't tighten up. You were made for this." With that, Peter leveled off. Max had given him just enough confidence. He seemed to float. Then the boy rose steadily. The others were doing fine. The sky was a kind of plum blue and was a magnificent background for the air show. "My God, Frannie," Kit said beside me. "No one has ever seen anything like this. Not even those fricking scientists." "Will you look at them go?" There were no mishaps. The children flew as if they'd been doing it together for years. Max appeared to be giving them simple instruction, how to bank and how to create drag. They had whistled in the woods, and they whistled now. Chirrup, chirrup. At first I hadn't gotten it. Now I understood that the whistling was a way for Icarus to see. Chirrup. Together the children flew across a deep, scary ravine. They circled and formed a figure 8 in the air. I couldn't catch my breath as I watched them perform. Max called out, "I'm right here, Ick." Icarus whistled, then he spoke. His voice echoed through the night air. "I feel you. I feel you moving in the air." And although it was a little too dark to clearly see his face, I could swear that Icarus was grinning his little fool head off. Chapter 88. I cupped my hands together and called out clearly and loudly to Max, "Time to come down. Okay, Max? Right now." To my relief, she waggled her wings and gave crisp orders for her tiny squadron to land. One after the other they did land, small feet smacking the dirt floor, accompanied by squeals of laughter and the purest delight that only children seem able to feel and display. Actually, I felt guilty about giving them orders, knowing how discipline had always been instilled into them. But it had to be done. We still weren't safe in these woods, not even close. Men with guns would be coming soon, if they weren't already nearby. I hugged them all, and even Pip was delirious with happiness. But there was no time to savor the astonishing event. The air was cooling down fast, as it does in the mountains at the end of the summer. Kit didn't want to make a fire, and he was right, unfortunately. It would be a lot safer without one, but a whole lot colder. We found a reasonably protected place in the lee of a couple of large boulders. We pitched away loose stones and twigs and cleared a flat place for sleeping. We gathered piles of leaves and loose wood to use for warmth during the night. The kids wrapped their wings around and were insulated. "We'll be in a better place tomorrow," I told the children. "Maybe at my house." And maybe not. "You promise?" said Oz. I wanted to promise him pancakes with syrup and all the milk he could drink. I wanted to promise him a real bed without bars and a happy ever-after life. But I had no idea what the next 20 minutes would bring. "Go to sleep," I told them. I put my hand on Oz's head. "Sweet dreams, okay?" Oz gave me a cynical little smirk, and I couldn't blame him. I'd made a wish, not a promise. I stood over him as he joined the huddle of bird kids. They were scratched and bruised, and I didn't have so much as a bandage. I didn't even have a ragged blanket to throw over them. I bit my lips to stop them from trembling when Max began the Lord's Prayer. The others joined in and added names to the list of those God was to bless. I didn't recognize any of the names, except for Mrs. Beatty's. Didn't know whether they were animal or human, living or dead. There was so much history about the children I didn't know yet. Max said, "And God bless Frannie and Kit, our good friends. And God bless little Pip, too, our four-legged friend." Who had taught the children to pray in the midst of that depravity? Was it Mrs. Beatty's influence? Was it instinct? I wondered if God was listening to the prayers. These special children needed him, were under his protection. It was a knotty philosophical problem, and better left to theologians. Once the others were sleeping, Max came and sat with Kit and me. Kit asked her for the 50th time about the school. Who, he wanted to know, were the people who worked there? Max still referred to the people as them. She was afraid about the school in general. She had been conditioned for years not to breathe a word. Kit kept pushing her, coaxing her. "They'll put us to sleep," she finally said. "They're not fooling around." "How do you know that, Max?" I asked. I was hoping, praying that she'd tell me a hokey bogeyman story, some Dr. Frankenstein version of Wait Till Your Daddy Gets Home. "They kill the skitters in jars." She looked straight at me when she said it. Her face was a mask of total seriousness and truth. She turned pale. "And they have a kill jar for each of us." My breath caught hard. I knew about kill jars. They were containers filled with carbon monoxide. Kill jars were used to euthanize lab mice after they'd served their purpose in research labs.
But they wouldn't put children like you to sleep, I said to her. Yes, they sure would put children like me to sleep, Max said. Her eyes were small and hard. They always put the rejects to sleep. Her voice was barely audible, as if she were talking to herself. Eve was put to sleep, and so was Adam, and I think so was my brother Matthew. Chapter 89. I sat braced up against one of the boulders and tried to let some of the shell shock wear off. I don't swear too much, but I was thinking, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What a mind-boggling day. I realized that my heart hadn't stopped pounding for the past several hours. I felt raw, used up, and incredibly tired. I knew I badly needed to sleep. And yet I couldn't get my eyes to shut. My eyelids weren't functioning as they should. I was breaking down. I was also heartsick and stunned by Max's earlier pronouncement. Children like her had regularly been put to death. They always put the rejects to sleep, she'd said. They did it as standard operating procedure. Adam was put to sleep. So was Eve. But who were these children with the auspicious-sounding names? Why had they been killed? What caused them to be rejected? Kit came and sat down beside me. He looked exhausted and worried, and I couldn't blame him. "I've got a confession to make," he said in a hoarse whisper. "I have to get this out in the open." I wasn't expecting that. Not right now. Confession about what? I stared at him. My stomach had already dropped a couple of notches. I didn't need any confessions, but there was no way he could take back his words. "Will you stop reading my eyes?" he said. "I'm not." "Okay, I am. I'll try not to. Talk. What is it that you have to say to me?" He sat cross-legged, facing me. He considered, weighed, then finally spoke. "A few weeks ago, a geneticist was killed in his bedroom in San Francisco. So was his live-in girlfriend. It was brutal and bloody. It was made to look like a burglary gone wrong. It wasn't, though. This geneticist," he went on, "had helped to discover a promoter gene. The promoter gene was probably used at the school." I knew that promoter genes enable genetic material to be transferred from one organism to another. The promoter acts kind of like a key, opening a DNA lock, but it's not an all-purpose skeleton key. Different promoter genes are required for each type of genetic alteration. "Who told you?" I asked. "And why couldn't you have told me a couple of days ago, Kit? What else are you holding back?" "This has to come out my way," Kit said. I sighed. "Okay, do it your way. Hopefully, when I'm done, you'll understand." "Hopefully, I will." The geneticist, a man named James Kim, had confided to a friend of his at MIT that he and a select group of biologists were part of an underground lab network. They were doing illegal experiments, but highly profitable ones. He was working with a team whose hub was somewhere in the Boulder area. The leak of information cost him his life, and the life of the doctor at MIT. "Wait, Kit, are you saying you knew that human experiments were going on?" I asked. "Did you know that before we arrived at the school?" "Please tell me the whole truth." Kit shook his head. "No, I didn't know anything for sure. I came out here to find the underground research team, if they existed as a team, if they were here. I didn't know if I'd find them or what I'd do if I did. I still don't. And I had no idea beforehand about the horrors we discovered at the school, or about Max. Who could have imaged that? Who could have dreamed?" I sat up straight against the uncomfortable backrest of rock. Suddenly, I wasn't as tired as I'd thought. "Kit, will you tell me exactly what's going on? I feel like I'm going crazy. I know my life is in danger. I know these kids are in grave danger, too. Just tell me the truth. I deserve that, don't I?" "I'm trying to, Frannie. It's not black and white, though. Some of it is unbelievably hard to get at." "Why? Because you were such a good liar at first?" He sighed and slowly nodded his head. "Yes, because of that. And because I don't normally lie. And I guess because of why I felt I had to lie." I felt my throat backing up. I couldn't stop thinking about the terrifying crimes, the conscienceless murders, what I'd seen in that horrible pediatrics ward at the school. What was Kit trying to tell me now? What else did he know? "Kit, just talk," I finally said. He gave a deep sigh. "Okay. I believe that David was part of this. That's why they killed him. Your husband was murdered by the people he worked with." "Oh, God." I realized that I was holding myself tightly with both arms. "I'm just holding on," I thought. Barely. My head was reeling. Images from a year and a half ago were flashing through my brain. They seemed fresh and raw. David's death. I was staring at Kit in the chalky moonlight in disbelief. I was in shock and probably denial. How could David have been involved in something this bad? How could he have lied to me so convincingly and for such a long time? "What else?" I whispered. I sensed there was more. I could see it in Kit's eyes. "For one thing," he said, "I'm not here officially. The FBI actually pulled me off this case, and my real name isn't Kit Harrison." Chapter 90. I felt so betrayed and hurt. I wanted to run away from whoever, but I was too tired. Maybe I was in shock. I was also afraid of Kit Harrison. I could barely speak, but I managed a few words. "Please, leave me alone. My name is—" I waved him away. "I don't care. It isn't important." His temper flared suddenly. "I am from Boston. I worked in D.C. for a while, too. I was a senior agent with the FBI for 12 years. I was nearly fired off the job because I wouldn't back off this damn investigation. I'm not supposed to be here. They think I'm on vacation in Nantucket. I'm trying to do the right thing here, Frannie." I looked at him, stared hard into those deceptive blue eyes. "Nantucket was where your wife and children were going when the plane crashed?" He nodded. His face was flushed. His eyes were red-rimmed. "Frannie, I'm sorry about everything. I'm sorry about your husband, David. I'm not usually a liar. Actually, I never lie. I didn't have a choice. I'm obsessed with this case, I'll admit that. I've been tracking it for the past couple of years." "Are you sure about David?" I whispered. "Yes, I'm sure. I talked to another doctor at MIT. She knew about the outlaw group. She gave me your husband's name, and she swore that David was murdered. David's name came up in association with Dr. Kim in San Francisco. I'm sorry to have to tell you." I stared up at the dark, brooding sky. A false bottom had dropped out of my stomach. I needed to change the subject. "What do you think happened to the men who were chasing us?" Kit, or whoever he was, shook his head. "Maybe the fire and the explosion at the school distracted them. They know they'll catch us before we get down the mountain with 5 children in tow." "Maybe one of us should go ahead," I said. He shook his head. His eyes were so intense now. Frannie, tell me your thoughts about the labs at the school. Your bottom line, best guess, whatever you think is going on there. What struck you back there? I think it's important. I tried to think straight, to concentrate, but it wasn't very easy. Honestly, shock at first, then sorrow, a sense that my soul had been invaded. Obviously, they were experimenting on humans, among other terrible things. What other things? An idea had hit me very hard at the school. It was so horrifying I had wanted it to disappear. I still couldn't shake it off. No matter how these so-called scientists manipulated and combined genes, the children must have come from human stock. They weren't cooked up in lab beakers. A little of this, a dash of that. They got their hair, eyes, skin color, some of their intellectual capacity from their parents. Max, Oz, Peter, Wendy, Ick. They all have human mothers and fathers. I'm sure of it. His eyes were incredibly intense, probing, holding on to mine. Please go on, Frannie. I have to hear this. Anything you suspect at this point. I'm trying to put together a lot of pieces. There is no such thing as a test tube baby. Not yet, anyway. There's simply no way to grow a child in anything other than the real thing. Even biologically engineered mouse embryos have to be implanted into living female mice until they're developed. Max and the other children were nurtured in the wombs of women. They have human mothers. My eyes were finally closing. I couldn't keep them open a minute longer. Unfortunately, the nightmare... I nodded my head. I was close to tears, but I stubbornly held them off. An image of David flashed before my eyes. Me too, I said. Chapter 91. It was 9:30, and Kit Tom was thoughtful and brooding as he walked lookout on the perimeter of the hideaway. At least he was operating decently as an agent. So far, he'd been able to protect everyone, but for how much longer? He was worried about so many things right now, but he felt particularly bad about what happened earlier with Frannie. He hated that he'd let her down. Pop. Something hit him on the head, and he jumped back. He looked up, expecting trouble. He found it, too. Max was bouncing on a sturdy tree limb above. She had dropped a pine cone on him. "Funny girl. What's up, besides you?" he called to her. She smiled down. "I want to show you something." She pointed toward a distant hill that was outlined in glowing red. "The fire's still burning." Kit needed to see for himself. He braced his foot on the trunk. He reached for a low limb, pulled himself up to a crotch in the tree. He continued to climb quickly and expertly until he arrived at the crook where Max was sitting. "That's the hard way up here," Max said, and made a face. "I can't fly, Max. I'm not supposed to reveal that I'm Superman. Not yet." "Oh, okay. Your secret's safe with me. Hardy-har." She had mimicked Matthew's crazy laugh, and she regretted it instantly. Max scooched over to make room for Kit in the bough of the tree. "I'll keep watch up here for now," he said. "Why don't you go down and get some sleep? Please, get some rest." "I can't sleep," she said. "Anyway, I'm used to it, staying up. I was always afraid of being put to sleep. I have nightmares about it all the time, so I don't sleep too much." "We'll be all right for a while," he told her. Max frowned. "Bull." Kit smiled. "A little bit, I guess." "What's going on in there?" he asked, tapping the young girl's head. "Too much for my own good, especially now. I hated the putrid school, but it was my putrid home." He nodded, understood a little bit. "There are lots better places out here in the world. Honest. Wait and see." Max threw a deep sigh. "I like Frannie a whole lot. I even like you. Sometimes. Like now," she teased. "Are you going to breed with Frannie?" Max suddenly asked. Kit started to laugh. He couldn't help it and hoped it didn't hurt her feelings. "Are you going to?" Max insisted. "Your secret's safe with me, Kit. I'll pinky swear on it." "Frannie's not even talking to me," he told Max. Let her into his confidence. "How come?" "Because," he said slowly, "I didn't tell her some secrets I didn't feel I could tell anyone." Max nodded her head. "Oh, I see. Like the secrets I wasn't supposed to tell anyone? But you insisted I should tell you?" "Yeah, I guess so. Point taken." She was so damn quick. Max nodded with satisfaction. She licked her finger and made a mark, a score, in front of his face. "Anyone ever tell you how smart you are?" Max smiled, clearly pleased. She had such a beautiful, radiant face. "Wendy and Peter are smarter. I only tested 149 on the Stanford Binet. They're in the high genius range. Adam and Eve were off the planet, but it didn't save them. I always wonder why. Don't you?" "I wonder about a lot of things, Max. That's why I ask so many dumb questions." "Do you know why they were put to sleep?" Max shook her head. "I remember the night it happened, though. There must have been an error, a flaw. They were rejected. Something was wrong with them." Kit listened and shook his head. "Something is wrong with all of us, sweet stuff. Nobody's perfect. That's what makes us interesting." "I know. I understand that part. I really like your imperfections." She leaned up against him. He felt incredibly warm feelings toward her. It was nice, almost father-daughter. Together they stared into the red-rimmed horizon. The fire was out there. Danger. Suddenly he was remembering Tommy and Mike, his own children. He didn't want to remember. Not now. "Seriously, I like you a lot," Max said to him. "You have kind eyes. I know you wouldn't hurt someone unless you had to. It's the way you are." "Thank you," he said, and nuzzled her cheek. "One of us should sleep for a while, though. You go ahead." "I'm wide awake," Max said. "Besides, I can see and hear better than you. I'm our best chance." He smiled. "You're probably right," he said. He let his eyes slowly close, and it felt so good. "My real name is Tom," he whispered. "I'm Maximum. You'll see why." Chapter 92. I was running for my life inside a shadowy, feverish dream. David was in it, when I felt Pip yanking hard at my sleeve. "Stop it, Pip. You're already outside. Go pee by yourself. Be a good boy. Go on." Scolding and shoving him away didn't stop him. He was such a persistent little bugger, so I forced my eyes open. I half expected David to be there beside me, but he wasn't, of course. I sniffed the air. The smell was noxious, and I started to choke. As in my dream, the air was hot and black and stifling. I didn't know if it was day or night, only that I'd fallen asleep by moonlight, and now the moon was completely gone. I couldn't see a thing, not even the sky or the overhanging trees which had been there when I dropped off to sleep. It was like being stricken blind. I was in a blanket of heavy, nearly black fog. "Hello? Somebody?" I called out. With sickening clarity, I understood how bad things really were. Smoke had completely obliterated the moon and sky, even the overhanging trees. Smoke was all around, choking me, blinding me, making it impossible to see more than a couple of feet in any direction. The woods were on fire. Pip was barking, demanding that I follow him. I pushed myself up, stumbled over stumps and rocks, calling, "Kit! Kit, where are you? There's a fire!" He finally answered. "Here. Over here. The wind must have shifted." The fire was on us like that. I still couldn't locate Kit. I couldn't see any of the kids either. My eyes stung and watered. My visibility was only about 3 or 4 feet. I felt trapped, claustrophobic, completely closed in. I heard something, An elk. I was looking right into the huge animal's eyes, glazed and frozen. It was as lost and afraid as I was. Then it pounded past me. I could hear the fire now. It was a soft roar, seductive, almost melodic. Slowly I began to see again. The smoke wasn't as bad on slightly higher ground. The sky was turning red, brightened by the fire. Gazing north, I could see rows of withered, blackened trees on a distant hillside. A nearby tree caught and burned with a loud whoosh. A huge limb crashed to the ground. Sparks flew high into the air, like big firecrackers exploding. The fire had definitely turned with the wind. It must have been racing over the ground for the past few hours, gaining strength as it moved. Now the monster was big. Huge. They had gotten rid of all the evidence, hadn't they? The school was long gone in the terrifying blaze. I called out again. This time I heard retching coughs. The kids were nearby, but where were they? Max? Icarus? Oz? Max! I saw Kit first. "I've got the twins," he said, as he staggered out of the curtain of smoke. One twin was hoisted over each shoulder. He was strong. Pip started to growl again. He bared his little teeth. His coat was already covered in soot and ash. There was a shot, a flare of light, a gunshot in the middle of all of this. Where had it come from? What direction? Another tree limb fell in a blaze of orange and gold sparks. Pip yelped. "Let's go! Let's go!" Kit yelled. We started to run for it. Chapter 93. Wendy was wrapped tightly in my arms. We were managing to stay ahead of the raging, thundering fire so far. Most likely the rapidly shifting winds had pushed it away from us for the time being. I was trying to get my bearings when I heard Max shout, "Look! Look out! More guards!" I could see 2 men were poking around in the valley below us. I was stunned. To my absolute shock, I recognized them. I knew both men standing down there. They were from Boulder Community Hospital, colleagues of David's. The taller of the 2 was wearing a blue satin L.A. Dodgers baseball jacket, a cap, rimless glasses. He had salt and pepper hair and a full beard. The other man was shorter, but weighed more, a Humpty Dumpty in plaid shirt sleeves and baggy khakis. The taller man was Dr. Michael Vaughn. He was in neurology. The man with the spare tire was Bobby something. He was head nurse in the OB/GYN unit. I'd seen him at a party once, entertaining people with photos of babies whose deliveries he'd assisted. His babies, he'd called them. They were David's friends. We had socialized with them. Tears welled up in my eyes, and it wasn't from the smoke. It was a sense of betrayal I felt. Maybe they were just volunteers looking for survivors of the fire. It would be a great thing if Dr. Vaughn and Nurse Bobby were a couple of concerned citizens, wouldn't it? All we'd have to do is whistle to them, and we'd be heading out of the wilderness toward antibiotics, clean sheets, and warm food. But a strange, intuitive feeling stopped me from yelling, "Hey, we're over here!" Kit and the children were being very quiet, too. Then Kit pointed to the left, and I saw our salvation. A black Jeep. Our Jeep. Unfortunately, Vaughn and the male nurse had discovered it, too. They were trying the doors. Kit forced a clip into his gun. His face was grim, stretched tight. His concentration was total. He kept his gun in shooting position. They finally walked away from the Jeep. They were looking for something. Us? Their eyes kept scanning the surrounding woods. Thank God they didn't see us. I threw a deep, audible sigh. Something bright flashed in my peripheral vision. I jumped back. What now? Kit was holding up the car keys. "Whatever made you lock the car?" Flashing a grin I hadn't seen in a while, he said, "It's what city kids do." Chapter 94. We hoped against hope that no one was looking for Kit's Jeep. We hoped they didn't know who he was, or why he was out here in Colorado. Then we worried about the FBI's lack of involvement, and specifically why Kit had been taken off the investigation. We had our plates full with worry. This was not good. None of it was. We piled into the Jeep and Kit drove fast, almost dangerously, down the narrow, twisty mountain road we'd come on. The kids loved it, urging him to go even faster. As we rounded a sharp curve over a ravine, I saw a small group of men and women standing by one side of the road. Hikers? They looked harmless enough. Then I recognized them and my heart nearly stopped. They were from the hospital in Boulder, too. Some of them were wearing headphones with tiny mics near their mouths. 3 men and a woman, all of them doctors at Boulder Community, wearing headphones to go hiking? Damn, I didn't think so. I wasn't real big on conspiracy theories, but I had a lot of faith in what I saw with my own 2 eyes. "Get down, please, get down," I told the kids. "Get down below the window." The suspicious doctors looked up at our speeding Jeep, but the children stayed down, and the docs from hell didn't seem to notice anything wrong. "They're from Boulder Community Hospital," I told Kit the latest bad news. "This is getting so damn creepy I can't stand it. I wish I was being paranoid." He stepped up the speed, and the kids hooped and hollered again. Even under the circumstances, it was a joyride to them. They were absolutely fearless. Somehow we made it to the bottom of the mountain in one piece, and as far as we knew, without being spotted. I remembered that Oz, the twins, and Icarus had never been outside the school before this. It was all brand new to them. They were on overload, complete overstimulation, maybe even more than me. "Welcome to Bear Bluff, Colorado," I said. I looked back and tried to make a happy face. "It's actually a pretty nice place to live." "It's even creepier than the school," Max said in a deep, croaky voice. She laughed. "Just kidding, Frannie and Kit. It is nice. If you like to eat red meat. You'll love it, guys. Not." "I'm really, really scared," Wendy trilled. Her brown eyes were bulging, and she did look petrified now. "So am I," said Peter. "Care Bear stare," Max said to them. Obviously, it was something they shared, a lucky saying, a charm. "Care Bear stare," the others chorused. "Care Bear stare, Care Bear stare." Unfortunately, Max was right about the creepy part. Now 2 Army Jeeps were approaching in the opposite direction. Army Jeeps? Was the Army part of this, too? How could that be? Who were they? Everybody but us? "Down in back," I whispered, and the kids ducked again. I ducked down as well. We passed by the grunting and groaning U.S. Army Jeeps without incident. "Kit, please tell me this can't get any worse," I said, as we got on the last stretch toward my place. I needed to stop at the inpatient for medical supplies. I had to treat the lacerations and bruises from our flight down the mountain. "If you recognize any more hospital personnel, old friends and acquaintances and such, be sure to let me know," he said. We curled around the last familiar bend approaching the inpatient. Kit almost stopped. Then he sped up. He stepped on the gas hard, and the Jeep lurched forward. We barreled right past the inpatient, past my home. "Kit, stop! We have to stop!" I yelled. "Kit, stop this Jeep, now!" I repeated. "Frannie, no. It's not good. We can't stop," he said, and kept speeding down the road. The rear of the Jeep was fishtailing badly. I knew Kit was right, but I couldn't believe what I saw. I thought my heart was finally going to break. They had burned down my house, my hospital, my everything. They had torched the inpatient. All of my poor animals were inside. Book 5. When the Wind Blows. Chapter 95. We streaked past the inpatient at better than 60 miles an hour. I felt hollow and sick inside. I knew Kit was right to speed by my place without stopping, but that didn't make it any easier. Max leaned in close from the back seat. "Oh, Frannie, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." "We're sorry, Frannie," the other kids joined in. In the back of the Jeep, little Pip was in a highly agitated state. Pip was barking and whining as we passed our old house, or what was left of it. Damn them. Damn them to hell. Who had done this? Who was responsible? I wanted to do terrible things to them. I felt I had the right. I'd never felt anything close to this kind of anger and disgust. "I know where we can go." I finally managed to speak after we got a mile or so up the road where I used to live. "I know where we'll be safe for a little while at least, until we can figure something out." I gave Kit directions to my sister Carol's. She lived in the town of Radcliffe, which is about 20 miles southwest of Bear Bluff. We'd be okay there for the rest of the day anyway. Carol had moved out to Colorado from Milwaukee after she split with her husband Charlie. She lived on a small working farm with her 2 daughters, Meredith and Bridget, and their dogs, 2 geese, Graham and Crackers, and a house-trained rabbit named Thumper. People can tell right away that we're sisters. I would have gone to Carol's earlier, at least to talk to her, but she and the kids had been on a 2-week camping trip to Gunnison National Forest. I wasn't even sure if they were back now, which might be even better. But I spotted Seabird working in her vegetable garden as we approached the house. She was nearly lost among the droopy-headed sunflowers. Bumblebees danced around her. "Kit, would you stop here? Let me walk to the house. I have to sort of prepare Carol for this." "Doesn't she like kids?" Max cracked from the back. "Yes, she does, and animals too," I said. I climbed out of the Jeep and walked toward my sister. I wasn't sure I was doing the right thing now. I wasn't sure about anything anymore. In the last few hours, I'd learned there were a lot of folks in the area who I couldn't trust. I also had a better appreciation for what Kit had been going through with this case. My sister Carol is 5 years older than I am and a great, great person in every way. Her husband Charlie, a radiologist, was such a jerk to lose her and his kids. Carol summed it up. "You snooze, you lose." "Instant family?" she said, looking toward the Jeep. She had on muddy gardening boots, plaid shorts, an old denim shirt, and a floppy straw hat. Sunblock was smeared unevenly on her forehead and cheeks. Behind her, a clothesline was heavy with towels and bathing suits from their trip. "Of course you can bring them for a little unexpected visit, Francis. Who are they, though? Is that a man in the driver's seat?" I nodded. "His name is Kit. It's Tom." Carol's eyebrows raised several inches. "Uh-huh. He's Kit, Tom, whatever. And the others?" Man, oh man, oh man. The others? "Carol, this is very strange. I'm your sister. You trust me, right?" "Up to a point." "You didn't get married to someone with a huge family, Frannie? Please tell me you didn't." "Oh, hell, I don't care if you did," Carol said, and pushed strands of loose hair away from her face. "You didn't." I put my hand on her arm. No, that wasn't enough for me right now. I needed more. I hugged my sister tightly in the middle of her garden. "Sweetie, are you all right? You're trembling," she said against my cheek. "You're trembling all over." "Someone is after us," I whispered. "I'm not kidding. I'm not making a joke. And those children in the car. Carol, oh God, Carol, oh hell, they have wings and they can fly." Chapter 96. Supper at my sister's house is usually a spontaneous event, what with Thumper or possibly one of the geese, Graham or Cracker, encouraged to wander in and out of the dining room like an extra guest or two. Over the table is a quote that accurately captures the family spirit. "If the sky falls, one may hope to catch larks." The sky was falling. I had to hand it to Carol, though. She was enormously cool under fire. So was Kit. And so were Meredith and Bridget, who are 2 of the nicest, kindest, smartest kids I've ever met. "Is this your idea of payback for Frank the Swan?" Carol said, and we cracked up. So did Kit, though he had no way of knowing exactly what we were talking about. Before she had left for her camping trip, Carol had brought me an old, hopelessly injured swan for mending. Over a home-cooked meal, I told Carol as much as I dared, and said that we would be out of her house as soon as we possibly could. It was also decided that Carol and the kids would return to Gunnison National Forest for another week of camping, just to be safe. When dinner was finished, Kit and I had to leave for a while. It was Kit's idea. We were going to see Henrik Kroner, who had been David's boss at Boulder Community Hospital, and who was also high on Kit's list of suspects. Kroner had studied embryology under Dr. Anthony Pizer in Boston. Henrik had come to Colorado from MIT. He'd never been charged or indicted in Boston. He lived in Boulder with his current girlfriend, Jilly. I remembered that Jilly was a pediatric nurse and worked in the hospital's in vitro fertilization clinic. I couldn't help thinking of all the murdered babies at the school, all of the rejects. A pediatric nurse? It couldn't just be a coincidence. We were afraid that Kit's Jeep might be easily recognized by now, so we borrowed Carol's Chevy 4x4. We were at Dr. Kroner's before 9:30. If he and Jilly were home, they'd be up. I remembered seeing Henrik at the McDonough's the night Frank had been murdered. Another coincidence? I doubted it. The lights of the expensive and grossly oversized mountain cottage were shining brightly. Henrik Kroner's triple-black Mercedes convertible was parked in the drive. The two of us walked up a flagstone pathway. We stood outside the screen door and rang the front bell a couple of times. Nobody came at first. I could see into the living room, pine furniture and brightly colored throw rugs, Audubon prints, shaker doors, wide-board pine floors. No Henrik and Jilly, though. A little scary. Everything was now. "Dr. Kroner," I finally called. "It's Frannie O'Neill." "Henrik Kroner, Jilly, are you in there? Is anybody home?" Total silence in the house. Only the loud shrilling of crickets and cicadas in the yard. "Let's go round back," Kit said. He started around the edge of the house. I took a deep breath and followed him. I didn't want to be alone. "I'm 2 steps behind you, Kit." Kit stopped suddenly, and I nearly walked into him. "Oh, Christ," he whispered. "Stay there, Frannie. Stay back, please. It's bad." I could see Henrik and Jilly from where I stood. They were lying face-up on a pair of bright yellow chaise lounges. Blood was puddled around the chairs and seeping into cracks between the flagstones. Blood stained the lounges as well. I could see that Jilly had been shot in the hollow of her throat. Henrik had been shot through the right eye. My heart constricted and my mouth was very dry. I wanted to cover my eyes, but I didn't do it. I needed to see everything now, to describe it if I had to. If I was going to be a witness, I might as well be a good one. Kit lightly touched my arm. "You okay, Frannie?" Not really. I had seen a lot of animals die, but it hadn't prepared me for the sight of a viciously murdered man and woman, especially people who I'd known. "I'm doing all right, I guess. Still on my feet, anyway," I whispered. 2 shots for each victim. Entry an inch or so apart, Kit muttered. "Kit, this just happened. Neither body is rigorous or discolored. We just missed the killers. Or they just missed us." Neither Henrik Kroner nor Jilly had been friends of mine, but I'd known them. I didn't like Henrik, but David and I had come to a couple of parties at this house. I had sat in one of these yellow lounge chairs. I wondered if Dr. Anthony Pizer had ever been here. Could he be responsible for these deaths? Bad thoughts were repeating in my brain. That happens under stress. I couldn't help remembering that I saw Kroner at Frank McDonough's the night Frank drowned, or that Henrik Kroner had visited my house in Bear Bluff after David was killed. It was so awful, and none of it seemed coincidental. "We have to go back to Carol's," I said, grabbing Kit's arm. "We have to get her and the kids out of there now." They were killing all the witnesses. Chapter 97. Kit was afraid, but he was trying not to show it for Frannie's sake. He pulled over at a 7-Eleven on Baseline Road in Boulder. The last 24 hours were testing everything he'd learned as an agent, and some things he hadn't. He did remember an old saying from his training at Quantico: "Fall 7 times, stand up 8. "I'll be quick," he said as he ripped open the 4x4's door. "I'm going to try to talk to Peter Stricker at the FBI. I've got to make him believe me, which might not be so easy." "Okay," Frannie said. "But please hurry. I'm worried about Carol and the kids." Kit walked quickly toward the payphone outside the brightly lit convenience store. He was still feeling alone in all of this. That's just the way it was. Realistically, there was only so much one agent could do. Why in hell had they shut him down? It made no sense, and it was scary as hell. He didn't want to call Peter Stricker, not even now. It was like asking to be insulted and browbeaten and turned down again. It had been going on for more than a year, the same thing over and over. Even though it was past 7 in Washington, he decided to try Stricker at his office first. He had Stricker's home phone number. They had been friends, right? But calling there was a last resort. Not a really good move. Peter's secretary was still working at the office. She picked up after one ring. "Cindy, this is Tom Brennan on the line. I have to talk to Peter. It's an emergency." "Mr. Stricker's on the road," the secretary said. "I'll give him your message when he calls in." Kit yelled into the phone. "Damn it, Cindy, people are dying. You beat Peter's number right now. I'll hold the line. I'm not going away this time. Tell him there have been more deaths, and it's his goddamn fault." It didn't take long for Cindy to reach Stricker, and Kit wondered if he'd been in the office all along. Probably he had been. He heard Stricker's familiar whisper. "Tom, what is it?" He wished he could reach through the fiber-optic phone lines and strangle him. "There's been another murder. 2 murders. No, actually, Peter, there have been a lot more murders than that. Now let me talk. Let me finish what I have to tell. Don't say a goddamn word." "Tom, where are you?" "Not a fricking word." "I understand. Of course, go on." "All right, well, I'm not in Nantucket. I haven't been in Nantucket. I'm in Colorado, which is where I ought to be, which is where the Bureau should have sent me, where you should have sent me, Peter, if you'd listened to my warnings." "You've seen someone murdered. You said—" "Shut the hell up." "Yes. I just left the house of Dr. Henrik Kroner. He's dead, and so is his girlfriend. That's our fault." "No, it's your fault. Kroner used to work for Anthony Pizer." "All right, I hear you. Where are you now, Tom? Where exactly is Dr. Kroner's house?" "Forget about Henrik Kroner. Kroner is dead, I told you that. Peter, they've killed children. They've destroyed embryos. They're experimenting on humans. I saw it myself. I saw the awful, horrible lab where they worked. I was there." "Tom, where the hell are you?" Peter Stricker finally raised his voice. "I'm on a fucking phone in the middle of hell, and in case you're interested, there are 7-Elevens here. I want 50 agents now. Get everybody from Denver. Tell them to head to Bear Bluff, Colorado. Go to what used to be the Inpatient. It's an animal hospital. They can't miss it. Somebody burned it to the ground. I'll make contact with them, not the other way around. I'm running this now." Stricker sighed. "All right, I hear you. We'll send people in." Kit hung up the payphone and took a deep breath. That was pretty damn good. The cavalry was coming. Chapter 98. I saw Kit get off the phone after a very animated conversation. He jogged back to the car, and he actually looked better. He had some of his color back. He told me that his old boss had finally listened. I don't know how much he believed, but he believed some of it. He's sending agents here. The feeling I had, The crazy imagery in my head was that I had been thrust into a real-life scenario that roughly paralleled the one in Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I was beginning to think I could no longer trust anyone in Boulder or the surrounding towns. We hurried back to Carol's house from Boulder. Carol saw the car lights and was waiting for us at the front door. "Everything's cool here, Frannie," she said.
This book is continued on Disc 8. Disc 8.
"Everything's cool here, Frannie," she said. Obviously, she'd read the worried look on my face. The kids were really good. Nobody's been flying or anything. "Yeah, except for you, Meredith and Bridget. You're flying out of here right now. Another doctor from the hospital is dead. Henrik Kroner. Pack your things now." Carol and the girls were ready in 15 minutes, which was a new land speed record for them. I felt guilty about involving them, but I knew they would be anyway. Whoever was after me could easily find out who my sister was, if they didn't already know, and where she lived. Camping in Gunnison National Forest was the safest place for Carol and her girls to be right now. We hugged furiously hard and tried not to cry. Then everybody waved sad goodbyes in front of the house. My sister and her girls drove off into the night. I prayed they would be safe, that all of us would be. But I didn't really believe it. Too many bad things had happened, and we knew about most of them. Chapter 99. Dr. Anthony Pizer was slow climbing out of the slate-gray Mercedes sedan. His face showed the pain of the exertion. Pizer was in his late 70s, and genius or not, he hadn't been able to arrest the ravages of aging and a highly stressful life. He walked slowly toward the men waiting for him in the small wooded clearing. He waved a greeting and looked to be a pleasant older chap. "We haven't caught up with her yet." Harding Thomas spoke before he did. "So it would seem," the doctor said, and smiled thinly. "Well, I'm not surprised. Under different circumstances, I might even be pleased with the results. She had avian instincts for survival and flight, and the clever intelligence of humans. She is superior to all of you, and she's proving it, isn't she?" "Of course she is. What a super girl." "We'll get her," Thomas said. Pizer nodded and pursed his thin lips. "I have no doubt of it. She's sought out help, and the humans will be her downfall. She's finally made a mistake." Harding Thomas nodded. As usual, the doctor was right. "Bring her in alive, if you possibly can. She's worth a small fortune," Pizer said. "But if that fails, bring her in dead. And that goes for anyone else who's seen her. The good that will ultimately come will justify everything. The most important days in history are almost here." Chapter 100. We slept fitfully at Carol's house, and we were all up before dawn. Kit needed to go to the inpatient, and we decided it was best if we all stayed together. Help was supposedly on the way. FBI agents would meet us at the inpatient. Kit had already checked around midnight, but they hadn't arrived yet. We left Carol's before 4, and it was incredibly dark and eerie on the back roads. There were no streetlights out in Radcliffe, or in Bear Bluff, for that matter. We were close to the inpatient by 4:45. We traveled up the familiar road, but Kit passed right by the place. He checked it out as we drove by. "I don't see anybody. Maybe Stricker didn't believe me after all. That asshole." We turned around and drove back. Everything looked dark and deserted. The FBI wasn't there yet. "Pull in, Kit. I have to look at my house." This had been my home, and I couldn't just let it go. No one was there yet. Kit turned into the driveway. I grabbed his flashlight. "I'll be quick." I hurried out of the Jeep and climbed the front steps. My charbroiled front steps. I was oblivious to everything except that this was my house, my workplace, and my poor animals had been trapped inside, cruelly burned alive. The building was still smoldering, and the heavy, acrid smell of the fire was overpowering. My house was no more. I barely recognized it. I got a surprise when I worked up the nerve to finally look inside. I moved the flashlight around, and the animals were gone. Someone had let them out before they started the fire. I was relieved, and also thankful. "Frannie?" Kit was suddenly there behind me. "You okay?" "I had to see it," I whispered as my throat began to close up. I covered my nose with a handkerchief, but it didn't help much. A thick, dry taste like charcoal was on my tongue. The fire had devoured everything. The furniture, rugs, and curtains were blackened rags and could never be salvaged. The walls and ceilings were blistered black. Kit held me from behind. He knew the thing to do. I turned and looked into his eyes. "Kit, maybe it's not the same people. Whoever burned my house let the animals loose. Those bastards at the school wouldn't have done that." "Maybe some of the doctors from Boulder started the fire," he offered, "instead of the guards, the hunters." "Maybe those young army guys, like the ones we saw yesterday," I offered, a paranoid thought of my own. "Let's go outside," he whispered softly. "We'll wait there. There's nothing here anymore." "I know. Thanks for letting me see my house," I whispered. I let him pull me out of the blackened shell of my house, away from my life for the past few years. We made it out onto the porch. We stopped moving. They were waiting for us. Not the FBI. The hunters, the guards from the school. Half a dozen of the home burners, the child murderers, were standing in my driveway. They had Max and the other kids. Chapter 101. "Take your hands the hell off them," Kit called down from the porch. "They're just kids, they're children." I liked that. Loved it, actually. They had rifles and handguns, and here was Kit barking orders. He was standing up to them. The two guards holding Ozymandias and Max actually let them go, and even took a few steps back. They were dressed like local outdoor types, work boots, wrinkled and stained khakis, hunting vests. There was no way to identify who any of them were. Army? FBI? Mercenaries? I'd never seen any of these particular men at Boulder Community Hospital, anyway. "Come down here off the porch." The man who spoke was broad-shouldered, in his late 40s or early 50s. His face was scarred and pitted, his eyes black marbles. I knew from Max's descriptions that he was Uncle Thomas. "You've caused enough trouble already," he called in a booming voice. "I will shoot you down off the porch." "We've caused enough trouble," I snapped back. "Give me a break." "You're a murderer!" Max screamed at the man, who clutched her hair with one hand. Her face was bright red, and she was struggling in spite of his grasp on her. "And you're an asshole, too. You're an even worse asshole than you are a murderer, Uncle Thomas." Thomas smiled, and he almost managed to look avuncular. "Thank you, Tinkerbell." He looked at us and pushed Max in front of him. "You two, come down here. Come on, or I'll shoot one of the children right now." "He definitely will, Frannie. He's a coward and a bully. He's a useless, worthless pig." Kit and I slowly walked down the porch steps and joined the other captives. We had no choice. The guards had guns aimed at us. We'd hoped to find the FBI here, but we'd found these killers instead. A couple of 4x4s were turning into the driveway behind our Jeep. Then a black RV pulled in. "You know these people?" I asked Max. "I know them," she hissed. "I wish I didn't. They're guards, keepers. They keep order at the school. They keep everybody in line. They keep you prisoner until they decide to put you to sleep. The head creep keeper is Uncle Thomas." She snapped her head toward the burly man standing behind her. "You're the worst of the worst. You betrayed us. You lie every time you open your mouth." "You're way out of line, Missy," he warned. His face tightened. He raised his arm to strike her. I threw myself at Uncle Thomas. I was in a rage. Thomas was momentarily caught off guard. Kit jumped into the fight. He hit one guy in the nose with an elbow. He knocked down a football player-sized lug who had been threatening us with the butt of a rifle. Then a third guard put a revolver against the side of Kit's head. Max broke loose. She raced a few yards toward the pine woods clustered on the far side of the house. Then she waved her wings and took off. She seemed to get stronger and smoother every time she flew. "Don't shoot! Please don't shoot her!" I screamed at the top of my voice. I was yelling into Thomas's ear. "Shoot her down," he yelled. "Don't hesitate. Bring her down." Two of the guards fired at Max as she lifted off. She didn't go straight up, though. Max shot like a dart back into the overhanging fir woods. She disappeared behind a copse of thick evergreen trees. Several guards gave chase, but a few stayed with us and the other children. "The rest of you, into the van, now. Go on or we'll shoot you right here." Thomas gave the orders. Then he cuffed me on the side of the skull. My ears were ringing and I almost went down. I hadn't expected to be hit. "So, shoot me." Wendy stepped forward. Her chin and her little chest were thrust out boldly. "Shoot me right in my face. Shoot me dead." "Shoot me too," Peter said. "Pow! I'm dead. Who the heck cares? Go on and shoot another little kid." "I was thinking I'd start with him." Thomas pointed his weapon at Icarus. "The deaf, dumb, and blind boy. Ick." "Get in the van," I said to the kids. "Now, right this second. Icarus first. Please." The kids looked at me, and I wanted to make it okay somehow. But it wasn't okay, and maybe it never would be for any of us again. Thomas kept his gun on us as we climbed into the van. "Busted," Icarus whispered from his seat beside Kit. "We're all dead." Chapter 102. Kit, the children, and I were pushed and crowded inside the semi-darkened van. I couldn't help thinking that it was like a hearse, or remembering what Kit had said before. They want everything to disappear. There can't be any witnesses. The hearse coughed once, then started up. It backed out of the driveway. The driver made a right turn, away from the village of Bear Bluff. Heading where? "They're going to put us to sleep," Oz said matter-of-factly. He bluntly stated my worst fears. "Who did they put to sleep at the school?" Kit asked Oz. "You could take the agent out of the FBI." He was still trying to collect information, to get at the truth. "We're not supposed to talk about it," Wendy warned. Her eyes were wide with fear. "Lots of little skitters got killed," Peter chirped back. He shrugged it off. "What are skitters?" I asked Peter. "Critters who live in the labs, especially the new babies. They're called skitters, or labbies," Oz answered. "Ask Max about it. She worked there." "Oh, yeah. Max isn't here to ask." "Don't worry, she's smart. Max can take care of herself." I nodded at Oz. "I know she can." "What about Adam and Eve?" I asked. "Who were they?" "They were our dearest friends." Peter volunteered more information with a sad little voice and an even sadder look on his face. Same age as me, you know. Born in the same year, 1994. Put to sleep, Oz said. He made a line across his throat and let his tongue hang out to the side. Best to forget them. Out of sight, out of mind. One sleeps, the others weep. One sleeps, the others weep, the kids repeated. One sleeps, the others weep. I was getting a clearer and even more terrifying picture of the school. The younger children were much more open about it than Max had been. They weren't as afraid to talk out of school. Jesus, Frannie, Kit said, resting his hand on mine. These poor kids. You have any idea where they're taking us? Which direction we're headed? I shook my head and blew out air. Back into the mountains. West, I think. That's about all I can tell. Meanwhile, the kids' sing-song played in my head. One sleeps, the others weep. Or how about, they all sleep, nobody is left to weep. Chapter 103. The van struggled up a steep, nearly continuous grade for about half an hour. Then it jerked to a sudden stop. The engine shut down and I froze. We were here, wherever that was. Not the school, but where? I could hear car doors slamming, shoes and boots crunching gravel, the static of gruff male voices outside the van. Wherever we are, we're less than an hour from your place, Kit whispered. We both sat very still in the rear of the van. There was nothing either of us could do now. It was killing me. You guys all okay? I asked the kids. I tried to sound confident and somewhat in control. I found I was having powerful maternal feelings since I'd been around them. We're not anywhere near that shitty school again. I can feel we're not there, Oz said, with equal parts of boyish conviction and enthusiasm. We're someplace bad, Ick said. It feels real bad. I can always tell. Feels icky, right, Ick? Oz cracked. He made a face at his blind friend. The van's door was unlocked and it swung open with a high-pitched whir. We blinked at the bright sunlight bursting in on us. Men with guns were standing outside. They were staring in with faces like moon pies. The odds were hopelessly against us. You don't have to point those guns, I said. We come in peace, Ick said. One of the men issued an order. Step out of the vehicle. He sounded like... I looked around at the kids again. Their faces were screwed pretty tight, but they didn't show too much of their fear. Perhaps the terrifying atmosphere at the school had conditioned them to accept whatever might happen to them. Okay, we're coming. Out of the van, boys and girl, I said. But as I climbed from the van, the words died on the tip of my tongue. If there had been any doubt about it, I had just entered the Twilight Zone. I felt as if I couldn't move another step. I could see where we were. I didn't understand, and I didn't think I wanted to, but I knew exactly where I was now. Oh, God. I know this place. Oh, Kit, I muttered. What is it, Frannie? I shook my head back and forth in disbelief. I couldn't speak. We were at Jillian's place on the west side of Sugarloaf Mountain. We were at my friend's house, with the big shimmery blue pool I'd been swimming in just a couple of days ago. I could see the Continental Divide off to the west and 4 Mile Canyon to the north. The large, familiar parking area was filled with trucks, cars, and guards with guns. I also spotted half a dozen people I recognized from Boulder Community Hospital. One of them caught my attention as I stood rooted to the ground. He was climbing out of a navy blue Land Rover. I noted a hospital sticker in the left corner of the windshield. David and I used to have stickers like that. David had been one of them, though, hadn't he? David had been a horrifying creep, too. Oh, David, David, how could you? That's Dr. John Brownhill. I pointed him out to Kit. Brownhill wouldn't even look at me, wouldn't look our way. We've met. What's his specialty? Infanticide? Kit asked. He's the head of the in vitro fertilization clinic at Boulder, I muttered to myself. The children had human mothers. I couldn't help thinking again. Real birth mothers were involved, and that's why Dr. Brownhill was here. It had to be the reason. Then I saw Jillian Puris appear on her front porch. My friend. She looked so stern and unapproachable. I could have almost convinced myself that I didn't know her. Standing next to Jillian was her little boy. Michael was waving from the porch, and I thought he was waving at me. He wasn't. Chapter 104. It's Adam! Adam's okay! There he is on the front porch! Adam's alive! Wendy and Peter crackled and shrieked in their high-pitched voices. They were incredibly animated and excited to see the boy. Jillian's son. They knew him, and I could guess from where. The school. Michael had been at the school, too. Michael was Adam, wasn't he? Suddenly, the little boy twisted back and forth and broke loose from Jillian. He was strong, too. He ran toward Peter and Wendy, lickety-split. They continued to holler, "Adam! Adam! Here we are!" Jillian looked alarmed at first, but then just angry, infuriated, in fact. "Michael, stop!" she yelled. But the slim blonde boy continued to run like a streak toward his friends, his long-lost compadres, his school pals. Michael was laughing and grinning, and he looked so innocent and free. I'd never seen him act like just a little boy. Then he and Wendy and Peter began to hug and dance for joy in the driveway. They made nonverbal sounds that only they seemed to understand. I looked away from them and back at Jillian. She was still watching the scene with such cold, unforgiving eyes. It was a look I'd never seen before, and I wasn't prepared for it now. Who was this person I thought I'd known? My stomach was falling. She'd only pretended to be my friend, hadn't she? She was watching me after David's death. "He's Adam! He's our friend!" Icarus shrieked in my ear. In his excitement, he flew a few feet off the ground. The amazing little boy hovered. "Adam's alive! Isn't it great? Isn't it the best thing yet?" Suddenly, Icarus was struck. One of the guards had punched him on the side of the head, punched the little boy with a closed fist. Poor Ick fell to the ground and lay in a pathetic heap. He wasn't moving. The blow was more than Kit could stand. He swung out at the attacker, connected solidly with jawbone. Cursing, 2 other guards began to strike at Kit. Then they held him at gunpoint, but Kit wouldn't calm down. He screamed at them. The kids were yelling, too. I was already down on my hands and knees, checking out poor Icarus. I worried about damage to his head, but his eyes were open. He was shaking it off and seemed alert. "Big bully," he finally taunted the guard, spit out his fury, showed what a tough little trooper he was. "Not much of a punch, though." "Attaboy, Ick," I told him, "but cool it a little." "Flying is forbidden," the guard screamed at the children, but especially at Icarus. The man's face was red. Even the thick veins on his thick neck stuck out. "You know the rules. Flying is forbidden. You've been told 1,000 times." Ick just stared up at the menacing guard. He wasn't giving any ground. "Not anymore," he snarled. "The rules have changed." I held Icarus close to me, trying to protect the boy from further harm. My maternal feelings were still coming on strong. Jillian was in the driveway now. She was walking briskly toward me. "This wasn't supposed to happen, none of it," she said. "I'm sorry, Frannie." "Right," Just bad timing, I snapped, and realized I was just as furious as she looked. Too bad for David and for Frank McDonough. Just bad timing. I wanted to scream at Jillian and at the horrible monster called Uncle Thomas, but I forced myself to keep calm, not to show my anger, my rage. It was too dangerous now. Guards with guns were standing around everywhere. They seemed to be looking for an excuse to let loose. "Hi, Aunt Frannie," I heard from down close to the ground. Michael innocently grabbed me around the legs and hugged me tightly. He was a beautiful little boy. I'd always loved him and raved about him, but now, honestly, he scared me a little. Everything did. Jillian scared me most of all. My so-called friend was an unrepentant monster. Nothing was as it appeared to be. Everything was part of this ongoing nightmare. Michael was Adam. Adam was God only knew what. Jillian wasn't my friend after all. We had talked and laughed and cried together. All the time she was a horrible enemy, the worst of them. Maybe she'd even thought about killing me. I bent low to Michael and kissed the side of his face. "So you and Peter and Wendy are friends," I said. "We're best friends," he gushed. Jillian interrupted us in a loud, stern voice. I'd never seen this side of her. "I want you to go straight to your room until I tell you to come out. Go ahead, Michael. Now." The little boy stared up at his mother. At his biological mother, I wondered. He seemed confused and hurt, and I couldn't blame him one bit. "Mommy," he asked in total innocence, "are you going to put them to sleep? Please don't do it. They're my friends. They'll be good." Then the little boy began to sob uncontrollably. He was frightened, and the tears were real and touching. Jillian seemed to soften a bit. I saw the tiniest hint of the person I'd known. Then she pointed back toward the house. I said, "Go to your room. Now go. Mister, go," she shouted. "That's an order." I looked in that direction and sucked a sharp intake of air. "Oh, Jillian, no," I said. On the porch was another small child, a girl. She looked nearly identical to Michael. She was Eve, wasn't she? I remembered the dying children at the school, the failed experiments, the rejects, and now this. The nightmare just wouldn't stop. It was coming in nauseating wave upon wave. I recognized a man standing in the doorway behind Eve. He was Dr. Carl Puris, Jillian's husband. But he couldn't be. Carl Puris had died of heart failure 2 last summers before. Kit spoke up at my side. "That's Anthony Pizer," he said. "Dr. Pizer is alive and well in Colorado. I finally found the bastard." Chapter 105. Maximum. Maximum. Just go for it. Go like the wind blows. Go even faster. Max tried not to be too pitifully scared out of her mind as she extended her wings and power-dived between a pair of tall fir trees. She flew deeper and deeper into the heart of the woods until she finally felt safe enough to hover and land. Only then did she look behind to check her back. No one was there. She saw that she was all alone again. Actually, she didn't like that either. She hated it, in fact. Hated it. Something inside had warned her to get away, to escape, to fly as fast as she could. She had to get help somehow, but Max didn't have a clue how to do it. Who could she go to, now that Frannie and Kit weren't around to give her their good advice? Had they ever told her something that might be helpful now? What lessons had she learned so far? Her brain was on fire with questions, but no answers. She didn't know exactly how it worked at the school, but she was smart, and she snooped. She sensed that Adam was very special. She had thought he'd been put to sleep, but obviously that wasn't true. Adam was at that big house in the mountains, the house where Frannie's friend lived. Did that mean Frannie might be involved? Or Kit? Who could she trust? How could she get help? How? Think, girl. But nothing came to her. Her mind drew a big, fat blank. Finally, she decided to pray. Dear God in heaven, dear Father, please help me and my friends. We pray to you every single day, but nothing good ever seems to happen. I'm not complaining, but now is a good time to start. Okay? She knew about God, and she liked the idea of him pretty much. She had gone to church every Sunday morning for years, on the TV. Now she needed proof that there really was a God. Max needed her prayers answered just this once, and she felt she deserved it. All the children from the school deserved it. They always had. And now she remembered something Uncle Thomas had said at the school. Like most things, he repeated it a lot, drummed it into her head. He loved his own ideas and sayings, the big jerk. He'd said, "The Lord helps them who help themselves." Chapter 106. We were taken like pathetic, probably doomed prisoners to a place inside the large, sprawling mountainside house. I knew that the house had been built on what had originally been a mine site. It wasn't uncommon on Sugarloaf. Local kids had been playing in the shafts for years. The guards separated Kit and me from the 4 winged children. Wendy and Peter started to sob, but it didn't matter to the security men, who seemed heartless and uncaring. "It's okay, babies," I told them. "No, it isn't. We know it isn't," they wailed in unison. They were probably right. Unfortunately, their instincts about danger, and maybe about some humans, were so true, so accurate. 2 levels of heavy concrete and metal basement had been constructed when the house was built. I had never been down here, and had no idea the basements existed. It was more deception, wasn't it? Nothing was as it seemed when it came to Jillian. I took everything in. I was still being a witness. A bright red box on the wall was marked safety blanket. Lab coats and safety goggles were hung on hooks everywhere. A stainless steel door was marked safety showers. I doubted that the massive Defense Department shelters in New Mexico were anywhere near as complex or state-of-the-art. A great deal of money had been spent here. We passed a lab, and I could see inside. The new aesthetic of interior design. Burnished surfaces, not dull white walls. Brilliant lighting, not dingy fluorescence. A couple of scientists were working under a cell culture hood. Cells could be kept alive for long periods under the hood. I felt a sharp jab in the back. A guard was moving us along, moving me along. Kit and I were taken to quarters near what one of our captors called the North Woods Labs. Oz, Icarus, and the twins were taken elsewhere. No one would tell us where. "Are you going to put us to sleep?" I asked a black-bearded guard who stood at the door to our room. I was being bitterly sarcastic. "No, I'm sure that's what the decision will be," he said. He looked around at the others who had guns on Kit and me. "If it was up to me, I'd fuck your brains out first. You don't have a lot up top, but your ass is cute." He laughed. So did the other brutish guards. Then the door banged shut on Kit and me. "What the hell happened to Stricker?" Kit said, and slammed his hand against the wall. That was definitely Dr. Pizer outside. It was definitely Carl Puris, too. "I went to his funeral in Boulder, Kit. God, my head hurts." Pizer had a girlfriend named Susan Parkhill. She's another top biologist. I suspect Susan Parkhill is none other than your friend Jillian. I reached out and took Kit's hand. He had been alone in this awful mess for such a long time. He'd been working against incredible odds and strong forces. Only now did I understand what he'd been through. There was a sharp rap on the door. It burst open almost immediately. One of the guards was there in the hallway. "Jillian wants to see you," he said. "Just you, Dr. O'Neill." Chapter 107. I was getting much better at cynically recognizing things for what they were, at seeing the dark side of life out here in Colorado, a place I had once considered paradise gained. Jillian wasn't a friend. She was my mortal enemy. I knew exactly what was going to happen next. This was to be an interrogation. It involved life or death. Jillian wanted more information from me. I shouldn't give it to her. "I do like you, Frannie," Jillian began with one of her calculated, bold-faced lies. Who knows, maybe she even meant it. She was sitting on a high-backed black leather chair in the library den upstairs. She stared deeply into my eyes. I felt betrayed all over again. I wanted to scream at her, curse her out royally, but I held everything in. Well, almost everything. "Was that before or after you had David murdered?" "And Frank McDonough," I said. A cold look swept into her dark brown eyes. Her face was flat and expressionless. It was as if I was meeting her for the first time. And I would do it again. In this case, the end totally justifies the means. Da Vinci and Copernicus had to break laws to make their discoveries, Frannie. Think everything through before you judge too harshly. Please, join me. She pointed to a chair facing hers at a long mahogany table. I shook my head. I wasn't going to join Jillian in anything. I was feeling sick in the pit of my stomach. Maybe this talk is good for your soul, but it doesn't do much for mine. Please take me back downstairs. I don't want to hear any more. Susan. Dr. Susan Parkhill? She frowned and tapped her fingers impatiently. All right, then. I need to hear things from you. Who have you spoken to? Make this easy for me, for yourself, and for those children you seem so fond of. I haven't told anyone, I said in the calmest tone I could manage. Now, may I go back downstairs? Jillian's eyes bore into my skull. Who did you tell? Anyone other than your sister Carol? It was like a sucker punch to my stomach. I couldn't speak. We haven't found Carol and her girls yet. We will, though. I don't need your help for that. Is there anyone else? I shook my head. God, how I hated her. There was a moment of silence between us as she studied me, my old friend. You don't lie very well. That much I already know. So I suppose that I believe you, Frannie. The expression on her face changed. It actually softened. Jillian wanted to talk about herself. I recognized the self-satisfied look in her eyes. I'll tell you what happened, she said. It's astonishing. You'll understand once you hear it. We turned all the expected research procedures over. Instead of inducing a minuscule amount of bird DNA into human zygotes, we induced a quite sizable amount of bird chromosome. We melted the chromosomes of several birds and of our human patients by heating them until they separated into their component strands of DNA. This may sound exotic, but it is an accepted technique. You don't have to talk down to me. She made a soft, tutting sound. My husband's breakthrough was to induce controlled genetic recombination between the strands. He actually directed what in nature is a random process of swapping genes from strand to strand. He didn't actually expect the cells to divide so readily, but they did. We were stunned when the sonogram showed that Max was viable. She started everything. She was the first breakthrough, however imperfect. Sonogram. I was right then. The children had been implanted in women's uteruses, in uteruses of some kind anyway. Jillian continued. Her eyes were on my face, but she was staring right through me. We worked through Dr. Brownhill's in vitro fertilization clinics in Boulder and Denver. Couples trusted him, and he convinced them there was no precedent for his methods. which happened to be the truth. We'd harvest the woman's egg, fertilize it with the husband's sperm, introduce a little DNA. Then we implanted the embryo into the woman's uterus. You had the permission of these women and their husbands, of course. The mothers aren't important, Jillian said angrily. We studied birds at first because birds live a very long time for their size. I nodded. I'd already figured that much out. The wandering albatross can live up to 70 years. Parrots live even longer. There are countless avian examples. The winged children were just the beginning. It was at that time we made the most important breakthrough. This is what changed everything. One of our worker bees discovered a promoter for a gene that soaks up free radicals. As you know, free radicals damage cells. Without cell damage, organisms cannot die of natural causes. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. My body went cold. I could only listen to Jillian. She smiled thinly. Michael looks like any other little boy, doesn't he? She said. So does Eve. Actually, those darling children are worth any cost, any sacrifice. Michael's life expectancy is 200 years, maybe even more than that. I couldn't believe what I'd heard. Was that what all the costly research here and at the school was about? I think I may have gasped. My mouth certainly dropped open. Michael's life expectancy is 200 years. Jillian nodded her head slowly. She had me. I understood what had been done. I finally got it. My son is the next step in the evolution of the human race. Chapter 108. Kit had probably been involved in 100 interrogations before, but he'd never been on the wrong end of one. My name is Thomas, the man sitting across from him said. He was very much at ease, very sure of himself. I've heard a lot about you, Kit said. I'll bet you have. I'll tell you my side, as long as we're just talking here. Sure, why not? I was in the Air Force. I wanted more than anything to be a pilot. Nice to have dreams, Kit said, and nodded agreeably. He was biding his time, trying to figure out how to gain some advantage. Sure it is. Unfortunately, my eyesight wasn't quite up to Air Force specs. I don't even have to wear glasses, but I couldn't be a pilot. I wound up teaching. Those who can't, you know. What level? Did you teach kids? Kit asked. Oh, for a short time. But then I got an assistant professorship at the Air Force Academy. Taught biology there. To future pilots. Very nice. It was. Ironic, though. You know, you're good to talk to. A man's man. Oh, hell, I don't know about that. You're a good talker yourself. Seem like a nice guy. Oh, yeah. That helps now and then. Dr. Pizer came to the academy and recruited me. Because of the background in biology? Oh, hell no. His people are way out of my league as scientists. However, my science background did help me to understand his vision. That's how he works, you know? Looks for people with the capacity to understand and to believe. Then he offers them the opportunity of a lifetime. Financially? You bet financially. But also in terms of satisfaction, knowing you're doing something important. So, anyway, from what I understand, you had the talent and other qualities to be an outstanding FBI agent yourself. But I didn't believe in the vision. At least, not the version of the vision that I heard. Thomas nodded. That's what I hear. So, tell me, Kit, who have you told so far about the school? Simple question. Requires a simple answer. Then we can both get out of here. Nobody, Kit said. I told nobody. Which was when Uncle Thomas went nuclear. and when Kit finally understood how fear really worked at the school. And he also understood why the kids hated Thomas, because he sure did. He hated Thomas more with every vicious punch he took. But Kit didn't talk, didn't confess, didn't tell. Not a word. Chapter 109. Max instantly recognized some of the hideous creeps from the school. They had been the keepers, the guards, the bullies. They were tramping all over the woods now, looking for her, trying to kill her if they could. Well, screw them. She was hiding at the tippy top of one of the thickest pine trees, but there was still danger up there. If she needed to fly in a hurry, it would be hard to take off from a wobbly branch in a tree. She knew she needed to get up some decent speed first. It was better if she could run first. She might have trapped herself here in the tree. She desperately wanted to fly now, but a couple of helicopters were thundering above, crisscrossing over the dense patch of woods. She could hear their thudding roar, and occasionally saw one hovering above in the purplish-black night sky. The helicopter door was wide open, and she saw two men with rifles inside. Everybody was looking for her. The awful creeps. Kit had called the news helicopter they'd seen near Denver the good guys, but Max was sure he didn't mean the ones fluttering through the woods now. The men up there wanted her dead. She could see their guns. They were hunters, and she already knew how horrible it was to be shot. No, they sure weren't the good guys. They were the worst scum of the earth. Such cowards, such rotten, stinking bums. She hadn't been this afraid since the beginning, since she was running away from the school with Matthew before she had flown for the first time. She didn't like being out here all alone again. She missed her brother, Matthew, and Oz, Ick, the twins. She missed Kit and Frannie, too. She had trusted them with her life. When she thought about the two of them, she felt something she had never experienced before. The feeling made her heart beat faster. It made her choke up as if she were going to cry. She absolutely, positively refused to cry now. Max's heart skipped a beat. A soldier was coming. Some kind of mean, nasty slug. He was down below her hideout. He was wearing funny-looking goggles, and she thought she knew what they were. Night glasses, so he could see in the dark, like a vampire. She was so angry now. She wasn't going to die like this. No way was she going to cooperate with that lousy plan of theirs. Max flapped her wings fast and real hard at the last possible second. The soldier or guard raised his head to look. "Geronimo, asshole!" she yelled. Max dropped from the tree. It was almost a free fall. Fwap. Fwap, fwap, fwap. Fwap, 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 fwap. Max hit the man like a large falling rock. His goggles flew off his face. The big bad rifle spun away, too. He lay on the ground, out cold. Now that was dumb. What's that supposed to prove? She was thinking. That you're just like him? But she knew the answer from somewhere deep inside. She could fight back. She raised her arms into the air, raised her wings high, and she whispered real loud, "Yes! I can fight them!" But then she heard the roaring thunder of approaching helicopters. She looked up. There was more than one. Now she wasn't so sure. Chapter 110. Kit had cuts and lacerations and purplish bruises all over his face. His upper lip was split and streaking blood. His nose was bleeding, and probably broken at the bridge bone. He had been beaten up, really knocked around. He had been somebody's punching bag, and they'd had quite a workout. "What happened to you? What happened, Kit?" "I didn't talk," he was able to say. He tried to smile with his fat lip and partly succeeded. I sat down beside him on the bed. I wished I had a first aid kit. I gently touched one of the bruises, and he winced. "I'm all right. I'm fine," he said. "I've taken a few punches before." He was pissed off about the beating. He was like an animal that had been caged and mistreated. He was going to get even somehow, and I loved his spirit. He never seemed to give up. He told me about his visit with Uncle Thomas. Then I told him what I had learned upstairs with Jillian. Kit slid his arm around me. He moaned as he did. I leaned my head against his shoulder, and we were quiet for a couple of minutes. "I'll never forget the first time I saw you," Kit said against my cheek. I thought that he was smiling. I could hear it in his voice. "When I was screaming at you to get off my property, to pack up and clear out, you said, 'A deal is a deal.'" Kit nodded. "I believe that, and also that a handshake's a handshake. You struck me as brave, wise, adventurous, obstreperous as hell, not to mention extremely beautiful." "Right, I remember how glamorous I looked. I had blood and guts from a deer smeared all over my smock." "Yep. Blood on your blouse, fire in your eyes. God, you were a pretty sight. You are so pretty. I hope to hell we're going to get through this, Frannie. I don't exactly see how they can let us go, though. We're eyewitnesses to everything." "Our last day on Earth," I sighed, letting the words sink in a little, thinking about their meaning. How incredibly weird. What do you regret never having done? What would you do now if you could? "I'd like to fly with Max," Kit said without hesitation. He sighed. "I'd like to have said goodbye to Kim and my 2 little boys. It kills me that I didn't get the chance. I'd like to go on a camera safari to the Serengeti and Masai Mara. Maybe live for a couple of months in Tibet, in spite of the Brad Pitt movie. Go to Florence for a month or 2. "Yeah, beam us to Florence, Scotty," I said. I don't know why we were talking that way at such a bad time, oddly at peace, a little giddy. We were, though. Probably the thing I regretted most was that we wouldn't be with each other anymore. Kit and I were just beginning, and now we would suddenly end. It seemed unfair and wrong. "I really couldn't bear to die unless I did this," Kit whispered. Even though his lip must have hurt, he kissed me very softly on the lips. It was the sweetest thing. He kept surprising me like that. I whispered, "I wanted to do that too, really wanted to, right from the first time I saw you." "You sure had me fooled," Kit whispered back. "What else did you want to do?" "Let me show you. Come here." We kissed again, tenderly but urgently. We pushed against each other's bodies. What else did I want to do? I wanted to undress him very slowly and luxuriously, and have him do the same to me. There wasn't enough time for us, and we knew it. It changed everything, changed every priority we might have had. Maybe it ordered our priorities correctly for the first time. I gently touched his face, kissed the cuts. I tasted the blood off his lip. I was learning all about him, memorizing, hoping to never forget anything about him. This was about the only thing we could do now, the only good thing that made sense. It was better than worrying, blaming ourselves for mistakes, banging on doors and screaming. I reached and tugged at his wide leather belt. I was a little shy with him, but when I realized how foolish that was, I yanked hard on his belt. Everything between us had happened so fast, but at least it had happened. He was the sexiest, the best man I had ever known. I was so sure of it. Oh, I was sure. The seconds passed slowly. I let them, wanted them to move slowly. There was nowhere for us to go, no better place to be. I felt a little dizzy, suddenly returning to intimacy like this. There was no guilt for me, though. Not anymore. Kit's face tilted toward mine. He held my chin tenderly with his fingers. He kissed my lips, then my cheeks, my nose, my eyes. His blue eyes never left mine. I couldn't remember anyone ever kissing my eyes before. He kissed the hollow place in my throat. I loved that, loved the way he touched me. Maybe this shouldn't be happening now, but I couldn't stop. Didn't want to. It seemed so incredible that the two of us were together. My breathing was shallow, my breasts rapidly rising and falling. I wanted Kit so much. I ran my hands across his hard back, his shoulders, the insides of his muscular legs. He was aroused now, very hard, and I loved that he wanted me. I wanted him too. A fire had been rekindled inside me. It was spreading quickly. Kit entered, and we began to rock slowly, then more quickly, much more quickly. I felt our bodies find a rhythm, and it was so right, so good. I had the thought that we were flying, and this was how it was supposed to be. Chapter 111. Max had only dozed. It was all she dared to do. She had moved again, changed locations. She was hiding at the top of a small mountain, thick with boulders and aspens. She had buried herself under damp leaves and brittle old branches in a deep, narrow crevice. After an hour or so, she raided a nearby summer house for food and water, just for old time's sake. And because she was ravenously hungry and thirsty, flying burned up tremendous amounts of energy. She had gorged herself, eaten too fast. Now she was sick to her stomach. Her tummy was cramped, and she felt nauseated. Just plain awful. But it was time to go anyway. Time to rock and roll. Time to live life to the fullest. And probably time to die. That wasn't so great, but it was okay with her, Max was thinking. At least she'd been free for a while. She'd been able to fly and see a little corner of the world. Most people never got to do that. Not as she had. The morning sun was coming up fast, and she was so happy to view it one more time. She wanted to fly right into the glorious sunrise, to be one with the great orange and yellow ball of sun. She felt incredibly connected to the rest of the universe. Did that make sense? Was she more connected than most people? She thought that she was. Maybe because she could fly. God, she felt stiff and achy all over. She needed to take a hot shower, needed to have Frannie comb out her hair, preen her feathers. She wanted to be with her friends, and for once have everyone else leave them alone. Damn them all! She hated Uncle Thomas, the other guards, the strange men in the business suits, whoever they were. Hated them with all of her heart. Max crept up onto a bluff that overlooked the upper part of the valley. She figured she was about 2 miles from the house. Kitty toes, she thought to herself. Don't make any noise now. Don't blow it and get caught. You can't get caught now. Max lifted her head, peered out over the valley, and her heart nearly stopped. Oh, no. She could see an army of men and women looking for her. She quickly ducked back down behind the rock face. She raised her head again, just a peek. She saw one of the helicopters, and it gave her an idea. She didn't know whether her idea was stupid, or pretty cool, or totally insane. She concentrated on the distant whirlybird, cleared her brain of everything else. Yes, it was a pretty cool idea. Maybe because she didn't have too many other choices. At least it was a plan. Something to get her through the next few minutes. She stretched out her limbs, and wicked pain punched through her body. She ignored it. She got herself as limber and loose as possible. She prepared herself mentally. God, she still felt nauseated. The food she'd found must have been partly spoiled. She warned herself. Get up in the air fast. No fear, no hesitation. Stay inside the trees. Fly very, very fast. No fear. Stay low. God save anybody who gets in my way. Max stood up quickly and started to run to beat the brass band. Her heart was beating fast and very hard. Too hard, in fact. It was threatening to break right out of her chest. She felt as if she might blow apart. She saw no one as she lifted off the ground. Where were the searchers? She expected to be shot at. She winced at the thought, wanted to shut her eyes, but didn't. Stay low, fly very fast. Please don't let them shoot me down again. Just let me be okay for a few minutes. Let me fly for a minute more. Let me fly for 10 more seconds. Oh, no. It was too late to slip in behind the trees. The guard was right there, so freaking close he could almost grab her. He must have been sneaking up on her, silent and deadly as an Icarus fart. As he raised his rifle from hip level, Max dived like a bomber. She had no choice. Try as she might, she couldn't knock him down. She was too achy and sore, too exhausted and sick. So she let it all go. Her insides, her sickness, her nausea. Gross times 2. Whatever she'd eaten at the summer house, cold beef stew, chocolate chip ice cream, lots of milk that smelled a little sour, ham and provolone cheese and red pickle relish without any bread, whatever she'd found in the fridge, she returned the favor. She threw up on the guard, all over his face and his dumb Colorado Rockies ball cap. His hands shot to his eyes. He probably didn't know what had hit him. He dropped his gun and let out a loud yell. Max winged past him. She disappeared amid the maple and fir trees and thick brush. She was safe. She didn't get shot. She screamed, "Yes! Yes!" She was flying again, remembering how much she loved this. Just let me fly for 60 more seconds. She made a wish. Just let me fly one more time. Chapter 112. I woke with my face inches from Kit's, and I liked being there, close to him like this. I was pressed against his body, holding him tightly. Strange, but it was the first morning in a long time that I hadn't come awake in the middle of a terrifying nightmare. But, of course, I really had. He was awake. Kit was looking at me. His blue eyes were more dazzling than ever up close. How unexpectedly sensitive and sweet he had turned out to be. How easy to be with. I'll bet you were a really, really good father. Hi, I whispered, and smiled, and felt warm and fuzzy for the first time in ages. Hi back at you. I guess it wasn't a dream that we made wild and passionate love last night. Suddenly, everything seemed so simple and right, and the irony of it just killed me. Kit and I were falling in love, or maybe we had already fallen. Our situation couldn't have been any worse. Our chances of surviving were non-existent. We were witnesses. We had seen the atrocities committed at the school. There was a light tapping at the door. We looked at each other. Was this it? Had they come for us? Thomas and his band of goons? Kit and I exchanged looks again. We heard a key slowly sliding into the lock, metal against metal. We climbed out of bed and hurried into some clothes. The door opened, and I couldn't believe who it was. "Hello, Aunt Frannie. It's me, Michael. I came to rescue you." Chapter 113. There was someone else there, too. A man in a blue summer suit stepped into the room right behind Michael. He had a semi-automatic in his hand, and the gun was aimed at Kit. Inexplicably, he smiled. "I came to rescue you, too," he said. His voice was soft, very quiet. It really made you pay attention. "Who are you?" I asked. I'd never seen him before. I was pretty sure he wasn't from Boulder Community Hospital. I didn't think he was one of the guards either. Kit spoke up. "His name is Peter Stricker. He was my boss at the FBI, the regional head. Peter ordered me off this investigation, said it was going nowhere. He threatened to fire me when I wouldn't give up the case. And now here he is. Hello, Peter. I see the case finally has your attention. Stricker was tall and well-muscled. He had slicked-back, light blonde hair. He was a smug-looking yuppie, if ever there was one, with an easy, well-oiled smile. "Who can you trust these days?" Stricker said in his whispery voice. "Nobody, I guess. Not your closest friends. Not even some of your old buds at the FBI." "Does that mean there are still some people I can trust at the Bureau?" Kit asked. "Oh, sure. A few dinosaurs here and there. The director happens to be one of them. Actually, only a couple of us are lucky enough to be involved in this, plus a few very trusted stalwarts from the Army. Everybody who found out about this wanted a piece of it. It's the American way. You were right, though. This is big stuff. The biggest I've ever seen." "Does this mean the U.S. government is involved?" I asked. "No, let's not get carried away. No need for too many paranoid fantasies or conspiracy theories. Certain people in the government are aware of what's going on here in Colorado, and before that in San Francisco and Boston. We're involved as private citizens only. There are only about 50 of us, and we have a great deal at stake. There was a little insurrection among a few of the doctors. Attacks of conscience, but we're past that now. We eliminated the problem." "You're greasing the way for progress, and being paid for your efforts," Kit said. "That is the American way." "Very well paid, but don't forget our work is important. I stopped you from interfering, didn't I? Did my part for the cause. I happen to believe in it, by the way. I think Dr. Piser's work is critical for us all." "So are you here to shoot us yourself?" I asked Stricker. "Are you the one?" As I spoke, I moved a step or two away from Kit, put a little distance between us. "That wasn't my plan when I came down here. Of course, it could change at any moment. Don't do that, Dr. O'Neill. Not a real good idea." I kept moving laterally. "What isn't a good idea?" "You never were a field agent," Kit said. "Never got your hands dirty, Peter. Stayed behind a desk all these years. That's why I wouldn't have promoted you to the regional job." "All right, stop right there." Stricker finally raised his voice and shifted the gun until it was pointed at my chest.
This book is continued on Disc 9. Disc 9.
"All right, stop right there." Stricker finally raised his voice and shifted the gun until it was pointed at my chest. "I can do dirty work just fine, Tom. Watch me." Kit took a lightning-fast step in and threw a hell of a punch at Stricker's jaw. It was a crushingly hard shot, and the agent went down hard on one knee. But he came bounding right back up. That surprised me. Stricker was stronger and a lot tougher than he looked. Kit came back with a short, powerful uppercut. A haymaker, I guess you'd call it. He knocked the smug and satisfied look right off Stricker's face. I almost cheered. Then he crunched another quick, hard shot into Stricker's stomach. Kit was tougher than he looked, too. A whole lot tougher, and Kit looked tough to begin with. I knew nothing about the Golden Gloves, and whatever time Kit had put into amateur boxing, but it was paying huge dividends now. He fired a lightning-fast punch that landed right between Stricker's eyes, smashing his nose at the bridge. The agent went down, and this time he didn't get up. He was out cold on the floor. Kit reached down and took the handgun. He wasn't even out of breath. Clearly, he'd enjoyed the one-sided fistfight. Me too. "Let's get out of here." Michael had been watching with rapt attention. "That was real good," he said. "Wow, that was cool. You're a good fighter." "Thanks, Michael. Now show us where Oz and Icarus and the twins are," I told him. The next step in human evolution grinned.
just like any other 4-year-old would. He even took my hand. "I know where they are, Aunt Frannie. I'll show you the way." Chapter 114. Michael was my hero. He led the way for us. We hurried down a short corridor that ended at a foreboding-looking metallic gray door. I prayed the other children hadn't been hurt or put to sleep. "End of the road?" Kit muttered as we came to the door. "Where to now, Michael?" "We can go this way. It's faster," Michael said. "Don't worry. I'm smart for my age." "You sure are. Here we go, then," said Kit. He shoved open the heavy-looking door, and we entered a large lab that took my breath away, shattered what was left of my senses. Lab equipment was lying out everywhere. Graduated cylinders, Pasteur pipettes, microcentrifuge tubes with a vortex mixer, rockers, machines that shake test tube racks because certain bacteria needs to grow while being shaken. There were incubators the size of washing machines. I had no idea what they were here for, but they were scary. An autoclave was built into the wall to sterilize whatever needed it. 3 young women were lying on hospital beds on the far side of the room. It was obvious that each of the women was pregnant, probably past 8 months, close to term. A tall, well-built male nurse saw us enter and hurried our way. He looked concerned, maybe angry, maybe both. "Are you here for the inspection, the tour of our facilities? You know, you can't be down here unescorted," he said. Kit never said a word. He just hit him with an uppercut right that came looping from around his knees. The big thug didn't have a chance against Kit. He hit the floor with a heavy thud. His large head bounced off concrete, then rolled to one side. Michael said, "We should get out of here. Please?" Michael was right, but I couldn't take my eyes off the pregnant women as we hurried through the room. They looked to be in their teens and early 20s, good, healthy specimens. What were they doing down here? What kind of babies were they carrying? Silently, they watched us, and I finally saw the leather straps on their legs. The women were secured to their beds, tied down, bound. They couldn't get up and leave. "We'll get help for them," Kit whispered at my side. "Let's go, Frannie." "We'll bring help. I promise," I told the women. There was no way we could bring them with us now. Michael was pulling me forward toward another steel door in the rear. "We'll come back for you," I promised a pregnant woman who couldn't have been more than 18. "I think I'm going into labor," she said fearfully. Human experiments. Chapter 115. Most humans are like stones along the ground, useless to themselves and others, waiting for the next 60 seconds to reveal itself, Jillian said in soft, confident tones. Fortunately, that depressing description doesn't fit any of us. Welcome to all of you. This small, very select group is incredibly important to mankind. We are ushering in a new era today. I promise you that, and I shall deliver on the promise. Jillian and Dr. Anthony Pizer stared out at the audience from a long work table positioned at the front of the conference room. Dr. Pizer spoke without rising from his chair. "It's just 8 o'clock in the morning, and everything is proceeding on schedule. Everything is going just about perfectly, I would have to say. Clearly, what we have assembled here are the shining stars of genetic engineering. As you can see, news of my departure from our planet are a bit premature. As you can also see from my tremble, I had a stroke. I'm healthy now. Actually, I've found a way to add 10, maybe even a dozen years to my miserable lifespan. More on that later in the proceedings. Believe me, it's a mere footnote compared to what else we have in store for you this morning." There were nods and faint smiles from the 17 men and women who had been invited to the inspections, and now, the most important auction of all time. An auction. Each of the 17 represented a major biotech company,
or in some cases a country. One wealthy individual had come prepared to finance a major new corporation based on the morning's results. These stars of genetic engineering seemed reluctant to look into each other's eyes. They were there to bid competitively on the most spectacular scientific discoveries in history, and appeared afraid or ashamed to reveal their common lust. Truman Capote had once called J. Edgar Hoover and Roy Cohn killer fruit. If so, these were killer nerds. Dr. Pizer continued to address the group. You've all read the dossiers and previewed the lots. Each experiment, each miraculous child is unique and valuable beyond measure. All the documents and data relating to the provenance of the lots will be provided to the actual buyers. We have established a reserve or minimum figure at which we will sell each lot. This is also known as an upset price, probably because we will be upset if we have to sell at it. Anyway, if there are no further questions, we'll start the bidding process now. Jillian rose from her seat. She offered a polite smile, then placed a sheaf of papers before her on the table. She adjusted the wire-rimmed glasses that helped give her the look of a successful woman CEO. The world was changing, after all. Oh, yes, the world was changing faster than any of these self-important executives could ever guess. She finally announced, "The auction is officially begun. From this moment, no one else will be allowed to enter the bidding. There will be no telephone bids, no sealed bids. The winner shall be indicated by the simple fall of the gavel." One of the competitors, a slope-shouldered, balding man in a dark pinstriped suit, leaned forward. He had a sharp upturned nose and a pugnacious lower lip. He was from New Jersey, a wealthy suburb near AT&T headquarters. "Can we take possession of the lots right away?" he asked. "And the scientific papers?" "Yes, of course you can. Do you wish to open the bidding, Dr. Warner?" "What about the increments?" came another voice, an impressive-looking man with a sandy brown Dutch boy haircut. "What are the bid increments?" "The bids, Dr. Muller, shall be in multiples of $100 million, Jillian announced. There was a flurry of discussion, mild protests, fear that one competitor or another might have just gained some advantage. "Gentlemen, ladies," Jillian banged her gavel once. "These proceedings will be civilized." The bidders settled down. They were well-mannered, polite. Good citizens, one and all. Jillian ran her eyes down the list of lots and back up to the spellbound audience again. The room remained silent, the competitors poised as if at an unseen starting gate. She paused briefly, as if she were considering something that she'd forgotten to tell them. Actually, she was playing with their heads, toying with their overinflated egos. She thought that this must be how Prometheus felt, right after he had stolen fire from the gods. The atmosphere in the conference room was charged with tension, excitement, even fear. It was possible that man was about to leap forward rather than crawl, as he always had in the past. Jillian finally spoke again. "The reserve is $800 million cash on Item 1, AGE 243, also known as Peter. Peter is 4 years of age. He has very high intelligence. He's in excellent health. He can fly. Do I hear 800 million? A stentorian voice rose in the back, one of the German bidders. $1 billion for AGE 243, little Peter, and his precious scientific papers. Chapter 116. Matthew was alive, and he looked very well under the extreme circumstances he'd suffered during the past few days. I had never seen Max's younger brother before, but there was no mistaking who the boy was. He had the same blonde hair as Max, though he was broader around the chest and shoulders. He had white wings with silver and blue markings. This was definitely Max's brother, and he was impressive in his own way. "I'm Matthew," he said. His smile was a lot like Max's. We had entered another room where the children were being held. The only way in was through the maternity ward. The other doors were locked up tight. "You must be Frannie and Kit. And look who else! Adam's back from the dead!" Jillian's little boy shook his head sadly. "They call me Michael now." "Yeah, well, screw them. Right, guys? Right, Adam?" Oz, Icarus, and the twins were being kept in the smallish room. They loudly cheered and whooped. "Screw them!" "We're moving out of here." Kit interrupted the celebration. He had definitely taken charge. "We have to go right now, kids." There was no argument from any of us. We followed little Michael, scurrying down a couple of long underground tunnels. He seemed to know his way, and he certainly was smart as a whip. We climbed a narrow stairway leading to a heavy double door. I prayed this was a way out. Kit pushed the door, and it opened. A deafening alarm sounded over our heads. The good news, we were outside the house. "Go, go, go!" I pushed and shouted behind the kids. "Scatter! Get away from the house!" "Keep going," Kit urged. "Don't stare, don't look around, go!" "Going, going, gone!" Icarus called back. "The Great Escape!" Oz yelled. The kids thought this was a big adventure, and I guess that was a good thing. We were on the run again and headed toward the safety of the woods. But something was going on at the house. We had to cross a large, graveled parking area. There were a dozen vehicles waiting in the lot. Town cars, Range Rovers, Jeeps, minivans. Drivers were posted beside several of the cars. I'm sure they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who could? 5 kids with wings. 2 deranged-looking adult chaperones. Everybody running. Suddenly, I saw others emerging from the house. I recognized some doctors from Boulder, but there were men and women I didn't know. They all wore business attire. They looked like business people. What business did they have here? They were leaving the house in an awful hurry. Alarms were sounding loudly everywhere. Someone on the porch saw us and pointed. Then they all looked our way. Guards began to rush out from a couple of doors. They were heavily armed. They had already spotted us. I gauged that we were too far from the woods to get away. "Fly!" I yelled at the kids. "Fly away right now!" And that's exactly what Oz, Ick, Peter, and Wendy and Matthew did. It was really something to see. The flock took off as if they'd been practicing together for years. Even Matthew fit right in. "That's it! Fly! Get away!" I kept shouting. "Up and away!" Kit was at my side, calling to the kids, too. "Get to the woods! Hurry!" I saw Jillian, and my heart froze. She was in a blue suit, and she was running from the house. What kind of meeting had we interrupted? She screamed at the guards to shoot. What are friends for? She was heading right toward me, shrieking her head off, when I suddenly took off and went straight for her. I zoned in on her. We were on a collision course. That confused her for a couple of seconds. I could see it on her face. Maybe she wasn't so smart after all. "Fly away!" I kept yelling encouragement to the kids. "Get out of here! Go, go! The woods!" I looked at Jillian. She was still coming for me, even picking up speed. Collision course. All right, then. You'll be sorry, lady. You'll regret this. I hit her head on. I tackled that awful bitch the same way I used to do with my brothers about 15 years ago when we played no-helmet tackle football on the family farm in Wisconsin. I drove my shoulder into her pillow-soft stomach, no holding back. It was shades of Paul Hornung, Jimmy Taylor, Ray Nitsky, and the world-champion Green Bay Packers. I used to worship the Packers as a little kid, as a cheesehead up in Wisconsin. Jillian groaned and actually said, "Oof!" It was an unbelievable, indescribable pleasure to give her some physical pain. I hoped I'd broken a few of her bones. I gave Jillian an extra kick while she was down, and I felt really good about that, too. Then, oh my good God, I saw Max flying over the roof and chimney of the house. Chapter 117. A balding, rugged-looking man named Eddie Friedfeld was piloting the KCNC Live News 4 chopper. He was in charge, and he was used to making fast, reasonably smart decisions. He usually could think over the hammering noise of the Bell-Jet Ranger's blades. Suddenly, it wasn't possible for him to think in straight lines, though. Not now. Not anymore. His mind had been short-circuited. He grabbed the control stick that was between his legs, the cyclic that steered the chopper. He held on tight as he could. He glanced down at his primary instruments: airspeed indicator, vertical velocity indicator, compass control, radio. All the controls looked okay. There was nothing wrong inside the cockpit. He was doing about 105 miles per hour. Everything normal, right? Wrong, wrong, wrong. There was nothing even close to normal about what was happening to him this morning. He had spotted the girl at about 150 yards off the chopper's right side. He almost had a coronary, almost lost his cookies in the cockpit. He blinked his eyes shut and open a few times. She was still there. The little girl was flying. It wasn't possible, but there she was. She had the most beautiful white and silver blue wings. It sure looked like she had wings. And she sure as shit looked as if she were flying under her own power, as if she were the biggest, proudest hawk or American eagle he had ever seen. "Randy," he whispered into his mic. His 22-year-old camera woman, Randy Wittenauer's voice, was in his headset. "Are you seeing what I think I see? Please tell me I'm hallucinating, Eddie." "We're both hallucinating, pal. That must be the explanation. Has to be." The UFO, whatever was out there, was at about 500 feet now, and closing on the helicopter fast. Eddie Friedfeld was getting a prickle up and down his neck. His shoulders were tensed so tight they hurt. Like just before combat. Like Desert Storm. Jesus. She was flying right at him. He touched the collective gently, slightly changed the angle of pitch. The thing he loved about flying helicopters was that it was a constant test of dexterity and sensory perception. That had never been any truer than right now. He keyed the intercom. "Randy, she's coming at us at 3 o'clock. I'm gonna rudder pedal around so you can get a better look." Of course, he knew Randy was already shooting film. If this was real, she was getting it for the morning news. So he slammed the cyclic hard right, and the copter slid 33 sideways. He slowed the Jet Ranger back around so he could see the UFO again himself. There she was. She was pulling ahead of him now. Jesus, she was a pretty little girl. With wings. Beautiful, goddamn wings. This had to be a prank. But what the hell? Who could pull this son of a bitch off? "We're rolling tape. Lots of tape," Randy let him know. "I'm getting all of it. Every amazing flap of her mind-blowing wings. Feeding it to home base. This should wake everybody up this morning. Wake Denver the hell up. Isn't she beautiful?" Yes, she certainly was beautiful. She was a mind-blower. Friedfeld was literally afraid to blink his eyes. The little bird girl with the golden yellow hair did a few pretty amazing turns and rolls. She almost looked as if she were writing in the air. Was she writing? Was it some kind of message? What message, though? He thumbed the toggle that patched him into production at the studio. "Shadow 9 to studio. You getting this? Come back to me right now, Stephanie. Do you see this amazing shit? Or am I dead and on my way to heaven? Am I looking at an angel?" He heard a voice in his earphones. "What is this, Eddie? Is this a joke? What the hell are these pictures you're sending us?" Stephanie Apt's voice crackled loudly in his headset. Steph was usually a realist, a cynical, no-nonsense newswoman. Friedfeld figured her mind was already blown to smithereens. Join the party. His mind certainly was gone. "You're looking at exactly what I'm looking at," he said. Get the state troopers and EMS and anybody else you can think of. We're maybe 3 miles north of the Hoover Road cutoff. I repeat, what you see is what we see. She's heading due north now. We're following her lead. She is definitely flying. I make her out to be 11 or 12 years of age. Looks like a regular Denver or Boulder or Pueblo grade schooler, but with wings. And she is flying. On the soul of my dear deceased grandmother, this is really happening. The girl has beautiful white and silver blue wings. Believe me. She's leading us somewhere, and frankly, I'd follow her anywhere. This is a News 4 special report, and this is history. A girl is flying. Chapter 118. Max believed in the thinking, feeling place in her heart that she was about to crash and burn and die, and that she had to die soon. Too bad, but it was her assigned fate in life. It was the way the universe wanted it. She had known it since the day she escaped. Matthew had probably known it too. The keepers couldn't allow her to live. She was a witness to everything they had done, all of the terrible murders and other crimes. She was Tinker Bell, Stinky Tinky, just another lab specimen. They were the stinky ones, though. She knew all of their dirty little secrets. At least she had seen what the real world was like. Some nasty, ugly things, but so much that was unbelievably beautiful, too. The outside world was way beyond her ability to imagine it at the school. It was 100 times better than in books, or on TV, or even in the movies. So here goes nothing. Or here goes everything. Same thing, right? She was getting closer and closer to the big house, Jillian's place. She saw lots of people way down there, running around like tiny stick figures. Max lowered her head and dived toward the men with guns. She realized she had no choice in the matter. This was her fate. They were trying to shoot at Oz and Icarus, who were flying away so beautifully and bravely. The other kids were flying to safety. God bless them. Some of the guards were threatening Frannie near the main house. Frannie seemed to be doing okay by herself. She was kicking a little butt. So was Kit. Then somebody shot Kit. He was hit. Kit fell to the ground, and Max remembered how horrible it was to be struck by a bullet. She felt it, experienced Kit's pain. The wound was in his neck, and he wasn't moving, wasn't saying anything. Max felt as if she'd been shot again herself. "Kit!" she screamed from the sky. "Kit, get up! Please get up!" She power-dived at one of the gunmen. 40 miles an hour, at least that. She hit him hard with the sweep of one wing. He went down, and she was glad. Not glad that she'd hurt the man, but that she'd stopped him from hurting anyone else. She still couldn't conceive of hurting somebody without a good reason. It wasn't in her nature. She wasn't like them, the keepers, maybe the whole human race. Max was suddenly aware of more choppers following her, arriving from the east. More good guys. There were 3 of them now, approaching the house at high speeds. They shuddered and thundered, whipping up the air terribly, rippling the leaves and branches of trees and even the tall grass. At first there had only been one news helicopter, but then the others had seen the news and joined in pursuit. The helicopters she had brought, the good guys, were filming everything. The names were brightly emblazoned on their sides. KCNC News 4, KDVR News 31 Fox, KMGH News 7, KTVJ News 20. A bad guy helicopter started to lift off from behind the house. They have no right to get away, Max thought to herself. Those bums have no right to fly, no right. She leaned her body into an even steeper dive, maybe too steep. Suddenly she was at 3/4 throttle, doing as much as 60 miles an hour. Too much, way too much speed. Scary. It was as if she were standing on her head. She was dive-bombing straight for the windshield of the rising black helicopter. She couldn't let them get away, though. They have no right to fly. They mustn't escape. And then she saw something coming fast at the rising helicopter from the opposite side, rising out of the fir trees. What a great surprise! The best thing she had ever seen. "Matthew!" she screamed. Chapter 119. Carol O'Neill and her two girls, Meredith and Bridget, were camping along a wide, bubbling stream in the Gunnison National Forest. They had brought along a small Sony TV. They had the set turned on, the volume as loud as it would go, but even that wasn't loud enough, and the picture was way too small. "It's Max! And there's Aunt Frannie!" Bridget shrieked as they watched the live news report inside their RV. "Mom, what is going on? What's happening? Can you believe this?" "Shh! Shh!" Carol spoke above the TV and her daughter. "I want to hear this. Shh, girls." Carol did a lightning-quick station check on the TV. The same startling, mind-blowing pictures were on every channel she reached. Something incredible was going on at Jillian Purvis's house. What was it? Carol couldn't believe her own eyes. Of course, she hadn't been able to believe her eyes for the past 24 hours. Max was doing a dangerous kamikaze dive at a helicopter. She was going to crash right into the chopper. Carol winced, and she held her breath. What was going on? Frannie was punching Jillian Purvis. Could that possibly be? Why would her sister hit Jillian? Oh, my God. It looked as if Kit had been shot. He was lying on the ground. He wasn't moving. Men with rifles were running everywhere. Thousands and thousands of TVs in the populous greater Denver area were receiving the same live pictures with a voiceover description. Thousands more sets were switched on as word of the newscast traveled. Entire families gathered around their TVs. Late sleepers were hauled out of bed to come see. People surrounded TV sets at hotels, breakfast cafes, early bird taverns, places of business. Within a few minutes, the networks had patched in the live news feed from the Denver stations. Excited newscasters delivered the story in either high-pitched or very hushed tones. The amazing, stunning pictures of the flying girl began to be transmitted around the world, to every continent, every country, big city, and small village. The striking image of the flying girl seemed spiritual to some. An angel, awe-inspiring, supernatural, once in a lifetime, a miracle, were ways that people tried to describe what they saw and felt. The first sight of her was an indelible image, never to be forgotten. It struck the deepest chord in every man and woman, every child who saw it. "The future has just arrived," intoned one of the British news journalists, "and we've got the pictures to prove it." Chapter 120. I saw everything as it developed from ground level. Kit was down, and I was trying to comfort and aid him. He'd been shot below the clavicle, and there was a great deal of blood on his neck and staining his shirt. He insisted that he wasn't hurt badly. I didn't believe him. I was shaking with fear. "She brought the good guys," he said in a low voice. "She's a smart girl." She was also poetry in flight. I was so proud of Max, only I was also deeply disturbed and frightened for her. She was taking too many chances near the whirling helicopter blades, not to mention the guns. She was fearless. The noise overhead was deafening and confusing. I could make out a bold scrawl of call letters on the sides of the helicopters. The TV news was here, live. Max had brought the cavalry, hadn't she? The TV choppers were filming all the surprised, guilty faces. Jillian and the rest of the bastards, including her husband. Maybe they wouldn't get away with this after all. Their dirty secrets were being exposed on TV. That's what I hoped, anyway. Max suddenly banked sharply to the right. She wasn't just fearless. She was reckless. She dived toward the black Bell-Jet Ranger helicopter that was rising from behind the main house. It looked like she was trying to hinder or even stop the takeoff. She didn't want them to escape. From out of the towering pines, Matthew joined her. Jesus, what a sight that was. Brother and sister finally reunited. They were getting their revenge, a little payback. "Watch out!" I screamed. I stood up to yell. I waved my arms. "Max, come down! Max, don't!" There was no way she could hear me over the roaring, thundering noise that filled the sky. Max was definitely too close to the rising helicopter. She was doing it on purpose. Too close, too dangerous. She appeared to collide with the helicopter in midair. It happened fast. I couldn't tell if she'd actually struck the copter, and if so, how much damage she'd done to herself. I watched, and I was still yelling as she began to plummet. "Oh, Max, don't fall. Please don't. Oh, please, Max." The helicopter had jigged, tried to avoid her, but now it wobbled and spun. It was out of control, dropping rapidly from about 500 feet. The chopper was definitely in trouble. The blade slowed, and it began to shudder and shake. I could see men and women inside, looking out the windows, frightened, close to panic. Matthew floated like a leaf above the failing chopper. He was watching close up, way too close, as if this was all some kind of game to him. It looked like he might be sucked down into the maelstrom. I left Kit for the moment. I thought he'd be all right. I prayed that he would. I was racing toward Max when the ground shook, the result of a terrifying, fiery explosion. The helicopter had crashed into treetops and limbs on its way down. A deafening metal-against-metal shriek pierced the air. The copter collided with the ground and burst into flames that shot high over the tops of the surrounding evergreens. Smoke, black as coal, billowed from the wreckage. Everyone on board must have died in that insane, terrifying instant. I was a witness again. I didn't want to be. I desperately wanted my old life back. I saw Max struggle out of a cloak of thick black smoke. Her wings and face were covered with soot and ash. She was still flying, but she looked exhausted. She was trying to fight off fatigue, but it weighted her down. The other children were circling back from the shelter and safety of the woods. They whistled for Icarus, and he managed to stay with them. They joined Max, and she guided them out onto the rolling, technicolor green lawns beside the house. No sooner had Max and the smaller kids landed when she and Matthew began to race across the manicured patch of lawn. Their stamina was incredible. They took off again, shot straight up toward the shimmering morning sun. I saw what they were up to. At least I thought I understood. They were following a grayish Mercedes sedan. It was moving at high speed along a dirt road, a back way to the main house. I had been on that poor excuse for a road a couple of times in the past. I knew who was crammed inside the gray S600. I'd seen them climb in. Jillian, Dr. Pizer, little Michael, a driver, and Harding Thomas. Except for Michael, it was the family from hell. Thomas was riding shotgun. They were getting away again. A dusty Land Rover was idling a couple of yards from where I stood. I had no idea whose vehicle it was, but for now I decided it was mine. I borrowed the car. I got in and chased after the speeding sedan. I didn't want to be a hero, didn't want any part of that. I just wanted to stop Max and Matthew somehow. I didn't want them to die. Chapter 121. I guess I was trying to follow the sage advice of Sophie Tucker. Keep breathing. The Rover was built to handle most of the deep ruts and bumps in the dirt road. Almost 50 yards ahead, I could see the Mercedes speeding ahead. The S600 was severely punishing its suspension. The driver was trying to go faster than he should on the mottled makeshift road. Max and Matthew were diving and swooping too close to the car. They were like angry gnats. Without a doubt, they were disturbing and irritating the driver, though. Then Max did a power dive. She struck the center strut on the roof of the Mercedes, a caroming hit that made a dent. She and Matthew were acting crazy, acting like children. "Max, no!" I yelled out the side window. I stuck my head and shoulders out as far as I could. Wind whipped into my face, making me squint. I drove the Land Rover as best I could from the scary position. I hit the horn hard with the heel of my hand. I sounded the alarm, the warning, over and over. Max never looked back. Neither did Matthew. They must have heard my car horn. They must have known I was there. They just didn't care anymore. I pressed down on the gas, had it to the floor. Trees rocketed past me on either side of the narrow, twisting road. I was going too fast, double the speed that would have been safe. Max finally turned. She saw the Land Rover with me hanging unceremoniously out the side window. I hadn't known how really connected I was to Max until that moment. All my maternal feelings had been building up, layering on, thickening around my heart. I couldn't bear it if she got hurt, if I lost her, or Matthew, or any of the children. I saw what was about to happen, but Max couldn't. She was busy looking back at me. "The car window! Max!" I was screaming at the top of my voice again. "Look out! Max, turn around!" She couldn't hear me. Couldn't, or wouldn't. She was smiling, laughing at the danger around her. The side front window of the sedan was sliding down. Harding Thomas stuck his head out. Then I could see his hand. He had a gun outside the window. He was taking aim at Max or Matthew, who were both flying too close to the car. Max finally saw Thomas. She and Matthew darted off toward the thick evergreens and pines on the side of the road. The daring kids whipped back through the trees at a tremendous, dangerous speed. They were laughing at Uncle Thomas, taunting and mocking him. Thomas fired his gun anyway. He blew a huge furry branch off a tree. The S-600 picked up more speed. So did I. I was ready to do anything to stop them, to protect Max and Matthew if I could. They had suffered far too much from the monsters inside the car. Jillian, Dr. Pizer, Thomas. They shouldn't escape again. Shouldn't get away with this. But they were getting away. The Mercedes was roaring down the mountainside and would soon be gone from sight. Chapter 122. I shifted into fourth gear, and the Rover obeyed, roared forward. The woods were still rushing by me, incredibly blurry and fast, extreme danger on either side. There was no room for even the smallest error. I'd never driven at anything close to this speed. I realized I could easily spin out and crash. I could die in a split second, and the thought terrified me. Still, I kept my foot pressed to the floor. The slender, twisty road suddenly tilted up toward the sky again. It was a tricky, dangerous roller coaster track, a wild mouse ride. I'd thought it would take us down toward town, but it didn't happen that way. Max and Matthew appeared again, flew into full view. Max went right, Matthew left. They seemed to have a plan this time. They zigzagged directly behind the gray sedan, close on its tail. The car's brake lights were flashing repeatedly. The kids were flying too fast, though. I saw Thomas twist around to get his gun sight on them again. He lunged even further out the open side window. Because of the slick turns of the road, Max and Matthew had no trouble keeping up with the slipping, sliding car. It was an amazing chase, stunning to watch. The kids began shouting at Thomas again, teasing him, calling him murderer and asshole. Their taunting voices echoed back to me. I slammed my palm into the horn again and again, but I finally stopped. It was useless. Max and Matthew were beyond listening to me or anyone else. I couldn't stand to watch what might happen. But I couldn't look away either. Chapter 123. Max lowered her right wing, and she swooped at full speed toward the car. She didn't seem to care about Thomas and his gun. She torpedoed herself straight at the Mercedes windshield. She must have seen the driver's terrified eyes, maybe even her own reflection as it rolled across the glass of the windshield. She screamed, "Murderers! Murderers!" at the top of her voice. I could hear her clearly from several car lengths behind. The gray sedan went into a severe skid. 2 of the wheels left the ground. The whole right side did.
Then everything terrifying and bad seemed to happen at once, and much too fast. Max had come close to hitting the windshield. She must have cut into the driver's vision, and now both she and the car were spinning out of control. The sedan tried to avoid colliding with her. Then Max caromed off the spinning, sliding Mercedes. She was thrown like a raggedy doll toward the woods. I watched as she hurtled forward, then smashed into an oak tree. She hit the tree trunk unbelievably hard. I was almost certain she died in that terrible instant of impact. My body shuddered. Harding Thomas had turned to fire, his head thrust out the window again. He probably couldn't believe his eyes. He watched Max crash into the tree, but he didn't see a low tree hanging over the roadside until it was too late to duck back into the Mercedes. Thomas's head was horribly wedged, then flattened between the metal of the car and the unyielding wood of the tree trunk. I could hear the savage crushing sound, the crisp snap of bone. I saw the terrified sneer on his mouth wiped away. Blood spattered and spurted everywhere. Flesh and bone was pulverized. I witnessed the instant of the terrible man's painful death. I braked hard, and the Rover went into a long skid. The car spun a full 360 degrees. The Mercedes sedan was fully out of control, the driver apparently unable to maneuver. Harding Thomas's head and shoulders hung lifelessly out the side window. The car struck the trunk of a tall oak. It bounced off, ricocheted sharply to the right. The wheels rose up, then touched down again. The powerful car plowed over large and small bushes. Then it rattled and bumped down a steep incline. The rocky ravine seemed to rise up to meet it. I saw Jillian's face pressed against a side window, her mouth open in a scream. I could also see the face of Dr. Anthony Pizer trapped inside. His eyes were fixed wide, and I thought he might be dead already. The Mercedes rolled. It toppled again and again, picking up speed. The driver's head came crashing through the windshield. The sides of the car crumpled toward the center. The roof caved in. The windshield blew in a torrent of glass. Finally, the sedan crashed into moss-covered boulders that lay 70 or 80 yards below the road. They must all be dead, I thought to myself. I pulled myself out of the Land Rover. My vision tunneled. Everything was chaos inside my head. My legs were weak, but I struggled forward toward Max. I was afraid that I was too late. She lay in a twisted heap at the base of the tree she'd struck. There was a huge gash in her chest. At least one wing looked broken. "Max! Max!" Matthew was yelling, shrilling loudly as he flew toward her. He made a pitiful wailing sound that was more like a young bird's than a boy's. "Max! Oh, Max!" I found that I was screaming, too. Chapter 124. Nearly 2 hours had passed, but it seemed like only minutes. I was shaken, but it didn't matter. I needed to perform at the top range of my capabilities, or maybe even beyond that. Everything was a blur of urgent, rushing bodies inside Boulder Community Hospital. Kit was being operated on just 2 rooms away. I was with Max in the largest operating theater. She was conscious, moaning softly, but at least she was alive. She had sustained severe damage to her chest and to both wings. There were deep cuts and lacerations, broken bones, possibly a collapsed lung. She'd lost a lot of blood, and that was a serious problem in her case. It was also a unique problem. Max's blood type was non-human, non-avian. It was something in between. Matthew was a match. The twins were a match, and Peter and Wendy had donated what they could spare. I was wearing a light blue mask and scrubs, and for the first time I was in a hospital operating room as a doctor. I was the only real bird authority near Boulder Community. I'd done scores of operations on injured birds that none of the surgeons here knew the first thing about. I was it, and I guess I wouldn't have had it any other way. I didn't want anyone else to work on Max. Her pulse was thready, not a good sign. A bad sign, in fact.
I looked around the operating room at the solemn and frightened eyes looking back at me. None of them knew what to do here, what to make of me or any of this. They did know that Max was in extremely critical condition. I sucked it in and took charge as best I could. "Let's go to work," I said to the hastily assembled emergency team. I chose isoflurane gas as an anesthetic because it was safer for birds, and I had no idea how sodium pentothal would affect Max. Also, my long familiarity with isoflurane allowed me to calculate a safe dosage. One or two of the other doctors looked skeptical, but no one questioned me. Following my instructions, the surgical team carefully wrapped Max's wings to her body before masking her. If she panicked in the twilight of unconsciousness and beat the wings, she could do irreparable damage. The gas hissed, and Max struggled, as I knew she would. She was definitely a fighter. But then she finally went down. There were tears in my eyes, and an OR nurse wiped them away. Not the time, not the place for emotions. "I'm right here, Max," I whispered. "Trust me. I'm here, sweetie." "She's a friend," I explained to the surgical nurse on my right. "I'll be all right." "I'm sure you will be," the nurse whispered. "I'm right by your side." I shook off my emotions as best I could. I was in a hospital operating room as a doctor. I had a life to save, a human life, the life of someone I cared about. But I also knew that Max's chances weren't good. The anesthesiologist nodded at me. We were ready. After making sure that Max was unconscious, I slowly unwrapped her myself. I examined the tears in her wings, and worse, the sucking wound in her breast. The sight of the dark, gaping hole was unnerving. I couldn't afford sentimentality or any other distractions as I plucked feathers from around the dangerous chest wound. I scrubbed the area and flushed out metal, wood, shards of glass, and more feathers. I was fearful that her lung might be punctured. Using my scalpel, I began to debride the area, ridding it of ruined skin and tissue. Then I cut. I worked on the chest wound first. I was afraid of blood leaking into the pericardial cavity. All of us were. But the lung wasn't punctured. It hadn't collapsed. I did what I could, then moved on to other problem areas, other serious wounds. "I'm right here, Max. I'm still here," I whispered. "Can you hear me? I know you can hear things better than most of us." The tendon that stretches from the humerus to the third wing finger of her left wing was badly lacerated, but not severed. I used a Bonnell-Mayer suture pattern for the tendons, and then closed my incision. I was pretty much working on instinct now. Beside me, a pediatric surgeon worked on a long, deep gash in Max's cheek, and then one under her clavicle. The surgeon, a woman, was good. For long periods of time, I almost forgot she was there. Max was fighting so bravely. I knew she would. "You're doing great, Max. Keep it up. You're the best, Maximum." I became aware of a nurse sponging my brow. It was something I could definitely have used at the inpatient. I heard snatches of the hushed conversations of the nurses and doctors around me, but I was concentrating on the complicated operation and didn't pay attention to what they were saying. I needed to figure out how all the unusual pieces fit together. This operation wasn't in any anatomy books, not at the University of Colorado, not at Berkeley or Harvard or Chicago. Not yet, anyway. I used a PDS suture and performed an end-to-end penorrhaphy. I quickly decided on a simple interrupted pattern, a long row of little knots. I glanced up at the stainless steel wall clock. I was stunned that nearly 3.5 hours had gone by like an instant. I realized my body was soaking wet. I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard one of the doctors softly say, "We've done what we can for her." Chapter 125. We couldn't lose Max. Not after what we'd been through, after what she'd been through. I waited until she was getting amoxicillin and saline sub-Q, and then I placed figure-8-shaped bandages on each of her wings. This would help protect her if she went ballistic when she came to. It was a small thing, but I had done everything else I could for her. I hoped it was enough. I was close to tears, but I wouldn't allow them to come. Not here, not with the hospital nurses and doctors looking on. I shed my scrubs in the surgeon's locker room and quickly washed up. Then I found my way to the ICU. Kit had been operated on by a second team of surgeons, the best doctors available. He was plugged into so much monitoring equipment that it was hard to tell where the man ended and the tubes began. His chart had him down with a broken clavicle, 2 broken ribs, punctured lung, and pleurisy. He was receiving a blood transfusion and antibiotics, and all of his vitals were being monitored. His signs were all strong, the opposite of Max's. I pulled an armchair up to his bedside, and I collapsed into it. I sat there for a long time, trance-like, just looking at him. I finally let myself cry. Tears streamed down both cheeks, and I couldn't make them stop once they had started. I remembered the first time I ever saw him at the inpatient, when there was an inpatient, and then the magic moment when he sang so beautifully at Villa Vittoria, and our last night on Earth in Jillian's basement. So much had happened to us in such a very short time. We'd been through so much together. I whispered, "I love you, Kit, Tom, whoever you are. I love you so much." I must have dozed off after that. I don't know for how long. I felt Kit softly stroking my hair. "Oh, Kit," I said when I saw he was conscious. I kissed him on the cheek as gently as I could, and he smiled brilliantly. "How is she?" he asked. "She's extremely critical. I don't know what will happen. There's no precedent for the operation we did." I stayed in Kit's room for what seemed a long time, several hours. I didn't have a home to go to anyway. Then I slipped upstairs to see about Max. She should be coming out of the anesthetic right about now. I said a few prayers as I climbed the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 5th. I was lost in thought, wondering about God and how the recent advances in medicine and science fit into the grand scheme, if there was a grand scheme, or any scheme at all. A phrase was running through my head, "all God's creatures." I wondered what it meant now. I was thinking, don't let Max die. She's a good little girl and she's special. Please don't let her die. Are you listening, Lord? Max was still asleep when I entered her room. She looked so vulnerable and innocent. Seeing Max sick like this was like watching a falling star. I sat beside her and began a vigil. Don't let Max die. Don't let this little girl die. It was early morning, and I was still with Max when her eyelids finally fluttered open. She looked up at me, and I felt that my heart could break. "Hi, Max." "Hi there, sweetheart." "Hi. Where am I?" she whispered. "Somewhere safe. A hospital in Boulder. You're with me." "I heard you talking to me during the operation, Frannie," she said. Her voice was very low, and I had to strain to hear her words. I gently kissed her cheek, then her forehead, her other cheek. "Don't let this little girl die," I kept repeating in my head. I was shaking with fear. She smiled softly. "Did you miss me?" she whispered. "We all missed you so much. Where were you, sweetheart?" "Oh, I was really flying." Max was quiet again, and I could hear that her breathing was strained. She let me hold her hand, but she didn't say anything else for several minutes. I stroked her damp forehead, her hair. I kissed her warm cheek again and again. She whispered, "It really is like flying. It's nice. I like it there, Frannie." And then Max lightly squeezed my hand. She closed her eyes. Max slept. Epilogue. Angels. Chapter 126. Sometimes late at night I sit in the dark on an old-fashioned rope swing in the front yard. I push myself higher and higher, hoping I might take off and fly. I think about what's happened and try to make sense of it. I know that plenty of others are trying to do the same. I'll tell you what happened after the showdown at Jillian's house. Weeks after the trouble, Kit and I did what we thought we had to do, what we felt was right. We disappeared with the kids. Matthew, Oz, Ick, the twins, and Max. I won't tell where our home is, but it's safe for right now. Even though it's temporary, it's a good place to live. The government just didn't know what to do with the winged children, or with Kit and me and the things that we know. We didn't know what to do with the government, who to trust, who to fear. A group of conscienceless scientists, at least a couple of powerful people in Washington, and unscrupulous and greedy higher-ups at some important biotech companies committed unthinkable crimes. They murdered people, including my husband David. They experimented on humans. Several of the outlaw group of scientists are dead. Jillian, or rather, Dr. Susan Parkhill, is gone. So is her son Michael, who had a life expectancy of 200 years. He perished at 4 years of age. Dr. Anthony Pizer also died in a car crash near the house in Colorado. Paranoid theories abound, but the government was involved in some way, and nobody knows exactly how yet. Maybe we never will. There were soldiers in Bear's Bluff. To this day, no one has explained why they were there. A handful of FBI agents were involved. Powerful companies were prepared to bid huge sums of money for the first forbidden fruits of the biotech revolution. Eve survived. She is at a secret army base in North Carolina. No word about the girl has been released to the public. I guess maybe the public doesn't have the right to know. There was a recent story in the New York Times about the offspring from the 3 young pregnant women at Jillian's house. According to the report, the infants were born without faces. They were purposely designed that way by Dr. Pizer and his team. The experimental children were created for parts. Meanwhile, we're out here in the woods. We're far, far from the civilized world. I suppose it's like a witness protection program, only it's much better for the witnesses. Much better for us, anyway. The kids love it, and so do Kit and I. The fresh air, the sprawling blue skies, our favorite swimming hole, the natural beauty of the land, the freedom to be ourselves without any scrutiny. You can't beat it. But then, somebody found us. Of course. Chapter 127, the final chapter. It was a bright, sunny, hopeful Saturday afternoon when we arrived at the Army base in North Carolina, where the surviving experimental children were being kept. The base was located on over 40,000 acres of woods, which were perfect for Army training exercises, as well as hiding the children away from the press and others. We got there at 1200 hours, and were due at the general's quarters by 0200. Everyone at the military post was extremely nice. The MPs, the general's adjutant, a lieutenant colonel named James Dwyer, the soldiers themselves. The children were allowed to go to the affair in casual clothes, which they loved. I wore a beige cowl-neck sweater and blue jeans, while Kit had on khaki pants and a blue blazer. We were incredibly nervous and jumpy as the momentous hour approached, and so were the kids. This would be the biggest day in their lives. At 0200, we pulled up in front of a large plantation-style house on a tree-lined road. Up and down the neat, pretty street were magnolias and pines, as well as several large brick houses. The general's house was the most impressive, the handsomest, the obvious choice for the upcoming event. "We're in the Army now," Matthews sing-sung a little ditty as we climbed out of the military base's khaki-green van. General Hefferon and his wife came out to meet us in the driveway. The Hefferons had warm, friendly smiles. but several of the MPs were holding M16 rifles, and that brought back bad memories. "Flying is probably forbidden here," Max turned and said to me. "I don't feel so good about this place anymore. It's creeping me out." "Give it a chance," I whispered to her. "This is a good idea, Max." "People are already gawking," she said. "That's because you're so beautiful." Just then, the front door of the house opened wide. Several men and women walked out onto the porch, single file. They stood there looking stiff and uncomfortable, nervous and afraid. I couldn't help thinking that they mirrored our own body language. "Let's go up to the house, children," the general's wife suggested. Each of the children was given name tags, and they pinned them on. I helped Peter, who was being a little pill, and Kit assisted Icarus, who seemed the most nervous of all the kids. "Let's go up to the porch," I said. "Be good now." The children started to walk across the manicured front lawn. They were quiet and subdued. They had never met their birth parents before. As we got closer, I could see that the men and women assembled on the porch wore name tags, too. They stood in distinct pairs inside the larger group. They fidgeted and didn't know what to do with their hands. They were trying not to stare at the children. "Here's your Mom and Dad," I whispered to Peter and Wendy, who were trailing close behind my skirt. I almost started to cry, but I held the tears back somehow. I felt as if something was about to break inside of me. "This is Peter, and this is Wendy," I said. "We're Joe and Anne," the parents introduced themselves. The woman's lips were quivering. Then they broke down. Joe was a large, generous-looking man, and he bent down and put out his arms and choked on his own tears. Wendy surprised me and ran right to her dad. Then Peter did the same, flinging himself into his mother's arms. "Mommy," he cried. Just about the same thing was happening with the other children and their birth mothers and fathers. The kids had been wary and even cynical as we traveled to the Army base, but all that was behind them. The Army, the people in Washington, had done a good job arranging the reunion. Most everybody on the porch had tears spilling from their eyes, including General Hefferon and his wife, and even a few MPs. Max and Matthew were wrapped in the arms of a handsome-looking couple in their late 30s. I knew their names, Art and Teresa Marshall, and that they were good people from Revere, Massachusetts. Icarus was being hugged by a slight-looking woman who was down on her knees and had one of the brightest, biggest smiles I've ever seen. Oz was in the arms of his birth mom. She was cooing softly in his ear. Oz was cooing back to her. Something had finally gone right for the children. I stood there holding Kit, and tears streamed down both our cheeks. I was almost blind with tears, but I couldn't take my eyes off of the children and their mothers and fathers. "Let's fly for them," Peter started to chirp in his unmistakable high-pitched voice. "Come on, let's show everybody. Come with me, Wendy. Let's go, Slowpoke. Let's fly as high as we can. Peter, don't you dare." It was Max calling from across the porch. The crackling sound of her voice stopped Peter in his tracks. He rolled his eyes, and then he grinned. "We'll all fly. We'll do it together," Max said then. And that's what they did. The children ran across the front lawn together, and they took to the air like an amazing flock. They whistled so that Icarus could keep up. They rose up over the rooftops of the houses, the surrounding magnolias, and towering southern pines. They floated effortlessly in the cloudless, baby-blue skies. It was so unbelievable to be there, like nothing anyone had ever seen in the history of our world, certainly like nothing the mothers and fathers had experienced before. Just to watch the beautiful children fly like birds.